have to basically pay the United States a bribe, in essence, in my opinion, right? So think about if you're Qatar, if you are the LNG production factories there and in the Middle East, you're like, so we gave you private jets, we gave you all of these things, we put money into Kushner's this and your stupid this and your crypto, and now you're screwing us and then shaking down the EU because you're going to be the only main supplier of LNG. Screw that. And there's other third and fourth and fifth type of level consequences to all of this. You know, lots of those Middle East countries invested in American media companies and private equity companies and bought our treasury bonds and put their money into American
Dropping
real
zero
estate.
camera.
They're going to stop doing that. And
I
they've
mean,
already stopped doing
you
that,
or
right?
me?
So
What do you mean?
that's going to impact lots of business here in the United States as well. What I see yesterday, Apollo capped its redemptions for one of its main funds.
Damn.
After a lot of money
Why
was
do you want
being
Chimera?
withdrawn, like I think it was like 11% redemption rate, and so they had to cap it. That's a bad sign right there. And
No, I
so,
dropped like
in short,
2,
in sum,
which is very bad
Donald
still.
Trump came up with this scam yesterday morning.
Oh, it's still
He
lagging
gave a
today.
deal. It was quickly smoked out by Iran. Iran called the United States out for it. Escalation last night into this morning, more severe and significant than perhaps at any time of the war. LNG, that time
Day
has
stick?
basically
Nah, you are
expired.
not real.
See you later, Qatar. This war shows no sign of ending soon, and the U.S. and Israeli strikes in Isfahan and Kashmir and other areas means Iran retaliates, things escalate, and things get worse, right? I mean, just Donald Trump could have said yesterday. Imagine if he said this yesterday. After speaking with, rather than say we made a deal, which is a lie.
Well, you don't have
If he
legend.
just said,
Well,
first off, we shouldn't have gone into this war in the first place, right?
well,
It's all
but
wrong
why
from
are you
war.
gonna get the
Let's just stick with
Chimera?
what's
How
right.
will you get the Chimera
Let's make that
without
very clear at the outset. What if
a
Donald
legendary
Trump was just
Griffin?
like,
Wait,
after
what?
speaking with our
I'm
Middle
so
East
confused now.
allies, we've realized that we're not going to attack energy infrastructure because we think that right now is the time to de-escalate, and we need to come up
How?
with a plan.
I don't think that's possible.
To, you know, make sure we
I feel like
protect
you're
our
lying.
interests in the Middle East, and then start towards de-escalation.
Oh, I
Rather
need to
than
do this in
speak in
party,
pathetic
don't I?
like, we've made a deal, and Iran's like, yeah, no, you didn't. You're like lying. What the hell are you talking about? Or what's Donald Trump saying? We have like 15 points that we agreed to. This is what Trump said yesterday on the tarmac. Play this clip.
Diesel, you said there's many points of agreement with Iran right now.
Many.
What can you give us a
Many, like 15 points.
It's not that good.
15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
And Donald Trump's like, this isn't a war. This is a special operation. By the way, that's what Putin calls his invasion of Ukraine, a special operation. Here's what Trump says. Let's play this clip.
Period that they call a war. They call it a war. We call it a military operation.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think about all of this, okay?
Failed to create
Break this
party.
all down
Invalid
clearly,
key.
succinctly.
What?
Fact. By the way, shout out Scott McFarlane, eh? The newest addition to the Midas Touch Network. Go check out at Scott McFarlane News on YouTube. Subscribe to his
Wait,
platform
what?
as well, hey? Hit subscribe. Thanks.
Okay, so I cannot make a party.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from
Pretty much, yeah.
ad-free episodes of our
I have like
podcast,
200, I
and
think,
exclusive
but
content only available at MidasPlus.com.
weird NB thing. No. Black people only. No. Okay, that's better. Holy shit, why is it still lagging to the servers? Am I tripping, bro?
when there was
Hello, welcome back.
You got out.
Hvert eneste år så kommer det haugevis av
Okay, I'm trying to close some tabs because I do have like 60 tabs open.
We do a Jersey map?
Yes!
Yeah, we gotta do Jersey.
Imagine my house just pops up.
Yo, let's start off with a New Jersey.
There's my big locks.
Shut up. Big lots.
Let me go closer. Can I go closer?
Yeah, we're okay.
So what we always do is and we also what helps us out a lot.
Bro, it's the Rizzler, bro.
A lot of times on a
Yeah,
site
those
like
Rizzler.
Garbage Can, it'll tell you the town.
Simone is more.
That's
What?
a big help.
No.
Look at license plates. Obviously, this is New Jersey.
Over here, over here.
And we also
When fixed servers, is it just?
billboards, and then
Is my internet just permanently cooked?
highway signs, like like that. Like when you get stuck in a neighborhood like this, sometimes it's like, oh man.
Wait. Here.
Why would I watch that?
Tell me where to go. I'm quick with it. Tell me where to go.
Go backwards.
Tell me where to go. Wait, I saw a garbage. I
That
saw.
cat thing.
What does this say? Oh, I
Call that number.
Should we?
Oh,
What is this? What is this? Wait. Paramus Run?
But it's been like this yesterday too.
Paramus? What is that?
I need to see. It's like unplayable.
All the way up. Paramus, Ridgewood.
Nice call, Paramus.
Yeah.
I don't see Paramus. Where is it?
Right there. Nope, that's not correct.
Parsippany? Is it near,
It's a little bit higher up, brother. Woodridge,
I don't even know how much.
Maywood. Oh, it's up by Fairlawn. You'll see it. Ridgewood. It's up that way. You'll see Paramus. You'll see it.
Is it, okay, well, here's the line of New Jersey.
Yeah. So do you see where, when you come down, you see where Ridgewood is? It's right next to Ridgewood. It's right in that area.
Zoom in closer.
Yeah, you gotta zoom in, dude.
More?
Oh, go back. Go back. Is that
I mean, I'm doing a speed tester right now, and it does not look like it's my internet.
Where's Paramus?
It's right next to Ridgewood. It's next to Oradell.
7 ping.
Yeah, I'm at Ridgewood right now.
Yeah.
Oradell?
Is it over here or this way?
No, it's gonna be to the right.
Oradell's to the right, yes.
It's gonna be to the right.
Yeah, so it is Hypixel, but it's probably just my proxy or like my area, maybe. I don't know.
No, it's right, but I know it's
Oh,
near.
Paramus.
Yeah, there you go.
Go to the bank. Go to the bank.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, where are we right now?
Where the bank?
Go
Is
to
that way.
go to the street.
Go towards the. Go where the sign is telling you to go.
This is the start, right?
So
Go to the gas station.
Fairview, Borough of Paramus.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so it's not only me.
Delta?
Okay.
It's on the corner. It's on the corner.
Yeah, it was happening to me all day yesterday too.
Midland.
It was worse yesterday though, kind of. It was mostly when I'm warping. I'm doing a warp.
Sign over here. Midland and Fairview.
I warp now, and it just lags bad, bro. Look.
You're on Midland Avenue right there. You see it? Right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Fairview.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's right, and you see
There's
the.
the Delta.
Yeah, right
Dude,
there.
we're like
Oh my
right here.
God.
Bang!
Wow.
The best in the business.
Oh, What?
Impressive.
The best in the business, my
Impressive.
friend.
Oh my God,
The
dude.
best in the business.
So are you actually from Africa?
Just got a perfect. What's
That was
up?
amazing. That was
Are
crazy.
you real? Are you serious?
Throw us here.
Go towards that thing.
What are we down south?
Go towards that.
This
place
way?
right there. No, turn up.
This does look like
towards
this
it.
does look like
What's
South.
that?
Does look like South Jersey.
Since when?
Really south. What we look for is we look for a
Go that way, yeah.
washing machine on the front lawn and a guy with one too.
Yeah, guys, so I cannot. Yeah, it's not possible to do warp commands, I guess. I mean, my powers went from like 580 an hour to 470 because it's literally unplayable.
I might say it on the garbage can.
A family with they took out a whole family. All right. No, it's not. We gotta get out of this. We gotta get out of here, dude.
Oh my God, what's going on?
What did I say?
Yeah.
When you go down, it's Sanford.
That's terrible.
It's Sanford, son.
Why are people voting Scorpius? Wait, I should have done my Iron Man. I can make 1 million coins, right?
Oh, man.
We always talk about people that have a dishwasher.
Yeah. This is bad news over here, man.
Oh, what about a toilet?
What the?
Yo, is that a turn on top?
I think it is.
When you have a toilet sitting out
Oh
front
my God.
and you have a piece of poop on top. All right, here we go.
Oh, boxes?
Yeah, that makes sense. No,
The microwave.
Oh wait, we're timed. We're timed.
Why did you do time, bro?
It's the New Jersey one. It's time.
Come on. Why would we do time? We're chilling out having
Why
fun.
is only the New Jersey one time?
I don't know.
I don't know. They're in a hurry. All right, let's go.
Come on, go to like New Jersey and look for.
I gotta tell you, man.
Please.
I'm thinking Vineland.
Like the playable game.
All right, we gotta get to a main road real quick.
We're probably not going to.
Wow.
How much is a shimmering wool? It has to be a lot of profit, right? Isn't it super rare?
When you see rubbish on the front lawn, you also see a smoker. It's sort of like that's what I'm telling you. Know what I mean? Yeah.
What's that sign right there?
Yo, wait, that has doubled in price though, I guess.
We're in a bad spot, dude.
Get us to a main road. Oh, what does this truck say?
Yeah, so I just cannot do warp key.
Go on the side, bro.
Sphinx, please. Where are you? No, I left it. No,
In a bad spot.
Wait. What did that sign say?
no, I dipped on the Sphinx.
Atlantic
County. I would say Vineland.
Yo, this is by Penny Lane.
Are we on the coast?
Why?
What do you mean your internet is fucked up? Is the stream lagging?
Let me see if 559's down here. I don't see it. 559.
Where's Penny Lane?
Dude, check Vineland.
Yeah, but why is that my internet?
Call the number right now.
609.
Call the number right now. Ask for their address.
That's South Jersey.
It's 5. Is that just the
Read that sign. Read that sign.
I haven't actually had lag issues on this server and like severe lag issues like this in like
South Jersey?
5 months, bro. Like this is super annoying.
Is that a portal?
Okay, hold on.
David Plums.
Dude, I'm saying,
Gary Harm.
brother, I'm saying Vineland.
Sphinx is so rare.
Let me see this.
No, hold on. Okay, you said Vineland?
Yeah, I'm saying Vineland.
I never thought it would go from Harpy being an issue to like now Sphinx is an issue.
Vineland's over here.
Yeah, I think it's Vineland.
Pretty big issue too.
Vineland's big enough, and it's in
Look
Atlantic
for
County.
559.
Try to look for 559, but I would say. I
Well, yeah, that's a while ago.
Zoom in. If there's Second Street.
Why second?
I did that during.
Second Street. Go zoom in.
No, I did that before I did it on my main. So like, I did that in like
Oh yeah.
October.
18 miles. Wow.
used to go with my uncle and dump bodies down there. That's why.
Whoa.
The funny thing is, everyone thinks I'm kidding.
Yeah, and I still haven't gotten die.
Alright, now they're just messing with us, bro. Why can't we get
They get angry.
This is Rosa Park.
And they can't. It kills them that
Wait,
way.
Rizzer, what'd you say?
This is Rosa Park.
See, always when you're doing this, always check the garbage cans. That's a dead giveaway.
Yo, that's literally my cousin's house.
Do you know? I traded them to my brother. He's borrowing them, so I don't know.
My cousin.
Do we have a town?
But yeah, I do.
It looks so familiar.
You gotta move out of here. They put it.
Touch my.
They put it in the wrong. What's that guy doing? I think it's milking a cow.
It's slurred.
Oh, I forgot I shouldn't be warping. No. My favorite knife in CS?
Dude, it's another middle of nowhere.
I know. They hate us. They really hate us.
Why are we in the middle of nowhere? There's no signs.
Because when we pull something like that, a violin, it gets them so angry. Now they're like, you're
Hi, Mia, cool.
It upsets them. It just bothers them.
My favorite CS knife, I mean... It's probably... No, it's not a butterfly. It has to be... I'm alright, man. How about yourself? But... Oh, I forgot I shouldn't be warping. No! Oh, it's so much lag.
I want to just get a look. I want to see if there's rubbish in front of your...
No! Oh my... I'm actually retarded. Oh... SBO, Skyblock overhaul.
Yo, it's at a farm.
Do you have a town? A town?
Download it on Modern
Yo, look.
SBO.
You still have that invitation? Yo, that actually looks like the house. And that house was in New Jersey.
How much time do we have?
Oh, okay. What do you mean? What? Do you want me to use a different mod? I can use your mod if you want me to.
Here lies the body of Marion
Oh, okay.
McGillicuddy.
This is scary, man. They're like falling over.
Imagine at your final weapon, how sad that is.
Yeah, download it on Modern so you don't get ratted.
Lou, go to
If you see it on Modern. Okay.
You know what? You know what I'm going with? I'm going with?
I think it's in.
I'm going with Clinton, New Jersey.
Rizzer, what town?
Only for... Is this an issue with the hub, by the way?
Hamsonburg.
Maybe.
What's that? Anything on that business?
North 280.
Might be an issue with the hub.
Go north.
If you look west, if you look 78 west, you're gonna see Clinton, New Jersey. 78 west.
A guy just got kicked from the party for having bad rates, so I don't know.
I see 284 in here.
Just take 78 west and go to
I don't know how I'm not getting kicked, because my rates is worse, because I cannot... This is unplayable.
Yeah, so go west, young man.
It was okay for like 2 hours with Diana, and after that it's been trash. Like, what happened?
Yeah, go to Clinton.
McDonald's.
We can throw it on McDonald's. Might as well. Where were we, man? We're all the way in
Sussex County.
No, it was fine yesterday. I think I did it on Sunday,
That was rough. That was
and then I had no lag.
This is literally my friend's house.
this one here.
No, I had like 580 or 570, and I was locked in.
Abduction.
But now I can't do warps, now I can't do anything. It's terrible. Look. Oh my god. It's actually just rage bait.
Van like that. If you come out of a parking spot and that van's next to your car, just run inside before the authority. Alright, hold on. What's that guy doing? What's that guy doing?
I mean, the hub is super small now. It's pretty simple to get good burrows.
Nothing about this is okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I don't need it.
Dude, I think
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I should check something actually. Hank. That's not good. 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 At the same time, though, the craft price for it is not cheap. Because you can craft hunk of blue eyes now. Just terrible for me, kinda.
Check that sign there to the left, right there. What does that say? Yeah, that might say something. We gotta get close. Celebrate,
Oh my god.
Someone that says Kessler, bro.
Kessler's just like what? Like a business?
Yeah, and that's like a rehab, like that type of thing.
If only I could warp.
Dude, these are some bad ones, bro.
I know. They know. They hate us by now. There might
Maybe
be.
we should do an LA one.
There might be up here if you go a little further.
Let's do Staten Island.
You might get. What's that say? The sign.
We're in Essex County.
Go near Sussex County. Let's go east.
Is that what Essex means?
Yes, because Sussex is
No, go
south.
down. Look right here. There's a
Essex
sign.
is
All right.
Verona, 280. Milburn.
Yeah. Go up by 280 in Verona. We're gonna be up that way.
There's Milburn, like over here somewhere.
I see Melbourne right there.
Milburn's here.
Yeah. Go. You want
go
it?
to 280.
Wait,
What was the other one? Verona?
Yeah. Verona.
did I not just enable it?
You want to land somewhere in the middle.
Bro, I don't have a cursor. I literally don't have a cursor. Are you serious?
Verona's gonna be a little bit more north. Can you find 280 where you are in what you see Milburn? Can you find 280?
Maybe this will help.
Yeah, 78 is gonna be off of 280, so you can kind of. Hold on. Okay, so now where was Milburn?
Milburn's this way, right?
All right, so
Yeah, it's
go.
right down there. So that means.
So go to 280.
I don't know why I enabled all the effects. That doesn't really help me, I think.
280 to Verona. Sparta is out that way. You see Sparta?
Yeah, I don't think that helps me at all.
You gotta pull back a little bit more.
Oh, go to that place. No,
We're in Essex County. So you got Milburn one way, Verona the other, and towards 280. So where did you find Milburn?
Wait, no. 280 this way.
No, I'm saying where was.
That's 280 is Verona.
Yeah. What I'm saying is where was Milburn? Did you come to Milburn? You found Milburn, right?
Yeah, Milburn is right here.
All right. So there's Milburn.
So
There's
I think we're somewhere
280.
here.
By like Roseland, I would try that right over there, like West Caldwell, Roseland, like that area.
Where's that?
I see West Colwell.
Yeah, West
the chat up a
Caldwell.
little bit. Speed it up.
Yeah, I would go the west. I would go run around West Caldwell.
Speed it up. There we go.
Here we go.
Roseland.
Speed it up.
Alright. 4 miles, bro.
Wow.
4 miles.
There you go.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
So if you
4
do
miles?
speed it up to the
Legit.
max.
Wow.
The max.
Okay, so
They just drop us down to no man's.
Mm.
Do this all the time. We get one really good, and then the rest are crap.
wait, we're down the shore.
This
You
is
can
at
still
the
go.
shore.
Oh my god. King minus.
Look at those outhouses and
Wait,
see
bro,
what's.
this is.
No, look what's on the outhouse. That's 609. That's South Jersey too. Look in here. This might be like Wildwood.
Rio Grande, New Jersey?
This might be like Wildwood. Rio Grande.
We should go to Wildwood.
We should go to Wildwood.
Where's
Oh my god.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Dude, look what it says.
I didn't think Sphinx would actually be such an issue, but yeah.
I think it's. I feel like this is Wildwood.
Dude, look, another one. Rio Grande, New Jersey.
Where in the Sand Hill is Rio Grande, New Jersey? What's that guy doing? What's that guy doing right there? What's he doing behind a fence?
It's a woman.
No, I can't. I have to play with warp.
What that sign say?
Oh, even though it sucks, I just have to play with warp. I can't do it without. This server, bro. Yeah, alright, bro.
You're gonna see something. Did you check the garbage? Alright, okay, this is Wildwood.
I don't even know what's happening here. Wildwood.
Go to Wildwood.
Bro, Richter is awesome, dude.
Diamond Beach. Go to Diamond Beach. Press that right now. Plus, Wild was fun.
Dude, we can do it. I'm just looking. I just see if there's Rio
So,
Grande.
If you don't press Wildwood, I will.
like for example, like in Belmar, South Belmar, they call Lake Como. No, they call Lake Como. It never was that. When I went down there since I'm a kid, and all of a sudden they didn't want to call it South Belmar, so they.
Did I lag now? Yep, I did. Does it save time though, even though it lags for like 2 seconds? It might actually save time. This is less annoying.
Go in the center of town.
Well, it's actually more annoying, but it's less stressful. So maybe it's worth it.
Wildwood Crest. Yeah. We'll get them. We got them. They don't like us. They don't like us. They can't stand us, these people.
What was the? It was something in Niagara.
It was Burke. It was Burke and Niagara.
What? I didn't lag on that warp, guys. I warped there and I didn't lag. Wait. This is false hope. It's false hope. It's false hope. Let's be honest. It's false hope. Yep. No, it was a bit better. Right.
Solved. Problem solved. That's a nice t-shirt. Wow. Cool.
Dude,
what do you think? Do you find it or no?
I'm not finding it.
Well, listen, I would go. I would listen. We know it's along the beach.
Oh, look at him! Look at the Inquis. What is he doing, bro?
I would. I don't know. Do you want to?
Oh my god, the server, man. Okay.
Go to the South Wildwood.
You only got a minute, brother.
Let me see this street.
You only got a minute, my man.
Mediterranean Avenue. Bird. Where is Bird? I'm trying to find Bird.
I mean, it's gonna be along the water. It's gonna be along. It's gotta be along the water because you
Do
can
that
see
beach
the water
right there.
there.
Wildwood Beach.
All right, hold on. We're good. We're in good shape. We got time. We got time, brother.
Oh my god, dude. Wait, is it something to do with ATV? Or is it not? I don't think so. I think it's just fucking everything.
We're near the water, though.
Yeah, I think it's just everything.
Wait. You have to turn.
It's just old trash. It's old trash. It's old trash.
The beach house.
So you want to be on the water side.
Press the beach house.
Wait. I need to disable this.
Oh, it was the.
I cannot risk a strike. I'm sorry.
It wasn't the ocean.
My strike is over soon on YouTube.
That's still crazy though. What happened?
I told you. Press the thing.
He did say. Look at this, man. Look at this crew right here.
Wait, why am I even here?
Oh yeah, this is Burkett.
The loft.
Why am I even there for Inquis? I don't know. Or something I can watch whilst it's still okay to listen to it. And not be just annoying. Because I can't be a video where it's all about the visual. Because that's not gonna work. And it can't be copyrighted as music, which is annoying because, like, dude, I would spin Drake all day, man. Like, how much do I need to pay him to be allowed to listen to his music? Come on, man. I do like streaming them mostly because, like, it's good because I can just make clips out of everything through Kick. And sometimes I can chat with people. But it's not. I'm not doing streaming to be top tier entertainer at all. Let's be honest. That's not gonna happen. Maybe if I like moved out the house, I could be a bit more entertaining. But like, yeah, because I need to be so quiet. I feel bad for you, Supitaya. Have you seen the change on Alpha? Also, Supitaya, didn't I tell you to invest in Hilt of True Eyes? Did I not tell you this? Bro, you should have listened to me, man. It's like a 7x. It's a 7x right now. I don't know if that was gonna last for long, but like, yeah. I need to do Sphinx. Sphinx Beastery is so bad. Sphinx is such a bad Beastery. It's the hardest one by a long shot. Like, help me out here. I don't know why I even have HARPY in the title. I should put Sphinx in the title. You have multiple? Excuse me, sir? How many? Wait. How? I got 0. I got 0 dice. I maxed the Beastery twice. And I'm going for a 3rd time right now. This is my 3rd time maxing the Beastery. Which mobs you got it from? Manti, oh. Let me get there, please. Hello? Oh my, so much lag that I didn't even get to glitch the Manti. Oh my, you know. Are you also lagging, or is it just me who is severely fried? Hi, Robo. So the rare mobs just has a way higher chance, I assume. Sphinx is gonna take the longest out of all the beasters for Diana, I think. So I kind of want to just get that down right now. I think it's the longest. And now people need to enable the cord sharing again. Like, the server has been unplayable for me yesterday and today. Like, I don't know what's happening. Do I try restarting my internet? I don't think that's gonna work. Like, do I try that? I mean, it's worth trying, right? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna change anything. What is that? A bed? Okay. I only love my bed and my mom. I'm sorry. 50 doves. I haven't got it tatted on me. Is that the one thing? You know? That's not XX. What? Are you okay? That's Drake. That's Drake, bro. That's... Bro, how is he saying X? Nah, he's trolling, bro. Fiend? What do you mean? What do you mean? Huh? Oh my god, can you... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You, no. No. Nope. Oeh. Dat is die broersnoer, ja. Nee, nee, nee. Ha. Oeh, spaghetti. Dig. I only love my bed and my mom. I'm sorry. 50 dub. Even got it tatted on me. Let's call my friends calling this shit. Let's call my friends calling this shit. Oh. As long as the thing as better yard. There's no such thing as a life that's better yard. No such thing, no such thing. Somebody loves me. Hey. No such thing as life that's better than yours. Fuck. What? The fuck is that? Fuck that. Bro, are you okay? Like, is this guy okay? I don't even know anymore. I went back to the bees. What's something I can watch? Wait, no. I'm trying to find something here.
You've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, every strategy for 20 years, and it's playing out right now. So I can tell you that we are losing control of the situation. Like, we don't know where that nuclear material is, but they have the material for 16.
I'm gonna turn over to QA.
And we've given them
Wait,
every incentive to develop them.
what do you mean?
Professor Robert Pape might be the single most
To max it?
incredible person we all need to listen to right now.
The supreme leader that we took out was against nuclear weapons. The new supreme leader, he's way more aggressive.
He's advised 2 decades of presidents in the White House.
President Trump is really stuck, but he thrives in chaos.
Well, why do you keep typing numbers in my channel? What's wrong with you, bro?
For the exact type of war that's taking place now in Iran. And one of the most mind-blowing things.
Oh yeah, I don't know how close I am to 1 bill. I'm at 750, man.
Unfortunately, Professor Robert Pape, who has 2 decades of being correct with his predictions, gives a 75% chance that Trump is about to escalate to stage 3. In this episode, we're going to explain exactly what this means.
I'm gonna sell this one for profit though,
Guys, I've got
of course.
a favor to ask you.
And then I'm gonna level some more coronaviruses because I have,
Roughly 69
I think, 5 more.
Listen and love the
Yeah,
show.
5 more.
Haven't yet subscribed for whatever reason. If there was ever a time for you to do us a favor, if we've ever done anything for you, given you value in any way, it is simply hit
Bro,
that subscribe
that's not even a...
And it means so much to myself, but also to my team, because when we hit these milestones, we go away as a team and celebrate. And it's the simple, free, easy thing you can do to help make this show a little bit
The lag is making this so unplayable and boring for me. It's honestly so... It's just annoying and...
down, and we'll continue to find small ways to make this whole production better.
I'll just...
Thank you so much for being part of this journey. It means the world. And yeah, let's do this.
Let me just, like, play though, like... I don't understand the issue. Let me just play.
Now, I should ask first. Who are you, and what have you spent the last several decades of your life studying and doing, and how does that relate to what's happening in the world right now?
We are going through a crisis.
Like, just let me play. Diana's not fun in itself. I'm getting tired of Diana. I've done 300,000 mythological mobs. Like, let me just do it without suffering. Please.
We saw the reactions there. Now, I have been studying military strategy.
Like, honestly, man, what is this?
Terrorism, now terrorism inside the United States, and also political violence.
Play Roblox.
Related to particular groups. So
no. What? Are you serious, bro? Oh, here we go, there's lags.
That people need to be aware of when you've looked at 30 years of these types of wars.
That bombs don't just hit targets, they change politics. That means that before the bombs fall, and even as the bombs are falling now, we tend to focus on the tactical success of bombing. We tend to ask, did the bombs hit the targets?
Please.
It's with the smart bombing,
Sir.
It's almost mesmerizing. They hit the target and
I am too old for Roblox, my guy. Come on. You should know by this. By this point, I'm literally 39 years old.
Wars are
I
not
think.
just about the hardware. They're not just about the military operation of putting a bomb on a target. They're about politics. And when the bombs start to fall, the politics in both the target, the enemy, change, and the politics in the attacker, the initiator, change. And
that's what's going to happen to Trump.
Is the beginning of what I'm calling the escalation trap. Because you get at stage 1.
Yeah, Manti, there you go.
Often. What's missing here is the next consideration, which is politics.
39, 18.
Who have you advised? And at what level have you advised them on strategy?
You're just typing random shit. I don't even know anymore, bro. What's up with you? Like, what's happening?
We started to fight.
You did this yesterday too. Like, what's happening, bro?
I found my work from the 1980s suddenly more
so
relevant
lost.
than ever. I was in the Washington Post, USA Today, Frontline, designing the stories because we didn't have the talking military.
Okay, let's do a human test.
And then
Type 1 if you are real.
And they're asking me to come in.
Are you real? Type 1.
Teach, but to build the curriculum. Then what happens as time goes on? I end up advising every White House from 2001 to 2024, including the first Trump White House.
I also heard that you've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, the last class of every strategy for 20 years. In fact, we did.
Wait, he's actually real. Wait. How are you real, bro?
Just before we started the bombing, and 90 minutes. So the class goes a whole quarter, strategy in all kinds of different ways. And we ended with the bombing of Iran. And what did that mean? That meant we took out the whole target. We have the target set laid out. We have the attack plans. We really go through the bombing of Natanz, Fordo, Esfahani. There's a number of these facilities and so forth. And then we look at what's going on.
Massive.
And what you see right away is 90+%. Those B-2s are going to destroy those targets. Okay?
B-2s being the aircraft.
These stealthy aircraft that can penetrate the airspace. Very small risk of loss. And then you see, but we don't know where the nuclear material is. The whole point of this is not to destroy a building. It's to get at the 5%, 20%, 60% enriched uranium that's the material for bombs. And last May, it was very clear they had the material for 16 bombs. Now, not
16 nuclear bombs.
1-6.
Nuclear bombs.
Yes, nuclear bombs, not to produce them all in a single week, but over a period of months. And then after we did that simulation, we didn't know where a single ounce was.
What does this mean, Robo? Like, what's happening?
Months after. So at the end
Duck
of every
milk.
month, make some predictions. I say, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is after about a year, we are going to panic because that material could be dispersed anywhere in Iran, anywhere in that country. And that country, look how big that is compared to the United States, could be dispersed anywhere now. And how many of those are actually developing toward Iran? We will not know. So what will we do? Regime change.
From all of your years 31 years old, you start teaching about air power and war in this regard.
Oh my god, Manticore.
65 now.
Yeah.
What is from everything you know, 30 plus years studying this stuff, Iran, running simulations on Iran, advising the White House, being a master and probably, arguably, the most informed person in the United States right now about air attacks like the one the US performing on Iran. What is the headline that you're trying to send to the world at this moment in time? Like, what is it we're missing? Because we're seeing Trump come out and Trump say, it's going well, everything's amazing, we've taken out all their guys. What are we missing?
We're missing that we're stuck.
What you're saying sorry for? Hello?
Explain what that
What?
trap is, but the key consequence of the trap is we're losing control. We are losing control of the situation. And what you were seeing with President Trump is he's trying to regain control. Now, the problem is that starting not just...
Wait, so this can be terrible for me.
But starting back in June when we took out Natanz, Fordo...
Or it's good, because Marina is soon. We need the Marina, otherwise I'm cooked.
Knowing where that nuclear material is. And we now have civilian satellites, and you can see them moving things what would they be moving around the nuclear areas? I wonder. You think they're moving the what are they moving here? It's most likely going to be that nuclear material, because their plan there, you can see they have prepared for this war just as we have, except they've been preparing for how to be resilient, how to now lash back in increasingly aggressive ways. They are winning the escalation part of the war, and that's not an accident. This is what we see coming in stages.
But for anyone that doesn't know, we've got leaders that have different levels of sort of information and knowledge here. I'm going to try and summarize this and butcher it in the most indelicate way I possibly can. So earlier last year, the United States suspected that Iran were very close to enriching uranium. They're at 60%.
They're at 60 already.
If they get to 90%, they have a bomb.
Yes, but possibly even with the 60%, Stephen, it depends on just how good their scientists are, and we're not really sure. So
their scientists is good.
60%, we're already very worried. You go to 90, it's a gimme.
And then the United States dropped these big bunker buster bombs. They flew those B-2 airplanes in, smashing up the site. And then it felt like
roll to make it really difficult, and you're using a new.
With Iran to try and get some kind of deal done.
To get the material we didn't get.
What the fuck is happening?
If this is really obliterated,
Like, what's happening, bro? Like, what? Can you translate it all to English, please? Just English, bro.
Inconsistency here. So when you say we thought it was over, that's the public. Okay? Now the public, you need to understand, they're very busy people. They're playing for the price of eggs. Okay, so they're not supposed to be able to be up on this.
It's a good point. I've never thought about.
Yeah.
Why would we be talking to?
Just translate this, right? I don't understand this language. Do you not understand? I don't know. I don't understand.
It's the Israelis. We have a thing called the Defense Intelligence Agency. There are reports that were done after the
I don't understand, bro.
And they all say the same thing, which is we created holes. We probably shook these underground chambers. We're not sure because we had no eyeballs.
The ping is honestly.
Enriched uranium is, and we have good reason to worry they got them out because we actually have a satellite picture that shows 2 days before we bombed Fordo, there's a bunch of trucks moving stuff out. Gee, what do you think you might move out if America's about to bomb your site? Again, I don't think they're moving out the popcorn. So, and it's pretty, this material can be moved in what look like large scuba tanks. They call them scuba tanks, but I try to show pictures of this too. They're actually like as large as this table. So you need basically trucks like that satellite photography shows that they took out. So we can't say for sure. But
I just got banned for doing Diana because of this story. Oh, really?
Worry they've dispersed the material even before we hit the site.
And then we attack.
Yeah.
The United States attacks in February.
What did you do?
February 2026, February 2028, we start again, this time with regime change. Notice we don't go even after the nuclear material. We don't know where it is.
What was your last action before you got banned? Like, what was your last action?
Then the war is over. Drop the bomb on the person, and the war is complete.
Yeah, so let's talk about your Jenga thing here, because what I find, Stephen, so keep in mind, I am advising, teaching some of the most brilliant minds in the country. Now, a lot of these smart people, though...
Yeah, because I'm also having a major issue with ping right now. Well, my ping is good, but the server is bad for me. It's not for everyone.
Like this, and it's wrong.
For me, it's terrible.
This is what they think the regime looks like. And they think that because they've been given, they basically have been consuming, probably for years, 1 or 2 sentences about the structure. They know there's a supreme leader. They might know there's nuclear facilities, missiles command. And so it looks like, oh my goodness gracious, that if you could just simply take out the right node, you would be able to make this whole thing fall down.
Can you upload a clip? I want to see.
But that's the wrong image, Stephen. This is the way smart people think. The problem is, this is a false image of most regimes, even the bad ones, and certainly the Iranian regime. Let me just focus on the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is more like the Matrix. It's not brittle the way this is. So you can keep trying to pull things out, but with a matrix, I think the corporate structures now are built
I don't
to
care
be
about your bad idea, bro.
adaptive to change, because you have so many changes that happen. The structure needs to adapt to change. That is basically the structure of.
Just make an appeal and then you can upload it. I don't know.
Going back to before World War I.
Okay, I want to ask a dumb question.
Yep.
When they took out the supreme leader in Iran,
yep.
Who's going to give out the instructions?
The adaptive system adapts and fills in the holes. It fills in the holes.
Oh my god, this shit is unplayable.
And in this case, the supreme leader that we took out, this particular hole, this was the guy who had 2 fatwas, they're called. These are religious edicts. It's like a papal edict.
That's kind of scary though, because I am doing Diana and I'm like in red now.
He's the leader of
and I'm wipe status.
A little bit like the Shia Pope. And he is actually issuing religious doctrine, and that's called a fatwa.
I don't know what that means, Robo. Like, fuck, I don't know.
Not have nuclear weapons. The guy we killed was one of the guardrails against nuclear weapons.
How does that? He was developing them in his
country? No, he's developing the enrichment material. They hadn't been fashioned yet that we know of as nuclear weapons. Okay, so we're worried about, again, this enrichment going from 5% to 20% to 60%, but they hadn't actually taken that next step, which is more of an engineering step to develop the nuclear weapon. Now,
this guy just dibs Hocus Pocus in all shot. Are we serious?
And he had decided for decades to issue these fatwas. He did it not just once, but twice.
Wait, we're also having the same issues as me when it comes to the server?
Leader, no fatwa yet. That fatwa died with this guy. So, will the new leader come in? It's not clear.
And is the admins aware?
Like authority to do anything like what his father did? This is a very different world, and he's known to be way
Hypixel status. Let me see.
Than his father. He's been in charge of the Bazi.
Okay, so Hypixel claims that the server is running fully operational.
He's been the guy who's been very strongly supporting, if not leading, that particular effort.
And last night it was announced that he has been appointed as the new leader.
He's the new supreme leader.
Okay? Did Trump expect this?
I think that he expected it because he kept trying to talk the Iranians out of it. This is what he meant by last week when President Trump was saying that he wanted not this guy. He specifically said not the son. And then he had a problem because people kept pushing him. And they said, well, okay, well, if you don't like the son, who would you pick? And he said, well, it is a problem because when we killed the supreme leader, we killed around the leader 20 or 30 others who we actually thought were better. So we actually took out the best alternatives when we killed when the supreme leader was killed. And so everybody's scratching their heads, going, "What are we talking about here?" So we actually helped killing the competitors to the sun. We made it more likely the sun. And so what I'm trying to explain, Stephen, is this adapts, okay? So that you're not really taking these pieces out. You're rearranging them, and you are moving up. In this case, you're moving up.
The next supreme leader?
Well, there's the supreme leader, but what we're not showing here, you're seeing the target sets that are being discussed. You're not seeing the Revolutionary Guard.
What is that?
That is part of the army. Iran has 1 million men in arms. 1 million. That's as many as we have in our 300 million people. They have 92 million. They have 1 million in arms. And about 150 or 200,000 of them are what are called the Revolutionary
Guard. What?
These are the most aggressive, the most well-trained. These are the most dedicated to the regime. The son who we just took over.
How the fuck did I fix this?
Candidate for that group. So when we took out a link here, it's not just being replaced by another cog. It's being replaced by a very aggressive individual who's backed by some of the most aggressive part of that million-man army. So this is what I was trying to explain in my Substacks, where when you take out the leader, you may kill the leader, but you get in its place a harder regime, a more resilient regime, a tougher regime that wants to lash back even more aggressively.
Because you killed Dad.
Yeah, I would think so too, right?
Dad, and also if you don't lash back,
and it's really, I mean,
leader get his credibility with everybody else. If he's a wimp, why doesn't he get a bullet in the back of the head? You see, just because he's appointed a new leader, he's still just like when you're the head of a new company. Like, let's say you take over, there's a company that's in shambles, and they get rid of their CEO, and they bring you on, okay? Well, you got to have a plan, you see? And if you don't have a plan to turn that thing around pretty soon, you know, Elon Musk had to have the big plan. If you don't have that plan, guess what? You're out. Same here. So you have incentive structure here.
It's like it's okay, and then it's and just worse, and it's fine, and worse, fine, worse,
against the attacker, which is why
and it's all happening in a few seconds, and it's repeated.
Back and takes out Pan Am Flight 103, killing 271 civilians, 190 Americans. When we try to take out the Milosevic regime, to degrade it in March 99, Milosevic lashes back, sending 30,000 ground forces in to cleanse, that is, get rid of 1 million civilians in Kosovo. This over and over.
I mean, you have written books about suicide terrorism.
That's right.
I've got one of them in front of me here called Dying to Win. So, I mean, you know a lot about this subject. And this is one of the concerns that actually my fiance had said to me. She said, I explained to her, I was like, you know, Iran, they really just have drones at the moment. So I think that's fine. And then she posed a question to me. She was like, yeah, but what about suicide terrorism?
Let me just explain. So here we are. It is, here is, of course, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start the story in June. This is the beginning of the smart bomb, the escalation trap. Stage 1. We hit Fordo, which is right around there, and then we hit Natanz and some other sites right around here. And what does Iran do?
Okay, so I
they
just
lash back, and who are they lashing back against?
I really just want to play Diana without lag. Like, I want to come home from work and be able to play without lagging. Like, is that too much to ask?
Israelis to the hospital, the most since the 73 war. So long time. That is stage 1, okay? Now what happened when in
I don't know, man.
February 28,
I need Sphinx.
a bit against Israel for sure, but now they're at stage 2. This is why I published this piece today in the Foreign
I need this party that goes for Sphinx, but I mean, I guess that's not a normal thing.
2 hours before we came on. And what's happening here is called, I call it horizontal escalation. Because what they're doing now is they're using drones, mostly a few missiles, but mostly drones. This was almost all missiles.
I can't wait for the time where it's just not lagging like this. Like, is that a reality world? Or do I need to wake up? This is just not gonna happen.
Right to the target. And what they're trying to do is break this coalition.
For anyone that can't see at the moment, they countered with horizontal escalation against Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
The coalition that had been formed
It's
against
honestly
them,
unplayable.
they're trying to break the coalition, you see. And they may well do that.
Why would they want to break that? Why?
Because
my friends are escaping Dubai at the moment. I've got a friend staying in my house in Cape
Well,
Town.
yeah, that's my goal. I wish that was possible.
To kick the Americans out.
Luturing Increase is so downtown, bro. It's worth nothing.
Embassies, get rid of the bases. If you can, then we don't have the platforms to plaster them. You see, these are basically ground-based aircraft carriers.
I thought they were attacking Saudi Arabia, for example, because that will make Saudi Arabia call Trump and say, listen, stop, please, we're losing our tourism, we're shutting our airports.
Well, they do want
to... I don't even go to any Increases.
Hitting the economic nodes, they're hitting...
Like, and also the lag is just...
They're hitting the airports. What they are trying to do is by threatening tourism...
I don't know how to explain this, but like... I know I'm complaining over...
of the GDP of these countries. This is not trivial amounts here. They're basically trying to drive wedges between these countries and America. And America right now, I don't see any movement through Congress. Where is this $100 billion going to the region to make up for their lost tourism? I don't remember seeing that bill come through Congress last week. So I'm just putting it a little humorously to point out, these countries are losing a fair bit right now.
Holy downtime. Where is everyone, bro? Oh, they're doing an inquest.
I've got friends that one of my friends was thinking about leaving, is now in my house in Cape Town, and he's been there for 5 years. He's leaving, and he's going to move to America. I've got so many friends that have called me.
And imagine that we have
Oh my god, dude.
American citizens here.
Yeah, this is the issue, bro. I Sphinx, just like half the people are showing up.
It's even the media in the UK. You see it. It's like they're showing like the BBC is showing like evacuations of UK citizens as they're being greeted in the airport, putting microphones.
So
in
this is putting a lot of pressure here, and there's something else that's not widely known, which is there's a big gap between what the leaders of the countries want, willing to support.
Why did I get Chimera? I don't want that. I don't care about it. 300 magic find though? Yo.
Against Iran here is not clearly going down well.
Goodbye, bro. Like, what's up?
These are publics. They may not like Iran. They may be Sunni and Iran Shia, but they don't want to be part of an Israeli expansion plan where Israel's going to conquer more and more territory, and so forth. And so this is where the soft underbelly here of this. This isn't just about the tourism. That's the short term. The longer term is bottom up pressure. Sadat, he was a leader of Egypt in the 1970s. He cut a deal with Israel. It's called the Camp David Accords, peace for land.
But he doesn't have auto access? Oh my god.
Well, after Sadat did that, the president of Egypt, in 1981, in a military parade, his own security guards at the military parade marched with their guns, came up to his place, and they shot him dead. So
the issue is I do need Sphinx, but I also need King Minas and Manticores as well.
Now that's stage 2.
Yeah.
Now what happens if we decide to have one of these limited ground deployments here? Because after all, we still don't know where this material is.
What does that mean? So for anyone that doesn't know anything about the war, what does a ground deployment mean? Because I saw Trump being asked about this on the plane yesterday, and he didn't seem to deny it was going to happen.
It means you try to control a limited amount of space, say the space around Fordo or the nuclear facility that you bombed in June. And you would send the, say, 82nd Airborne in to control.
Wait, so like,
I don't know what any of this stuff means.
Oh, I see. So 82nd Airborne is a division that we have that's especially equipped to go into hostile areas.
Who is messaging me at fucking now, bro? I don't care about the message right now, bro.
Think about controlling all the sides of LAX. So if you want to control LAX, you bring in the 82nd Airborne. They will have 5,000 men and women, not just guys now, and they will come in and they will control that space LAX. But they will also be
no Sphinx, bro. Why are people doing no Sphinx? I don't understand.
Have to spend weeks and weeks to search for that.
Maybe this is a trash party that I could join.
Where it is, and it's all deep.
Yeah, this seems like a trash party. They might have it.
The stuff has been.
I don't know.
The entrances have been blown up. So this means long-term presence there. You might also take some.
I just want to be done with Diana this time around, so I can do die grind on my Iron Man next to Diana. And we're getting it done should be kind of possible, but not with this lag, to be honest.
I think it's at least 50-50, if not immediately. So people keep expecting the escalation to be continuous, and then when there's a pause. As there was between June and February, they think, oh, it's over. I'm going to go now worry about something else. And believe me, there's plenty else to worry about. So we got Minneapolis, so we got plenty to worry about here, even with violence. But that's not how escalation
I don't know, man.
operates. Escalation
is definitely an issue.
A ratchet effect that's spaced out by months of what seems like peace, only to come right back. And you're stuck in that escalation momentum.
Which is what we've seen.
Which is exactly what we've seen. And for the reason I'm telling you, we don't know where that nuclear material is. That has been the $64,000 weakness in this entire idea of using air power, not just in the last 10 days, going back to June. it's not just even about the regime change. It's about how are you going to get that nuclear material out.
I just don't have an idea on how I'm gonna get Sphinx quicker than.
With that deal,
Like, what's the Sphinx at? Like, let me see.
Iran took out.
That's 11%.
Virtually, just only a tiny bit was left. Not enough for a bomb. All out of the country. And we watched it. We monitored it. We had 24/7 cameras
I mean, I guess
to monitor this. We had human on-site inspections to monitor this. 2018, Trump just ripped it up, walked away unilaterally, and from that point on...
And on my Iron Man, I did fully solo. And on my normal profile, I did party and mostly solo. Now it's kind of just party because I need Sphinx, Mantic, Minus, because it's so little HARPY now.
Okay, stage 1, you are beginning the escalation trap. In this case, it's a smart bomb trap, but because it's with smart bombs, where you have tactical success, near perfect. Call it 100%, because it really is. But that doesn't mean you have strategic success.
Nobody's pulling up a Sphinx? Damn, bro, what the fuck is that?
Strategic failure.
Yeah, I load the server.
Then, that strategic failure weighs on you over time because the enemy still got the thing that you wanted to get in the first place. Now you do stage 2, which is regime change. Because after all, you've already hit the targets. You can make the rubble bounce, but what more? That's why we didn't bomb them in the last 10 days. We might go back and bomb Fordo some more, okay? But we already bombed it. So there's no way watching the bubble. But now we're at stage 2 because what are your options? The only other option is, well, let me get rid of the regime because then the regime...
See, another party where Sphinx is not on. Oh my god, this is impossible.
That's not working now, and you hear today.
And I don't have a valid key to queue party.
What to say? He doesn't want to
so
say
I don't know what to do.
Okay, he doesn't want to say the war's going on, but the bottom.
And I have dinner right now.
He won't even be clear about why we're fighting the war anymore. And I'm telling you, there's a real problem. The nuclear material is still there, and it can still be fashioned into those 16 bombs over time. So this is where then you get this horizontal escalation where now they've really working on this because now it's a long war.
They start attacking their neighbors.
And try to make it the consequences go on for months. So just imagine, when are your friends exactly going to move back? So let's say the war is over tomorrow. Are they moving back tomorrow? No. And when was last time, have you started to plan for your next vacation in Dubai?
Well,
I've been to Dubai.
I was planning speaking there in a month's time, but it's been cancelled already.
Well,
so.
just start to think about that. And
damn.
Like a drone attack could
Dubai is not safe anymore, which is kind of crazy. How much money are UAE losing to Dubai right now?
This was the playground of the rich and famous here. This is really now changing, and it may come back a year or two from now, but it took 2 years for air travel to come back after 9/11. Just think about that. Now, we haven't gotten to stage 3 yet, which gets to your girlfriend's point.
How do we move from stage 2 to stage 3?
Oh, well, because you still don't know where the nuclear material is. And we don't have to move to to stage 3 this week. We could do it a month from now, 6 months from now. The problem is we've now put in place a much more aggressive leadership, much more aggressive regime. We've taken away some of the what may have been guardrails. We can't say for sure for the nuclear weapon. This new regime, much more likely, and we've given them every incentive to develop the nuclear bomb. We're killing them.
Why are people so against Sphinx though? Like, why don't people just enable Sphinx notification and then if people would need it, just go to it. If you don't need it, don't go to it. Like, what's up with this?
So we've taken away their incentive not to have.
What's the point of disabling it?
So we will start to worry as each week goes by, not because we have great intel, not because our human, it's because of the opposite. We don't have the exquisite intelligence we had with the Obama deal to know we had frozen the program. Now that we have Swiss cheese at best, and what we will see in the holes of the Swiss cheese are indications of nuclear development. And that will make us worry because
yeah, I'm disconnecting, bro. Something is seriously wrong with Hypixel. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna eat my dinner.
What's gonna happen with these? If we're gonna give,
is this really a rage bait mission?
So these are the kind of worries we will have that will push us to the ground options, and that That is with stage 3.
Well, sure, but you still need to wait because
the
I got dinner.
retaliation approaches the homeland.
How many people?
If ISIS, with its 30 to 40,000, remember, ISIS was not a state. Iran is an actual state with 92 million people. So if ISIS can foment command-directed, inspired suicide attacks and other attacks.
Okay, what about the
San
other
Bernardino,
just
to kind of
chords?
bring it a little bit closer to home here, across the United States, Paris, remember the big Paris attack? So why exactly is Iran not? I mean, ISIS was a lot weaker than Iran.
I'll join while being FK.
They're working on that. They're working on a terrorist attack.
Well, I think that my work tells
It's
me
my old
that
account. It's not my main.
likely to come with the presence of the ground forces by us. Doesn't mean it's a necessary condition.
It's my old
It's
account
just
with 2
most
L's. You can
Russia
invite.
in '96, with our help, we played a trick on them, assassinated the
Oh,
Chechen
dude,
leader. It's a leader of its republic in Russia called Chechnya, Dudayev. Only 1 million people. And Russia killed the guy. And we actually have pictures of him seeing the missile hitting him, because we can put the cameras right in the nose cone. Then the new guy took over. His name was Baziev. And he launched, within 3 months, not the next week, Operation Jihad. And his Operation Jihad was much more vicious tactics. Kicked the Russian forces. Russia's a big country. You know, almost 200 million people compared to this little province of 1 million. Kicked the Russians out after 3 months, launched waves of suicide attacks, massive kidnappings here. This really went on for years and years. So when you say, are they planning it?
Is that
I
you?
don't think it's quite right, Stephen. It's not like they have the detailed plan they're about to execute. They have the next wave of possibilities, which would come, I think, most likely with stage 2. So stage 3. So as this is expanding, as the war expands and we go global, you are already seeing it global with the supply chain, and you're seeing it with the oil. So that's already happening. So what Iran said today, the response to Trump's press conference today, that just literally happened before we came on, is, okay, we will allow Gulf states your oil tankers to come through if you kick the Americans out. So kick the Americans out and we'll let you pass.
If you don't.
If you don't, we got drones. So they didn't put that in there, but everybody knows they got drones.
And again, if you were explaining this to a 16-year-old,
yep,
just to keep it super simple, there's this passageway across the water where a lot of the oil tankers go.
Yep, it's Strait of Hormuz.
Hormuz?
Yep.
And it sounded like the tankers are refusing to go through there at the moment.
Sure, because one has been hit. But it only takes one to be hit with a drone. Only one, because the people driving those tankers here, they're doing it for a paycheck, not a bullet. They're not really wanting to die for this. This isn't a nationalist cause to ship the oil.
Explain why it matters to the world. If oil doesn't go through this Strait of Hormuz, what happens?
Yeah, well, we can talk about it in like technical terms, but the big thing to say is this is what's going to increase the price of gas at the pump. And it's already gone up. When you cut the flow of the oil, it has global effects. It doesn't just affect this little region here. It doesn't just affect China over here. It affects everybody. And that's why the Europeans are starting to freak out, because every government worries about, we talk about affordability. That's about to change.
And is this your point about how it changes the politics at home? Because someone goes to the pump today, they go, why is the oil higher?
That's right. Why is we now have 4.4% unemployment. And President Trump was trying to say it's all getting better, the interest rates are going down. Well, that all predicated on us not having inflation. You see, when the oil is cut, the inflation goes up, the affordability becomes a problem. That is what is panicking a lot of the businesses right now, because they're going to lose business. And it's a problem of risk. It's not just about the damage. So a few of these drones can have an inordinate effect on risk. Now, let's bring in another piece, which is Russia, we find out, is providing targeting intelligence to Iran, much the way we provide targeting intelligence to Ukraine to hit targets in Russia. And what does that mean? That means those drones, which are precision guided, now can more easily find exactly which ship to hit. So
Do we know that Russia are doing that?
We've got it pretty well confirmed from, you would hear much more pushback here. And what you're hearing from Secretary Hegseth is it's not happening. You're saying, oh no, well, let's not over worry. No, it's happening and they're worried because that's again, the dancing around. They're not denying the fact that it's actually happening.
I think Trump actually, when asked, said words to the effect of, I wouldn't blame them because that's what we do to them.
Exactly. And why is he talking to Putin today? He's not talking, he was just on the phone with Putin before he did his press conference. What's he talking to Putin about? About intel, I'm sure. And maybe cutting a deal, which is we'll deny the Ukrainians the intel if you deny. You see, this is the cascading effects of the politics dominates the tactics.
And that's exactly what Trump said. He said on March the 7th, when asked about Russia teaming up with Iran on intelligence, he said, if we asked them, they'd say, we do it against them. Wouldn't they say that? We do it against them? It's almost justifying it.
Trump often just speaks his mind. Sometimes he kind of hides things, but often he speaks his mind. And what you're seeing here is, this is the natural thing. Russia is what's good for the goose, good for the gander. They're doing the same thing to us that we've done to them, and they're doing it to hurt us. You see, so rather than just spasmodically or spasm response here, which we often think the foes we're up against are stupid. We essentially think they're dumb. We call that irrational. But what's really happening, Stephen, is since the Vietnam War, we have been up against foes that have understood something about America, which is the way to get at us is politically. Make it a long war. Play the politics. You can't go toe-to-toe with us on the battlefield. We'll just clean their clock over and over. They don't often try. They don't go toe-to-toe with us. We lost the Vietnam War with never losing a battle. How did we lose? We lost the long game. 58,000 dead, no end in sight, a forever war. What are we doing this for? That is how the North Vietnamese won. And that's how the Afghan Taliban won. That's how the bad guys typically beat us. They don't always win, but the bottom line is we have a soft underbelly. It's not the military.
Much of the reason most people haven't posted content or built their personal brand is because it's hard and it's time consuming and we're all very, very busy. And if you've never posted something before, there's so many factors in your psychology that stop you wanting to post. What people will think of you. Am I doing this right? Is the thing I'm saying absolutely stupid? All of these result in paralysis, which means you don't post and your feed goes bare. I'm an investor in a company called Stan Store, which you've probably heard me talk about. And what they've been building is this new tool called Stanley that uses AI, looks at your feed, looks at your tone of voice, looks at your history, looks at your best performing posts and tells you what you should post, makes those posts for you. You can also just use it for inspiration. And sometimes what we need when we're thinking about doing a post for our social media channels is inspiration. Building an audience has fundamentally changed my life, and I think it could change yours too. So I'm inviting you to give this new tool a shot and let me know what you think. All you have to do is search coach.stan.store now to get started. One of the smartest things a business can do is build like a bigger company without actually hiring like one. But the problem we all face is that most companies don't have every skill in-house. So when I look at the businesses seeing real success today, the consistent pattern with all of them is how quickly they move. They bring in specialists with skills in emerging areas to keep themselves ahead. Even in our company, we've spent the last year pulling in talent across areas like AI native strategy, no-code builds, and product workflows. And we find this talent through our longtime partner, Fiverr Pro. Their premium service only shows you vetted talent, so you've always got the safeguard that anyone you pull in to help you with a complex project has the skills that you're after and will deliver to the same high standards as your internal team. And most importantly, they'll keep up with the pace. It's a simple strategy, but it lets us stay agile without compromising on quality. So if you need these kind of skills in your business, head to pro.fiverr.com to find pioneering talent to fill your business's gaps. That's pro.fiverr.com. What do you think happens next? If you had to, no fence sitting.
Yeah.
If you had to predict what you think happens next, what would you predict?
Well, I say this at the end of the Foreign Affairs article that just literally came out a couple hours ago, which is President Trump is on the horns of a dilemma. And he has no golden off-ramp. He's looking for off-ramps, but there's no golden one where he comes out politically ahead. So he's got a choice, sometimes called a Hobbesian choice, where you cut your losses, accept political loss now, and right now, if he pulls back, and what does it mean to pull back? You got to pull your forces back. It's not enough to say you're just doing a pause. If you want to stop for real, you take those aircraft carriers and you send them out somewhere. You send them to Asia, you send them here. You got to actually you got to do something here. So choice one is you stop your bombing campaign, you cut your losses, you do your best to say we just wanted to destroy missiles, even though nobody will believe it, okay? But that means you accept a modest loss now, or the other is you double down and you go on for more weeks. Go on for more weeks, hoping you'll kill this leader and maybe the next one won't be so bad, or you'll have some other sort of outcome that you can't imagine. And Trump is nothing. I call him a chaos kid. He thrives in chaos. And he often comes out of this with something happening, like when, sort of down the road, you didn't expect it. He probably didn't expect it. But in this case, the price is more likely going to be a political failure of the first order because we have the midterms coming. So if he's got a choice, stop now, cut your losses, accept a limited political defeat, or double down, go on for a few months, go through more stages of this smart bomb trap I'm explaining, and you're really now in Lyndon Johnson territory. Remember I mentioned before, where in Vietnam, he kept escalating, kept moving up the escalation ladder, every rung. He said, well, no, we have escalation dominance. We're just going to double down. We're going to hit them harder the next time. We're going to do this the next time. Sound familiar? And then what happened is it became absolutely clear that this was going nowhere, and the '68 election was coming. And Lyndon Johnson's own Democrats said, Mr. President, we can't ride your horse into that. We got to do something. And the problem is they didn't pull the plug fast enough here. That's how they lost. They don't pull the plug fast enough, so you end up having a bigger loss later.
When you talk about the underbelly that the United States has, where they can't prolong these wars, am I right in thinking this is basically a function or a consequence of living in a democracy, where every 4 years...
I think it's a function of a war of choice. So when we were attacked in Pearl Harbor, we were attacked. Mm-hmm. We were reluctant to get in World War II. And we didn't get in until we were actually struck at Pearl Harbor. That was enough to really make us angry. We were pissed off.
Okay, let me see this.
Okay? And we were
don't you need to download
not just
it?
for a month, but we were getting some real payback here. And that's how vicious that island hopping campaign was and why it was so vicious. Here, and that went on. And when we ended the war in dropping those atomic bombs, 22% of the American public wanted us to forget the Japanese surrender and drop more atomic bombs. 22%. We were that angry. So when we are attacked first, we have the politics in our advantage. When we do a war of choice, we can make up all the reasons why it was a good idea to throw the first punch. They were going to hit us. We were going to. But when we throw that first punch first, that's a war of choice. And this puts the politics in the other camp's advantage. And that's the problem that we're facing here. Iran didn't hit us first. They didn't hit us first in June. They didn't hit us first before that.
So on this point of war of choice.
Yeah.
There's really two questions I have front of mind. One is, was Trump right that if he didn't attack, then they would have enriched uranium, they would have made a nuclear weapon, and that would have put not just the region, but the world at danger, in your view? And then the second one is this sort of ongoing debate around the role of Israel in this war. And I think it was Marco Rubio that came out and I think maybe accidentally said that the reason why they attacked Iran was because they heard that Israel were about to attack Iran.
So let's go back to the Friday, the day before we start the bombing campaign. This is February 27, literally 3:15 Washington time. That's when Trump makes the go decision. But what's in his, what is he choosing between? He has an offer on the table from Iran for a better deal than the Obama deal for America. And it is, it's not absolutely perfect. They still want to have some minor enrichment to, but the, verification, lots of things here. Now, maybe it's still not perfect, but President Trump has a choice on that Friday afternoon. He can go back and he can work this deal. He can, you know, after all, deal maker, right? Let's assume he's good at deal making. So he can go back and work the deal. But that's not what he does. What he does is he throws that deal away.
Okay, I think I found it on
also the Supreme Leader, when he killed that, the Supreme Leader was on board with that deal too. And what do we do instead? We go through regime change. So the choices here, Stephen, were, before we got to stage 2, we were in stage 1. Stage 1, we had hit Fordo. There were negotiations. And
oh, you were in the stream. I didn't have chat open.
Better deal than the Obama deal.
Okay. Because I bought the thing before I downloaded it. Will that have an issue?
This
I hope
story
not.
You're hearing they were going to do X, Y, or Z. There was a deal.
They have a sale right now. Oh, I just fully ignored that sale, I think.
Why did he say that they attacked because Israel were
I think I paid 53.
Okay, I want to play this video, which is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
If we stood and waited for that attack to come first,
Unless that is the sale.
we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action.
Very wise decision.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So what that shows you is that it's the tail wagging the dog, that Israel is going to attack. As I'm saying, just happened in June. It's a replay of what happened in June. Israel may well have, we don't know why Israel decided to attack and kill the Supreme Leader. It was actually Israeli bombs who killed the Supreme Leader, and also those other replacement leaders as well. But Israel may well have been thinking that, my goodness, Trump is getting too close to a deal. That's what happened in June. Trump was on the edge of a deal with Iran, and then Israel goes and kills the negotiators, you see. So just think about that for a moment. Trump is negotiating with the Iranians, and then they say, well, okay, come back the next day, and what is there the next day? Israeli bombs killing them.
So I mean, that's not a great way to handle a partnership.
Well, it's just showing you we had another choice. We could have told Israel not to do it. We could have told Israel, if you do this, we're going to cut off all your military aid for the next 3 years. That would put some pressure on Israel. Now, then Trump would have to pay a price politically. So I'm not saying that's an easy thing to do. Don't get me wrong. But we need to understand that Trump, these are the pressures for escalation in the escalation trap. So I'm trying to explain why this isn't just randomly happening, Stephen. It's not like, oh my goodness, I can't follow what's occurring. So that's why when Trump says in today's briefing, talks about stopping the air campaign, is he going to stop Israel's campaign? That's the question that did not come up today. It's in I put it on my X. One of the big questions that did not come up is, President Trump, are you going to call Netanyahu and tell him to stop bombing Iran?
Does Trump control Netanyahu, in your view?
Well, again, it's about pressures here. It's about what are the ways you
Wait, did I download this shit?
It's not about a matter of like a personal loyalty relationship. This is politics of the first order. That's what I'm trying to explain. So for President Trump to stop Netanyahu from...
Du faktiskt norsk. Jag trodde inte du var norsk, men okej. Det sa inte. För jag husker jag spurte en gång om du var norsk, och du sa nej. Så när blev du plötsligt norsk? Spännande.
You don't really want to start the trap in the first place.
And I asked you a second ago, no fence sitting, what happens next in this war based on everything you've studied for the last 30 years, the 20 years of doing
I
simulations?
think it's more likely than not that maybe not in the next week or two. I've said on my Substack, it's more likely than not we will get to a limited ground deployment here because of the fizzle.
Okay.
I keep saying because of the enriched
Noe spesielt jeg må trykke på.
that is floating around, and we know it's dispersing. We know it's dispersing. We don't know where it is. And there could be literally hundreds of rooms, not much bigger than this size, maybe 2 or 3 times this size that we're in, that could be used to fashion a Fat Man style A-bomb. Not to miniaturize it to put on a warhead. That would be more sophisticated. But if what you want to do is you want to have a Hiroshima bomb that can kill 75,000 people in a second or 10 seconds, that is what they are in that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about can they miniaturize the bomb to put it on the nose cone of a missile. They don't need it. That's very sophisticated stuff. We couldn't do that for 10 years.
So I guess there's two questions that come to mind. The first is, to understand someone's behavior, you have to like understand their motivations. And I think a lot about like where Trump is in his career, legacy, how much that matters to him. It appears, from what I've seen, the whole thing around him wanting to win the Nobel Peace Prize, the peace board, being the president that stops it appears that he's thinking about how he's going to be remembered. And when I'm looking at some of his interviews recently, he's saying things like, I don't want it to be the case that in 10 years' time or in 5 years' time, the US have to go back in again because like I didn't do a good job. And it made me start to believe that actually one of the reasons why we might escalate
Har dere en VPN også, eller? Det er ikke en VPN.
is because legacy changes in hindsight. And if we think about George W. Bush,
I think you're putting your finger on it, Stephen.
George W. Bush's legacy now is like completely tarnished because of this one war and actually how it ended.
Yep. But also being picky, minor, petty, I see them worried about their legacy. The national security advisors, their assistants, they're worrying about their legacy. Do they want to go down in the history of American history as X, Y, or Z? And this is how humans are. It doesn't stop with like how much money do you have. It's what's going to happen with your legacy.
So with that in mind, if you think Trump is legacy motivated, does that increase the probability?
In part, I want to be careful. Yeah. In part, it's always a balance.
He can't be re-elected, so I'm like, that's not motivating him because you play differently if you think you can win a second term, which I knew would be important to him. But if he is legacy motivated now, when you think about which direction he's going to go in, it does appear on the balance.
Men har du en VPN I tillegg, eller bare for spill?
And the biggest mess that could really embarrass him in his legacy with international is if Iran has a nuclear bomb and they detonate a test, say next September. Let's just imagine what would happen next September. So people need to think about, the discussion of Iran and nuclear bombs here is not very strategic. It's to scare you. It's, they're going to get a bomb and the first one's going to go on Tel Aviv, the second one's going to go on New York. I don't think that's the sequence. Why would they, if they're willing to commit suicide to take out Tel Aviv, they don't need 16 bombs, okay? If they're willing to have their entire population destroyed they just need one bomb, take out Tel Aviv, they're done, right? That's not what's going on. They're following the North Korea plan. The North Korea plan that North Korea figured out when we went through this with North Korea in the 90s. Okay, the very same thing, except we didn't do the bomb.
Chicago 1-4.
We avoided the trap.
But Chicago?
Multiple bombs at the same time. So what they want to do, if they can do this, is have, say, 5 bombs working at the same time. And the first bomb goes off as a test in the mountains. And then what do we say? Oh, they blew it. They're stupid.
The manual server selection.
And then they do a second test.
In North America.
Still in their mountains. Okay. When we dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima.
US Chicago 0403.
When we dropped the second one, nobody needed to wait for
the third or fourth. Nå tenker logisk. Nummer 1 sikkert mest brukt. Nummer 4 sikkert nesten mest brukt.
this is again, we're talking about
Jag tror jag går
now.
för nummer 3.
You know, let's call it the brown belt or black belt strategy here. That they are, and notice they have been very smart in their escalation. What you would do is the North Korea strategy, which is, again, you want multiple bombs, and then you want to do some tests. And even if one doesn't quite work, you want to have another. You want to have multiple bombs so that you can do multiple tests, you see. And that is how North Korea basically stopped Trump trying to kill the leader. So notice that Trump wants to say it was just his winning personality because, you know, Trump is so charming here. But North Korea now has 60 working nuclear weapons, as, you know, best we can tell. And the idea that we're going to start killing leaders in North Korea anytime soon, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
They're kind of immune now, right?
Well,
Visar sig det IP, men.
that Ukraine had a bunch of nuclear weapons in the 90s, gave them up. And there's a lot of people in Ukraine right now who are saying, boy, I wish we had those nuclear weapons back or else we wouldn't be fighting this war. So you start to look at the history. Why does America have nuclear weapons here? Are we an evil country? And the reason we have is because we're evil? We want it for our security. So why doesn't Iran want it for their security? So this is the strategy part that we have to, the politics, Stephen, I keep trying to talk about.
So
US Chicago.
Your prediction is that we're going to move to stage 3, where Trump puts...
Okay, I'll go 75-25.
75% which way?
That we will send in some ground forces to get that dispersed material. The only 25% would be if somehow magically the Iranians gave it to us. So that's where the 25% comes from, because there is some chance that there's some. I don't want to. I mean, we live in the real world here. So but I think the problem we're going to face is it's going to become more. And if you're in Iran right now, exactly why aren't you fashioning the nuclear weapon?
US Ashburn kunde få det väck.
For months and say we won't kill you, and then you wake up one day and you're dead. We've done this movie now several times on Iran. Your best chance of survival is a nuclear weapon. And so we now know that. Our intel knows that. Israel now knows it. We've taken these
Ashburn
options. So unless Trump will make a deal,
US Chicago ser bra ut.
so I think if he makes a deal,
there's
a chance that Iran will go forward here.
If the 75% path plays out, we put boots on the ground. What happens then?
Now we're at stage 3. Now we've moved to stage 3 because we have to search so we will start by deploying ground forces in a very limited area. Say we're going to go to Esafan, it's called. That's the we have a...
Okay, Ashburn.
The thing I'm trying to explain, assume this is a...
För det här står Chicago, men det går upp och ner. Typ byta fram och tillbaka, jag känner ingenting.
A small footprint. And again, we have several options here to do it. And so the hunt will be for the enriched material. But let's say that we even find it, Stephen. How do we know that in the intervening almost a year since the bombing, 10 months since the bombing, how do we know they haven't enriched more somewhere else? Because this is what happened with the WMD and Iraq and Saddam Hussein in the 90s through 2003. We had inspectors in. We could never be sure there wasn't material. And the problem was over time, the fear got worse and worse and worse.
What?
And the fear is a nuclear handoff or the radiological handoff. You hand off some of that material to Hezbollah, to the Houthis.
Who are Hezbollah and the Houthis? They're like terrorist groups?
We call them terrorist groups. And Hezbollah, which is this famous terrorist group, started in 1982. How did Hezbollah start? Where did it come from?
Is it the CIA again?
No, it's Israel. Israel invades southern Lebanon in June of 82 with 78,000 combat soldiers, 3,000 tanks and armored vehicles. So think about that. That's like invading Chicago with 78,000. So or LA with 78,000, okay? So they invade southern Lebanon with 78,000, Israel does. 1 month later, Hezbollah is born as a resistance movement. So Hezbollah was born out of resistance to Israel. They have hated Israel from the beginning because that's how they were born, you see. So what you have is you have a group that's been radical since 82. This has been going on since 82. Israel just can't put that Hezbollah group out of business. And what are they doing literally this week? They're trying to depopulate this Beirut, the city of Beirut. Because what happens when you go up against terrorist groups, which we haven't described, but the terrorist group here is like a group that's in a sea of people, okay? And you keep saying, all I want to do is get rid of that terrorist group. The problem is that in all that effort, military effort to get rid of the terrorist group, you do kill them, but they regenerate and they regenerate and they regenerate, just as Hezbollah has for, 45 years almost. Okay, and so what do you then push to do? Get rid of all the people.
So you think I'll just genocide?
I don't want to use those terms because I've written about that. That has certain very specific. So that's a whole conversation here. But I just want to point out, how is it that Israel got itself into the idea they were going to cleanse, expel large portions of the 2 million out of Gaza? That happened because they got into stage 3 of the escalation trap in Gaza. So this isn't just about America. So we're only talking about the escalation frameworks with respect to this one conflict, really. It applies much more broadly. I've developed these since I taught for the Air Force because I needed to find a way to help our government, our military, understand how the transition from the bombing or the military piece to the outcome. And what's in the middle is the military, the bombs change politics. They change politics in the enemy. They change politics for us. For us, we don't want to lose, and that's why we got stuck in 2 forever wars. And now we may well just get right back into another one. Not because Trump wants to. So he's being sucked into it.
So what happens after stage 3?
Stage 3, this is what America has faced in Vietnam, and President Biden faced this in spades here. When you try to pull out after you're in stage 3 and end these ongoing conflicts here, usually it ends poorly for your legacy. And you saw that with Lyndon Johnson, and you saw that with President Biden. President Trump is the one who was negotiating with the Taliban to pull out, but President Trump wouldn't leave, not leave. He didn't leave before. Who did he hand it off to? He handed it off to Biden. Biden pulled out, and what has Biden's legacy been? It's been negative ever since. If you look at his opinion polls, President Biden, you will see he was riding high until he withdrew from Afghanistan, and he never recovered. Yes, inflation hurt too. The bigger hit was the Afghanistan problem. And this is why President Trump is really stuck. You see, he's on that horns of the dilemma. Does he want to accept the short-term price, which is real, or does he want to go and double down, and then you face the potential long-term price of becoming LBJ and President Biden?
Kan jag redirect loggen i computer?
I've just invested in, it's growing like crazy. I want to be the one to tell you about it because I think it's going to create such a huge productivity advantage for you. Whisperflow is an app that you can get on your computer and on your phone, on all your devices, and it allows you to speak to your technology. So instead of me writing out an email, I click one button on my phone and I can just speak the email into existence, and it uses AI to clean up what I was saying. And then when I'm done, I just hit this one button here and the whole email is written for me, and it's saving me so much time in a day because Whisper learns how I write. So on WhatsApp, it knows how I am, a little bit more casual. On email, a little bit more professional. And also, there's this really interesting thing.
Jag ser de här
little phrases to automatically do the work for me. I can just say Jack's LinkedIn, and it copies Jack's LinkedIn profile for me because it knows who Jack is in my life. This is saving me a huge amount of time. This company is growing like absolute crazy, and this is why I invested in the business. And Whisperflow is frankly becoming the worst kept secret in business, productivity, and entrepreneurship. Check it out now at Whisperflow, WISPRFLLW.ai/Stephen. it will be a game changer for you. We have finally caved in. So many of you have asked us if we could bundle the conversation cards with the 1% diary. For those of you that don't know,
Jeg ser det klart nå, jeg skjønner ikke. Står jeg riktig her, og så bare apply browser, ikke?
To the next guest. We don't release those questions in any environment other than on these incredible conversation cards. These have become a fantastic tool for people in relationships, people in teams, in big corporations, and also family members to connect with each other. With that, we also have the 1% diary, which is this incredible tool to change habits in your life. So many of you have asked if it was possible to buy both at the same time, especially people in big companies. So what we've done is we've bundled them together and you can buy both at the same time. And if you want to drive connection and instill habit change in your company, head to thediary.com to inquire and our team will be in touch. I have to ask then, you know, you said when you're in the White House, they're very smart people.
Yeah, pretty smart.
Presumably,
Viser ikke IP-meldingen
this
av det
stuff,
da.
or someone around him knew that, by the way,
So-
when you drop bombs, these sort of very specific bombs we have now that can hit a very narrow target and take out a leader, you get into an escalation trap. Surely he knew this.
I believe General Kane told him almost this in so many words. I believe it. I don't have the exact evidence for it, but we have some inklings of it.
What do you think he thought was going to happen?
I think I've described Trump as the ultimate chaos kid. There are people who thrive in chaos. They feel the best when they're in a chaotic situation. And I think that he believes he can navigate the chaos better than anybody else.
So what I want to, the answer to the question I was looking for is, what did he
Er det på
think was
selve
going to
profilen min da,
happen?
eller
Did he
hva mener
think,
du?
I'll drop these bombs, Khomeini will be out, someone else will come in, then we'll negotiate with that guy, and then we'll get a better deal?
I think that's not quite, I think that's too specific. People keep looking for that, and my experience here, it also is that's too narrow of a way to understand what I think happened here. And again, we're reading quite a bit into very few tea leaves here, because this will come out over time. But I believe that what you're seeing with President Trump is he likes to do what's called mixing it up. He wants to get the chaos going, and then he reads the chaos very well.
I
And
guess,
when
yeah.
it's a media storm, man, there's very few people that have beaten him. Just think about that. That's why he's president twice. He's beaten quite a few black belts at this, right? But this is a different story. So if you take that same MO and you apply it to political violence, now you have these other actors, you have this other set of momentum. You have Israel playing this big role, you have the Iranians playing a big role. You're suddenly now have more players that can trap you in the chaos. And this
Jeg hadde jo nettopp Chicago på, hadde ikke jeg? Hæ?
Now with Venezuela, he also went through the first stage of the trap, and notice in
Minecraft.
Venezuela, he just said, "Oh yeah, we're just going to forget about developing the oil. No second stage." Okay, so in with Venezuela, there's a reason why that has paused. It's because he didn't go to stage 2 because the oil company said, "We're not going to die for you to build that oil." So he is basically he took out one person, just literally one person. That person's not even dead yet. And he's not really developing any of those oil fields in Venezuela. They're just not being developed.
He said he has a good relationship with the Venezuelan government now.
As long as, because he's not doing any, the Venezuelan government, he's leaving them in place. He's basically declaring victory and moving on.
He removed Maduro, kept the others in, and
Okay.
Kept the regime.
Skal jeg prøve nå?
that might have somewhat inspired his move to bomb Iran, because it appears on the surface that Venezuela kind of didn't go too badly. It kind of was a political victory.
Chaos kid.
Chaos
Because
kid.
chaos.
Snatched him out.
Kan jeg logge inn på spillet nå uten å bli bannet?
This would be, the equivalent would be last June. So last June, okay, he went through stage 1 and he tried to stop. What made the difference here? It wasn't Trump. It was the intel he got from Netanyahu. The phone call from Netanyahu, which is President Trump getting ready. We're about to assassinate the supreme leader and about 20 of his associates, the other leaders here. You decide how you want to handle this, but we're taking off. And so that did not happen with the Maduro regime. So just imagine that there was another country that had, after Trump took out Maduro, decided they were going to keep assassinating the regime in Venezuela.
Jeg redd for å logge inn på spillet en gang.
You made a quite famous prediction, Professor, you predicted in 2009 that America's era as the world's only superpower was ending.
Oh, yes, and I think that is true. We haven't talked about China, but I believe that since Trump has come into office, he's making China number one. His tariffs have done nothing but help China. China's been on charm offensive since the tariffs
Pourquoi on
have,
Frankrike här
and
nu?
they're picking up all the pieces. I was just spent 2 weeks in China in June while we were bombing Iran. I said I had to learn how to do social media. I toured advanced industries in China for 2 solid weeks. One of the most amazing trips I've ever had in my whole career. And it was stunning. So, Stephen, since COVID, almost nobody has gone to China. Now, if they have, they've gone to Beijing or Shanghai. They haven't gone to Wuhan. They haven't gone to Shenzhen, visited the BYD electric car factories, seen the robots that are now doing the metallurgy. And you can't see it very well on the web because China's keeping it to themselves. They don't want to brag about it. They're going
hold on.
ahead. So Wuhan, to give you an example, Wuhan is kind of like Pittsburgh. It's a bigger version of Pittsburgh. It's an old steel area. That's not Wuhan today. Wuhan today is the AI.
Oh my God. It's working.
A robotic company. They're uplifting 9 million people in Wuhan.
Okay.
Their
Kan du invite mig?
medicine is improved.
Eller
Their
rit upp.
infrastructure is improved. They
Oh
have
my God.
more
I can warp, I
construction
can warp, I can
jobs
shit.
than ever before
Oh my God.
because they have to build so much to uplift the whole 9 million people.
Ja.
This is what Pittsburgh should have done.
Jag kan bruka det. Det kostar bara 500 kronor, men det går fint.
From Western Pennsylvania.
Det är värt det, värt det, värt det.
To me to watch what's happened to Pittsburgh over the last 30 or 40 years. Wuhan, exactly the same trajectory in
Ja, no shit, det var ju ofta
city
ni vet.
is now one of the leaders here in they have a robotic silicon
Bro, I can oh my God, I can look in.
And why does this matter? Why does it matter
Yo.
if the US are no longer the world superpower? What then does history tell us is the consequence of that?
The consequence is, first of all, you get enormous tension here for violence. So when you see big hegemonic shifts, that means when one leader, the world's
Oh my God, I've never been this ever.
Replaced by another.
Okej, jag får bara hoppa på att det inte blir bannat, för det blir bannat så är jag wiped.
When they were fighting their wars, this is how you got essentially World War I because of the.
Jag har lust att joina ett party så pingar mig om det är bättre.
Russia versus Britain. So these rising and fall, they make a huge difference. Doesn't always happen. The one time it was peaceful was when America replaced Britain as number one. So just think about that. But other times.
Jag är bara rädd för allt som andra nord med connection till Sarah. Men
The US are
det var
now
så.
at war with the Middle East.
So what's interesting is to get ready for coming on here, I listened to the All In podcast, and I hope that's okay to talk about somebody else's podcast.
I love that show.
I think they're brilliant, by the way. I love it. But what they said, just in the most recent, is that Trump's playing a game for China. What they said is China's shaking in its boots, and that what this is about is it's kind of Venezuela plus Iran is all about to cause Xi to be shaking in his boots.
How is det få tag i party då?
He will somehow make some bigger deal with Trump. I think this is just wrong. I think that it may be that there's some, China does absolutely buy 90% of Iran's oil. There's no, we're not disagreeing with the facts of the matter.
Ja, så det ändrade för du loggar på servern. Ändrade det så om man så in på det inte. Hvis det inte gör det så är du safe.
My assessment here is China is probably thrilled that we're on the verge of.
För hvis det driver andra connection hela tiden mens du är in på så är det inte. Det är lite risky business.
They have about 20% of their GDP that energy, not GDP, 20% of their energy, it's a much smaller fraction of their GDP that turns on the oil issue. Most of their energy is not generated through oil. And so I think they would really, if they had to give all of the Middle Eastern oil up to suck us in to another forever war with Iran that would go on for years and years, oh my goodness gracious. Because they see themselves as growing through Asia and spreading their wings through Asia. And so to get us pinned down in the Middle East with an even bigger problem than we had with Iraq, This is manna from heaven for China, and that's what they told. That's what I saw when I was there.
Okay, so there is a ban. Okay.
Based on everything you've said and based on everything I know, I would really want this war to go on for a long time.
Oh,
Man, a Hypixel server in Chicago. Ain't no way, bro.
Prolong this thing, and also because Russia are in their own situation at the moment with Ukraine, so it's quite a distraction from whatever Putin's objectives are in Ukraine. No one's really talking about Ukraine this week.
And it's bad for the Ukrainians because what's happening is by the little bit that Putin has got himself involved here, there's
the Hypixel server is next to O Block. Oh my days.
Intel to the Ukrainians, if Russia will stop the intel.
The Hypixel servers is in the hood, bro.
To Putin's advantage with
Hypixel servers in the hood.
I think that you have a situation here, Stephen, where Putin, it's not so much he's itching to get in the fight, is he's trying to do it in ways that he gets something out of it in his relations war with Ukraine. Think about that with President Xi. I don't think the Chinese want to get in the fight. I think, in fact, right now, if I'm assessing this correctly, they're probably not wanting to get in the way of an enemy who's shooting himself in both feet. So right now, America's damaging itself a lot more than China could. And if China inserts itself, there's a very good chance then that would help Trump, again, pull a rabbit out of a hat. I don't think they want to do that. I think right now, you just look at this from, we're running out of what's called standoff PGMs. Remember Secretary Hegseth said, well, yeah, okay, we're running out of standoff PGMs, but we're going to do something from the bombs that we can drop more over country. Well, that's a problem for Taiwan. If we're going to defend Taiwan, we've got to do this with long standoff precision weapons. And everybody who studies this knows that. So
Chicago, Illinois.
Running low on standoff precision weapons.
Oi, oi, oi.
Thinking, my goodness, how much
They're fucking in the hood. They're fucking in the hood.
If Trump was listening, probably not the case. I think he just watches CNN and Fox News. But if Trump was listening, what would you say to him?
What I would tell him is take the deal. I would say stop right now and do everything possible to go back to the deal you rejected the day before you started bombing. And what your goal should be is to get as much of the 60% enriched uranium out of the country as possible. If you could also get the 20% enriched
Plus one
uranium
strength.
out, that would
Whoa.
be good too. But you're probably not going to get as good a deal because the supreme leader you were dealing with is gone. And you now have a much tougher, so you might have to accept President Trump a worse deal.
Are we just kicking the can down the road here? Because if you're an Iranian, like you've said, you've watched bombs drop, you've realized that the reason why you are such a target is because you don't have these nuclear weapons. So is there not an element where Iran getting nuclear weapons is inevitable in some way?
So, Stephen, this is the myth of 100% security. So we see this in not just America, but in lots of conflicts in history where
jeg trenger egentlig en ny invite til party ditt, bro. Eller kan du lage en nytt party, fordi the bad looks are gonna. Swings kommer til å ta så jævlig lang tid.
And sometimes a really good solution is to freeze it for 20 years. Just freeze it for 20 years. And you know what? You're right. You didn't permanently take it off the table. But if you can freeze a problem for 20 years, that's actually you might get lucky. You might get something good like the Soviet Union might just fall apart on you. You know, out of the blue, it might just fall apart on you. And not because you did anything, it's just because something else changed in the world. So the way to think about this, Stephen, is not this idea that we're going to take an action and have 100% security. This is how big powers lose wars. Big powers are up against these little countries. And think about how often they lose. We lose to Vietnam. That's how I got into this business in the first place. I wanted to understand that. And so this idea of the search for perfect security is often getting us into trouble. Kick a can down. You're right. It's only 20 years. I'll take that. That's better than where we are right now.
So I have actually lag for 1 year now and I only paid $50. So that's a good deal, bro.
Which has been a wonderful conversation, by the way.
And very diverse, but really focused on this subject of what's going on in the world at the moment with Iran and Trump and America's decline. What is the thing that we should have talked about that we didn't talk about?
the big thing, well, we're finally getting to it at the end, is the real consequence of what President Trump has done since coming into office. The real consequence of the tariffs, the real consequence of not just threatening discussion of Greenland, but becoming very aggressive with our European allies on Greenland, being very aggressive to the point of taking out a leader from Venezuela, which is in our Western Hemisphere. So it's creating, what this is really doing is it's threatening America's primacy. So I am a big believer that America should be the strongest, most secure state on the planet.
114 ping? What?
For us. That means that it does make it is valuable to be the top dog, to be the #1 strongest economic.
114 ping.
But
in you in Europe. How close are we to America, though?
With $40 trillion in debt,
We can't be that close.
With us pushing away our trading partners, with us engaging in hostile actions here, which are scaring the rest of the world to further drift away from us and maybe not side with China, but be neutral. Oh my goodness gracious. And again, as I said before, China is motoring ahead on the AI revolution. We're talking AI.
Isn't there
Are we really doing Wuhan? Are we up to Wuhan? I think it would be interesting for folks to go to Wuhan and actually visit, or go to Shenzhen and visit, or go to Hangzhou and visit and see where Alibaba is, and see that it's not just one company here, it's not just DeepSeek, that
Yo, Ringo joined.
That are being built, that are uplifting 10 million people at a swath. And my goodness, why aren't we doing that in America? We certainly need that in the Rust Belt.
Oh, Ringo logged on.
We're too distracted, which is what I'm trying to say is to China's advantage. And I think this is the real long-term price, which is, are we actually eroding our position as the world's #1? And I think our primacy is in danger.
Professor Robert Pape, we have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who. The question left for you.
Dude, Supitaya. Dude, this is massive.
You have for the future that most people do not want to hear.
Well, this is going to lead into the conversation. So I have a book coming out.
I got exit lag and I got 30 less ping and I'm no longer lagging. I mean, this is kind of a cheat.
I have spent the last several years focusing on what's happening with political violence in the United States and its normalization. And the biggest danger that we face, even bigger than Iran and all the problems we've just talked about, is the normalization of political violence in our own country.
By political violence, you mean?
I'm talking about, in the last 10 years, we have seen a surge of violent riots. We have seen a surge of political assassinations that we haven't seen since the 1960s. On top of that, we've just had Operation Midway Blitz in my city, Chicago. That is a surge of militarized immigration enforcement, which surged into neighborhoods over almost 300 times.
Crazy.
Not just a small. And then what happened after they left?
Yeah, I enabled some of them.
Chicago.
I enabled the ones that doesn't restart your PC.
More of that in Minneapolis. So this trajectory, Stephen, that we're on, where we are seeing the incredible normalization of political violence, and it's happening on both the right and the left. It's not. I'm not trying to make moral.
I feel like this party is no Sphinx, and I'm cooked.
It's probably the greatest danger
I'm cooked.
we face, because if we are our own worst enemies, think of what that means for us being that great power that is so important for us, and the great future we want for our families and our communities here. We are in danger of becoming our own worst enemies, not for a
Also,
day,
exit lag is bannable.
but for years.
Professor, thank you so much. If anyone wants to go and read more about many of the things we talked about today, where do they go? Substack? I'll link
I
that
would
below.
I would go. You can read my books on it. You can get them from Amazon.
I'll link
I
them
would go
below.
to Substack, and that's the escalation trap. And I would also just be aware that there will be more discussion of political violence. So it's not just political violence abroad, and it's not just political violence at
least
home.
one guy
It's
is doing
both
it.
happening at the same time.
Professor, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really,
We're done.
really enjoyed it. Thank you
so
very
much. That was fantastic. YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out, and I bet you might love it.
What? How does he know? Wait, this is a 3-hour video? Let me cook.
The Middle East, the part of Asia that Europeans see as the middle of what they see as the East. Sort of arbitrary, whatever, we call it the Middle East. This part of the world is literally where civilization started, right here in modern day Iran.
Bro, this is pay to win.
Borders here have been redrawn many times as empires.
Does this mean I will never lag, or does it still lag sometimes?
Make this time lapse.
Like, you never lag?
YouTuber did, and he deserves a medal for it. Or perhaps just a new patron. Thanks, man. Anyway, the most recent carving up of this region happened by European powers. The French, the British, the Russians. I mean, are we surprised? No. Like, of course it was the British. Of course it was the French. Of course it was Europeans. Of course. The lines they drew didn't really take into account language or ethnicity or...
I mean, I went from 145 ping to 110. Like, I'm pushing sub 100 ping, bro. Like, what is this? And I'm in Norway. I mean, isn't that good? I swear that's good ping.
The lines they drew stuck around and became the skeleton for what the borders look like today. And this is where our story starts. In the 1930s,
116.
here in the modern Middle East. At this point, across the ocean, there was this
He has 19 ping?
that had spent the last century moving west, taking over this whole continent and beyond deep into the Pacific Ocean. We've talked about that a bit. But things were changing. The world
Bro, it's
had
not
just
real.
fought
He has
a
19
brutal
ping, bro.
World War that was fought with new weapons that were powered by this new
Okay, so it still lags a lot because the server lags a lot.
Germany lost that war, in part because they didn't have access to enough oil to keep up with this new style of warfare that relied a lot more on machines. The young superpower realized that access to this stuff would determine who would be powerful and who would not. So they stopped looking west for a moment and turned east with hopes of finding the fuel they needed to build their power. The US presence in the Middle East started with one little dot right here. But soon that dot would expand into a sprawling network of alliances, covert attacks, flows of weapons, money, and the building of innumerable bases, and eventually turning into full-on ground wars. This is how the US stole the Middle East.
Ready?
You stole the Middle East?
All means necessary.
Of course, they steal everything.
And the US doesn't have a significant presence in the Middle East at this point. But that's about to change because there's a couple
America literally steals everything. No shock, bro.
explore this vast desert for oil.
11,000 miles from San Francisco, there lies a primeval desert. A mass of drifting sand and sun-baked earth, 1/3 the size of the United States.
This was sort of a risky
Okay,
decision for
tell
the
us
California
what
company
it's-
because first off, they had no idea if there was actually any oil here.
They knew it would mean sinking into the desert the money of thousands of stockholders in a project that might well end in complete loss.
And second off, this desert was a part of a very hardcore religious kingdom.
The fact that Mecca is the source and the shrine of Islam gives Saudi Arabia a central place in the Islamic and therefore the Arab world.
That was home to the holiest sites in Islam, run by a dogmatic royal family that did not like outsiders, especially non-believing Westerners. But even still, the king of the Desert Kingdom eventually gives the California company permission
Back-to-back rare mob. The fuck?
1 million square kilometers of this desert looking for oil.
Oh,
And
minus.
after a few
Yes.
years, the bet paid off. And on March 3rd, 1938, in this little patch of coastal desert, they struck gold. Well, actually they struck oil, but it might as well have been gold.
I mean, yeah, they just steal stuff illegally. And people care, but we can't really do anything about it, so...
Oil executives, workers, and their families started flocking to the Middle East, establishing the first significant American presence in the region. They set up little cities around the oil operation that were...
whilst they are in $40 trillion debt somehow. Like, what happened? How is this possible? 40 billion? No, 40 trillion, my bad. 40 trillion debt.
This is the sort of stuff that is very off limits in Saudi Arabia. It's literally illegal at this point. So you have a lot of Saudis who are not happy about their government letting the Americans in to behave however they want. But the oil kept flowing. And
Well, America is getting humbled right now by Iran though, so...
Listen,
like, America is losing business. Like, I don't know. They're losing so much money on this.
Protect you and protect us and protect the oil and stuff. And the Saudis are like, okay, having the great Satan come to our country for oil is one thing, but letting them set up a full-on military base on our soil?
367 magic find, by the way. Yo, massive. Swings.
Said the royal family. All of this oil is really
Okay.
valuable and it's really nice.
Hit it and dip.
So they're like, yeah, sure, set up the base. But there was one
That's the good thing. You can just hit it and TP away.
You are not
Actually, so nice.
plant a flag, no flagpoles of the United States. You cannot put your flag anywhere on this base. Instead, you can put a little plaque on the side of the building so that your flag is not literally on our soil. And that was the deal. And that's exactly what happened. The US sets up its first military operation in the Middle East in the form of a landing strip that is right next to this oil field.
How's that landing strip right now?
All of this infrastructure that the Americans were building required someone to build it. They needed a construction company. And there was one construction company that the Americans really liked that helped them build their oil city and their base. This company was founded and run by a guy named Mohammed. Now listen, do you think I'm really giving you the backstory on
Yeah, of course I'm hitting it.
built the air base and the oil city?
I need to be there for my own because I need to dig the burrow. So.
No, this is actually very relevant to the story.
But the other ones I can just hit and leave.
So the Americans and the Saudis are having this forbidden oil bromance, and it's going really well, and they are just, the oil is flowing, everyone's getting rich. And meanwhile, the rest of the Middle East is looking at Saudi Arabia and they're
What?
like,
It's currently hunting?
why are you like
Are you serious?
with America? And like, why are you letting them set up a landing
Why is he
strip
hunting
in
this
your
shit?
country? And the Saudi
Running
lords
mode, by the way. Let's go.
Do you realize
I
how
can just
rich
leave.
we
I don't
are?
need to stay there.
Like, if you were in our position, you would do the same thing, Egypt. Okay, so it's the 1950s, and let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy. His company, by this point, is thriving. The American presence in oil land is just exploding.
Wait, I still might not be able to max the bestiary though.
And so this guy is just
This Diana.
giant business. And he starts to have
Because I have work every single day this week, obviously. Apart from the weekend, but I think... When does Diana end?
That is a thing in Saudi Arabia to this day. Anyway, the point is, one of Mohammed's
3 days and 5 hours.
Osama.
Okay, so I can do... So it's including Friday, I guess.
Okay, a reminder that Saudi Arabia is not...
Is that still possible? No, that's still not possible.
the Osama bin Laden cliffhanger for a moment to tell you what else was going on in the Middle East at this time. Remember that it was...
Actually, I'm not lagging, maybe.
...to Saudi Arabia originally. But now, in the 50s and 60s, there was a new reason for the US to think about the Middle East. And that reason is because there's another big superpower that has nuclear weapons, called the Soviet Union, who is coming into the region and saying to everyone, come join Team Communism. And the US is like, hold my beer.
Bro, what? Soviet communism?
So in addition to oil, the US is now involved in trying to not let the Soviet Union have any power in this region. Over in Iran, there was a democratically elected leader that the US didn't like. They thought he was maybe a little too friendly with the Soviet Union. So they worked together with the British to literally overthrow the government of Iran so that they could install a dictatorial leader that was more friendly to the United States. Little side
What?
note here. the airport that I fly out of here in DC is named after the guy who like gave the go-ahead for this coup in Iran, John Foster Dulles. So I'm reminded of the whole Iran thing every time I fly. So the US has its oil thing. It's now involved in trying to prop up a dictator in Iran. There's another big thing happening that brings the US into the region, which is that the newly declared state
Yeah, I still get the Beaster W, bro. That's actually so nice. No downtime and yeah.
And the US gladly offers it, seeing Israel as a friendly nation in the region that could be a big proponent of US interests. So the US starts to fund Israel with tons of money and fighter jets and all of these things to help them fight their wars against their Arab neighbors. There was a debate happening in the United States on whether or not they should actually do all of this.
You didn't like that.
So intensely, because they knew if they did, they were going to piss off all of the neighbors in the Middle East. And all of the neighbors are the ones who had the oil. In the end, the US did decide to support Israel. And with that came a major backlash from all of these oil-producing countries in the neighborhood.
It's a crisis of such proportion that we probably haven't even begun to grasp it yet as far as the country is concerned.
Scenes like this are becoming all too common on both sides of the Atlantic. But for America, they are more ominous.
Oh, the Sphinx is actually going up quickly right now.
Weapon is wounding America, the country that
Not quickly enough, but still.
Eventually, this backlash against supporting Israel kind of calmed down. There was some peace talks, and anyway, let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy.
I still think Sphinx is slower than HARPY.
Where it really starts to heat up.
I
We
think.
decided to put together this compilation of all our Middle East videos because there are transformative events happening in the Middle East right now. The recent attacks on Iran from the US and Israel have reshaped the Middle East and are doing that right now as I'm recording this. And hopefully these videos are providing some context. But keeping up with the headlines is proving to be really difficult because every source comes at it with a different angle and a different bias. This is why I have partnered with Ground News. They are the sponsor of this compilation. And I've been using Ground News.
Yeah, right, with Mythic.
They've been a partner of the channel.
I'd assume so too.
Exist. Ground News is an app and a website that allows you to very quickly and thoroughly compare thousands of headlines from all around the world. It organizes them and breaks them down by what their biases are, their reliability, their factuality, and even tells you who these outlets are owned by. They've been recognized by the Nobel Peace Center for advancing media literacy. And let me just show you how this works and why it matters. Take one event, like the story about Iran's next
By doing solo?
Iran and the killing
Yeah, that's solo though.
leader in Iran was covered by
I know solo is longer, but
all with different angles. With Ground News, you're able to
like Lucher.
and see how the left and the right are covering it differently. For example, a left-leaning outlet emphasizes the human response from the Iranian diaspora in Washington. The right, represented by Fox News, focuses on the political backlash of the attack, framing the critics of these strikes as siding with Iran.
I do like this Beaster change here though, because this makes the actual rare mobs take longer to max than the common mobs. Which every single Beaster class, like every Beaster activity should be the case. Like for fishing, lava fishing, the rarest one should take the longest, not the, like the easiest one.
And it's completely subscriber funded. There's no like rich billionaire back there deciding what you see. It's completely funded by all of us who pay for it. If this is interesting to you, you can get in on the Vantage plan, which is the plan I use. You can get 40% off if you go to ground.news/Johnny Harris. You can also scan the QR code here on the screen. You get that 40% off. It ends up being like $5.
It's better than just having to do. Where's also some other scenarios of this?
And it is this world of religious authority.
But yeah, they should do this for Dungeon Beastery too, because Dungeon Beastery is kind of an issue.
And the Western invasion it has brought.
Some stuff that is stupid takes longer than stuff that actually like is normal to kill.
His construction company is giant. His 54 children are also rich, and his son Osama is growing up and is in his 20s and is looking around at all of this stuff happening in Iran and in Israel, and is starting to feel really uncomfortable with the notion of his family being so supportive of American presence in the Middle East, and his government, this religious kingdom, home of Mecca and Medina, being so okay with the US so embedded in the Middle East at this point. These are ancient, holy lands. Why is my government and my family supporting this great Satan superpower coming in and becoming so involved in the Middle East? So Bin Laden sets out on a lifelong quest to fight back against
Bin Laden?
superpowers, not just the US, but also the Soviet Union.
Wait, is Bin Laden from Iran?
He heads to Afghanistan, where the Soviet
No,
Union
he's not.
is
He's from
invading
Afghanistan, yeah.
trying to take it over. Bin Laden wants to fight back. By the way, the same year
Exactly.
in Iran, that dictator that the US put in gets
I
overthrown
was so confused for a
in a
second.
giant religious revolution that gets rid of the old dictator that the US liked and puts in a religious government headed by this guy.
It's kind of sad Diana stays right now. Like, everything is getting nuked. That's kind of how useless all the drops is. It's just Crown of Avarice that is the profit.
Through the person I elected, I would be pretty pissed too. So anyway, back to Bin Laden. He arrives to Afghanistan with a few things. Number one, a bunch of money. Remember, his family is like super rich. He also comes with construction infrastructure because he's like a construction guy. Like, his family knows construction and infrastructure building. But most importantly, he comes with an obsessive
6 million.
dedication to fighting back against any superpower that is invading the Middle East.
That's pretty
So
big.
Osama joins in with all of these rebel
There's only like
fighters
200
fighting back
more.
against the Soviet Union, and they fight a long, brutal war. By the way, the US was secretly loving this, loving that the Soviet Union was getting like beat back by these like rebel fighters. So they end up sending loads of weapons and money and support to these fighters, something that will come back to bite them a few decades later. Eventually, Osama and the Afghan fighters beat back the Soviet Union. It was 10 brutal years of war, and by the end, these fighters were battle-hardened. Osama was now completely dedicated to his cause of fighting back against superpowers who were coming into the Middle East. So he returns back to Saudi Arabia, where he starts raising money and awareness for his new group that he started while he was in Afghanistan. It's called Al-Qaeda, and the mission of the group is to protect Islam through violently striking back against big superpowers coming into the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia's like, Osama, like, do you have to do this, dude? Do you realize how rich we're getting? Like, Saudi princes are living on yachts in the south of France and like flying in their private jets, and they're like, dude, chill. Like, it's fine, we get it, we don't like the United States, but like, can you like maybe chill? Our partnership with the United States is actually
Maybe chill.
really great, and I know, yeah, they're really into Israel and they're really bad and everything, but like, they buy our oil and they give us
Why do America love Israel so much?
Osama
Like,
doesn't
Israel is terrible people. Like, the leaders of Israel is terrible people, bro. Absolutely terrible people.
So Osama finds another plan to maybe win back the
Israel is responsible for the most civilian civilian deaths in the 2000s, I think.
run by Saddam Hussein, who Osama sees as a really bad Muslim, totally secular and brutal, and he's just like not a good guy. Saddam is also cashing in on the oil boom. He's building big palaces and
The
statues.
leaders of Iran is not much better, but
Yeah, and he also used the oil money to build a giant
Trump is basically one of them now. Basically just like them. Maybe even worse.
that he could maybe multiply his oil reserves if he popped down to invade this little tiny country of Kuwait, where there's also loads of oil. This sort of freaked the Saudis out. If Saddam, with his giant army, could grab Kuwait, what would stop him from marching right across this desert into Saudi Arabia? So there's this moment that it's like the moment of infamy of this whole thing, where Osama goes to the Saudis and he says,
I volunteer as tribute.
he doesn't actually say I volunteer in tribute, that was Hunger Games.
I believe we have a volunteer.
But he effectively says, I have me and my battle-hardened men who like can go in and fight against Saddam and
Where did the people
defend
go?
the kingdom.
The
And
fuck?
the Saudis are like, no, we're not gonna like let this ragtag group of like rebel fighters fight off the 4th largest army in the world. And Osama's like, well, we beat the Soviets. Like, they're a big army with nuclear weapons and everything. And the Saudis are like, yeah, because you hid in the hills in caves in Afghanistan. Prince Sultan literally told Bin Laden verbatim, quote, there are no caves in Kuwait. And then he asks them, what will you do when he lobs the missiles at you?
No caves in Kuwait.
Biological weapons.
How is there no caves in a country? How is that impossible?
With our faith. And awkward. Sorry, dude. Like,
Fight them with our
instead,
faith.
the king met with somebody else that he thought would make a much better fit than bin Laden and his Faith Fighters.
Faith Fighters? Like,
Dick Cheney had flown to
how's that
Saudi
even a
Arabia
thing?
the day after Saddam had invaded Kuwait. At this point, the bromance between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia had cooled a
Oh yeah, I
little
can
bit,
sell
as
cameras.
Saudi
I
had
can get
gotten
rich.
more and more flack for
Give me this
being
money.
with the U.S. But even despite this, he told Cheney to come with as much force and as quickly as he could.
Is Griffin Feathers dead yet?
And that is exactly what Dick Cheney did.
Ready and willing to employ
How much is Griffin
all
Feathers?
means necessary.
The U.S. went insane here. They recruited 37 other countries, and then they sent more firepower in terms of ships and bombers and troops and all this stuff.
Why is he shurikening
It was
a Sphinx?
insanity. And they
Isn't
totally
it literally a
crushed
1 mil
Saddam.
drop or
Within a few
something?
weeks, they had pushed Saddam back
It has.
and completely won over the hearts of the royals. The bromance is back in business. So now you have these
Back in
Saudis that are
business.
beaming at the Americans for helping them fight off Saddam. And you have a bunch of bases that the U.S. set up to mount this attack. Way more than before. The U.S. came
Holy.
with all of this firepower and manpower and
Yeah, rest in peace my sacks on the Iron Man.
and they just sort of never left.
I think.
Something that really
Actually no, it's still decent.
Saudis who were very
I have 32,000 Griffin Feathers, I think.
But the guy who was most
Is it still worth something?
than anyone in the Middle East at this point, Osama bin Laden, who had not only been rejected by his own country, but then who got chosen instead, but the great Satan, the United States, a power that Osama had built his entire life fighting against. So Osama bin Laden starts to double down on his original mission. He leaves Saudi Arabia and begins coordinating
Bro,
very precise
nobody wants no anchors, gang.
that could really only be coordinated by a guy who was
I
doing
think.
technical details of a construction company and who had lots of money to fund it. He carries out attacks against the United States all around the world. And by the late 90s,
She died.
he starts planning the attack that would change our world forever.
Bro, he died to Incas?
So this is just the first half of the story. What happens next is something that we're all kind of familiar with.
9/11 or
In
what?
fact, I think we're all still kind of processing the US presence in the Middle East today and how that all went down. But it deserves taking a look at, and I'm not going to do that right now. I want to make a separate video for Iraq and Afghanistan and Israel and Iran and dive into each of these cases to show how the US presence in the Middle East is not just about oil. In fact, oil is becoming less and less of a vital aspect of the US presence as we have all.
I don't think so at all. It's all about oil.
Instead, our presence in the
For
Middle
Trump,
East
everything is about oil for Trump.
how we think about foreign policy
Fuck you
and
mean?
how we think about the map. It's become so embedded in our military doctrine and in our foreign policy doctrine that it's proving to be really
He cares
hard
about his own wealth and then oil. But that's also because his own wealth. He just manipulates markets. I don't know.
One of the most important wars of the last 50 years is one that we don't hear about much. When, in 1980, two of the Middle East's most powerful countries, Iran and Iraq, waged 8 years of some of the worst trench and...
Like, bro, he's using the Iran war for market manipulation. Like, what's happening? How is this real? And how is he still president?
into lines that
Like, what is going on, guys?
nearly every conflict.
How is this humanly possible?
Set the US and Iraq on a path that ultimately led to the American invasion, and it defined Iran's often hostile relationship with the wider world. This is the Iran-Iraq War.
Also, what does he need money for?
It's 1979, and Iran is in the middle of a revolution. The country is coming off of decades of being ruled by the Shah, a king that the US and UK had installed in the 50s after covertly overthrowing Iran's democratically elected leader. But after years of the Shah's corrupt autocratic rule, a mass uprising violently overthrows him, creating what becomes an Islamic republic, headed by an Ayatollah named Ruhollah Khomeini. Khomeini and a group of Shia religious scholars want to impose fundamentalist
That's not
rule on the country.
That's not the leader right now. I don't know, the leader died, but I think that's another guy.
And the neighboring Soviet Union. They
So Khomeini is literally just a family tree.
Revolutionary Guard, which is meant to protect
So
their
if it's
hold
just a
on the
family tree, then
revolution and to suppress the other groups who help.
I mean it's never gonna end. I
The
think.
US is watching all of this in shock. Their biggest ally in the region and a major oil producer has just turned from friend to fierce enemy. But the biggest tremors of this revolution are felt in the rest of the Middle East. Iran sends out radio broadcasts to Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Kuwait, and Iraq, calling for people to rise up and overthrow their own rulers. They're trying to export their revolution to their neighbors to gain new allies in the region. Neighboring leaders, most of them Sunni Muslim, don't like this. Saudi Arabia's king fears being overthrown, just like the Shah.
Oh, I cannot wait for spring break. Please be a good die during spring break. Yes, please. No, not spring break, it's Easter.
But he also sees this as an opportunity. Iran and Iraq have been fighting over this territory for years. This waterway is a critical access point to the Persian Gulf, where both countries export their oil to the rest of the world. In a treaty between the two back in 1975, Saddam had to give up full control of this waterway, as well as access to oil-rich regions in what was now Iran. Saddam hates this treaty and is considering taking the waterway back by force. The Iranian Revolution has left the country weak and fractured. Khomeini and his Revolutionary Guard are still fighting other political factions for control. The Iranian military, which used to be funded and trained by the United States, is now weak, its leaders having been jailed or executed after the revolution. Iran's military would normally be able to crush Iraq in an invasion, but maybe not anymore. Saddam sees this as an opportunity to weaken a major rival.
I do kind of need bookshelf done.
On a delusion that he himself is going to unify the Arab world under his leadership. If he invades Iran, maybe the rest of the Middle East will rally behind him against this new common enemy. He thinks it'll be a quick victory. So in September of 1980, he decides to prepare 10,000 Iraqi troops to cross the border to invade Iran. What's about to happen here isn't just the start of a new war.
Isn't it super expensive?
Saddam is kicking off.
Also, I have literally no money, man.
Middle East for more than 40 years.
I've gambled like 60 billion.
The fight between revolutionary change.
All the profit I ever made from investing has just been going to gambling. Also, I think I'm gonna lose a lot of money because of this update, the Jerry update.
The war officially
Big
starts
loss.
when Saddam sends his air force over the border in a surprise attack on Iranian air bases. His 10,000 soldiers cross from Basra into southern Iran. Further north, Saddam opens a second front to seize strategically located border towns and put pressure on his enemy. These air attacks mostly fail, and Iran responds with airstrikes of their own into Iraqi territory, hitting oil facilities. Iran still has sophisticated jets that the United States had given the previous regime.
Ooh, that's some big damage.
The war quickly sucks in the rest of the region. Israel is among the first. It wants to keep these two adversaries occupied, fighting with each other, keeping both sides weak. So almost immediately, Israel secretly sells supplies and parts.
Oh, you cocooned it.
This helps the Iranian Air
Hold on.
Force keep planes in the air. Now, Iran and Israel are not friends, but Israel sees Iraq as a greater threat here, so they're willing to support. Iran needs to get its military organized if they're going to fight this war, so they release military officers that they had jailed during the revolution. War tends to unify a nation. And in this case, the fractured country of Iran is unifying around Iraq.
Okay. 21 kings, that's pretty decent. I feel like the kings and course is way quicker than Sphinx, maybe.
Saudi Arabia and Kuwait also step in, giving billions of dollars to fund Iraq's war efforts. They want to weaken Iran and turn back its revolution. The Middle East is now dividing between on one
Did they lower the magic find you get from the HARPY BESTIARY and stuff? Because if so, then that's a pretty big nerf, the magic find. Because if they lower the kills you need, it might be cooked.
China is also watching this war. They say they will maintain strict neutrality, but they take the opportunity to sell weapons to both sides of the conflict. They eventually become Iran's top supplier of weapons. For most of 1981, the two armies are in a stalemate, with Iraq holding small but important stretches of border territory. The global powers see this stalemate and try to negotiate a ceasefire, hoping that this conflict that threatens so much of the global oil supply will end soon.
Okay.
What they don't know
Where is it?
is that this is really just the beginning. Saddam agrees to the ceasefire, but Khomeini does not. This war has become so useful to his goals, unifying the country and keeping the military occupied so that it doesn't become a rival to his power. Khomeini needs the war to continue. So
What?
Iran demands that Saddam Hussein step down. They say the war will continue until his rule is ended. Saddam, of course, refuses, so Iran goes on the offensive. Their forces are now organized, their officers have been freed from jail, and they're able to recapture the territory that Saddam had taken, even pushing into Iraq. Saddam's hopes of a quick victory and the gain of some valuable territory are now dead. So he turns to the United States for support, and the US agrees to help. They hope to weaken
200 mil more in the crown, then I can sell it. Is crown dead in value now?
Across the region. So the US
I assume so, right? Crown.
Intelligence and satellite imagery on Iranian troop movement.
No, it's still good.
Iraq also gets
Still
another
good.
big backer.
Isn't it like super good priced?
Soviets are at
Like,
war in neighboring Afghanistan, trying to suppress another religious uprising. But they also have
GG's,
allies
bro,
in the
GG's.
region. So over the course of the war, the Soviets become a top supplier of weapons to Iraq. Now remember the situation between these two. It's a tense moment in the Cold War. And the United States and Soviet Union are suddenly supporting the same side of this Middle
oh,
Eastern
why is
conflict,
this here?
both backing the country that will support the status quo, nothing changing, allowing their great power struggle to continue as it has. But by the summer of
No, why is this
1982,
prio?
Iran is
No.
pushing into Iraqi territory. Much of their campaign focused on the city of Basra. If Iran can take Basra, it will cut off Iraq from the Persian Gulf, preventing them from shipping out their oil. Iraqi forces are outnumbered here, so they start to dig in and build.
Are you gonna sell it?
Erecting barbed wire barriers,
You have to sell it, bro.
landmines, and
No way you
surrounding
don't.
the city to stop Iran from taking it. The fighting starts to resemble the
I-
brutal warfare of World War
I have 1 bill crown.
strikes, and the Iranian military.
I have 1 bill crown and I really don't see the use for it. Also, is Tommaso's grinding Diana? He has to be, right? Is he? He's farming still.
But this attack
Damn.
weakens Saddam, showing that he's vulnerable. And this is where we need to.
Okay, so he's probably so far ahead of me in the network leaderboard now.
The Kurds are a minority
To be honest.
north of Iraq. They've been long suppressed by
Like, how far
Saddam
below
Hussein.
am I?
They see this moment as an opportunity to break away from Iraq to make their own country. So Kurdish forces start fighting with the Iraqi army.
Sure, I know it is, but
So now Saddam is fighting.
when do you need a best in slot damage helmet? I don't really know. I don't do any content where I do need it, to be honest. I never even thought about the fact that I need it.
Part of Iraq. If the Kurds can hold it and keep Saddam's regime away from all of this oil, it would have a major effect on this war. This is a big deal for Saddam, and he switches tactics to make sure he can control this northern area. He escalates by using chemical weapons against the Kurds as well.
Yeah, so me downtiming stuff to max this profile, which is gonna be like 350 to 400 hours maybe, probably like 350. I'm probably gonna get very far behind in network leaderboard on Iron Man, but when I'm back to Iron Man, I guess it's a road to 200 bill, right? So.
This allows Iraq to buy technology from the United States
200 bill soon, Inc.
including the horrific chemical
I can just look at the depression right now, bro. Because like, if we had such a close matchup, what's it looking like right now? Yeah, he's 4 billion ahead of me.
to now using Saddam
Yeah.
to weaken Iran, so they keep supporting him, showing him that he can use.
So he's just gonna keep getting a
weapons
lead, but it's
without being
fine.
punished. The chemical attacks help push back Iranian forces, and the war reaches a new stalemate. 1984 is the year that the oil war begins in this conflict.
Iraq starts attacking Iranian oil tankers in the Persian Gulf, using new jets provided by France, a new entrant to this conflict.
What I see that he's not doing, which I'm gonna take advantage of,
Iranian ports.
I'll level like 3 Crown of Avarices on Iron Man. That's like 7 bill net, right? Shit, that's so free. But I'm ahead of him, right? Yeah. It's a lot of Diana though, but shit.
The US has to send in 2 frigates and a guided missile destroyer.
I want the dice, but also want number 1 net.
Hoping that their presence will stop these attacks. Meanwhile, Iran is making progress on the ground, slowly taking territory from Iraq and continuing attacks on the vital port city of Basra.
What is this?
1985, and Saddam
Oh,
is
it's
about
here.
to escalate to a new extreme. He starts shooting missiles and dropping bombs on Iranian cities all over the country, including the capital. This kills 16,000 people and leaves many homeless. Iran responds, striking Iraqi cities, firing these massive missiles, primarily at the capital of Baghdad. These strikes hit civilian targets like a school and a bus station, with hundreds of casualties. Civilians on both sides are now caught in the crossfire of this.
Exactly, that's what I don't understand, because when these guys go to war, nice. When these guys go to war, they're like, they just, as long as they can get 1 bad guy with them, they don't care about killing 100 civilians. Like, they don't give a fuck. Which I don't understand.
When the US starts double dealing. They start sending missiles to Iran, which gives Iran an edge against Iraqi forces, who the US is also supporting. Behind all this is President Ronald Reagan, who wants to use the money from this deal to fund an anti-communist militia group in Nicaragua. It's all supposed to be a secret, but will eventually come out and be known as the Iran-Contra scandal. Meanwhile, Kuwait is asking the US to be more aggressive to protect their oil tankers. Iranian attacks on their ships have started to take a toll. The US is getting more involved in the war. Their presence in the Persian Gulf is growing. They start putting American flags on Kuwaiti tankers to deter Iran from attacking them. And then in March of 1988, Iran partners with the Kurdish fighters to take over the Iraqi town of Halabja. The Kurds know that this is going to send
These names don't even make no sense. Halabja?
brutal retaliation. But
Kurds, is that a country?
Than anyone could have prepared for. The Iraqi army drops bombs and artillery shells containing deadly chemicals, blanketing the entire town with a cloud
Chemicals?
of gas that sinks into homes. And
Come on, bro. We do not do chemicals.
many were hiding for protection. It's a brutal attack that kills over 5,000 Iraqi Kurds, mostly unarmed civilians. And
Yeah,
it's
see, this is
part
what I don't
of a
understand.
broader campaign that Saddam was now waging to wipe out the Kurdish people entirely. He now had what he believed was a justification. So the Iraqi army starts going village to village, dropping chemical weapons on civilians and executing any survivors. This resulted in an estimated 50 to 100,000 deaths in what has now been deemed as a genocide, one of the many war crimes committed by Saddam Hussein. The US knows this is happening, and yet, according to now public documents, the official government line was to turn a blind eye, to blame everything on Iran. Saddam's horrific war crimes project a new fear onto the civilians in Iran, who now worry that a missile loaded with deadly gas could land on their cities.
Yeah, if you don't do that though, like, why are you doing gas? What is wrong with you?
8 years of
Come on, Iran.
Iran's economy and social order is frayed. Their leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, is feeling the pressure to end this war. More than 1 million lives have been lost in this war. All sides are looking for a way out.
So pointless, man. Like, why can't we just let you all be normal civilians? Sure, we can have some crime here and there. Crime is a bit of fun, but like doing this shit, bro. Come on, man.
Killing all 290 civilians on board. The US shakes it off as an unfortunate accident, saying that they mistook the airliner for a hostile F-16 fighter jet. They pay compensation to the victims' families, and President Reagan sends a letter apologizing. But the government never formally apologizes. And the captain of the ship who did this later received a medal, which fed a deep suspicion in Iran that this attack was deliberate, that it was a scheme to coerce them into accepting peace. Fear of more American attacks, along with a new offensive by Iraq, pushes the Iranian forces to withdraw from the country, and both sides finally accept a ceasefire.
Nice.
The war is finally over, and after all of this, the borders were unchanged from before the fighting. But in some ways, this was really just the first round in a larger conflict that has continued through to today, a war for the future of the Middle East. One that the United States is deeply involved in, but that most expresses itself as a Cold War between Saudi Arabia and Iran, who now fuel civil wars around the region in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen, backing their own proxy fighters.
I'm confused with Totem Tron. Did you not do this? Aren't you like max level? Like, how are you missing this bestiary? That doesn't make any sense to me.
The world, especially the United States. Iranian hardliners came to feel confirmed in their belief that they could never trust an outside world bent on Iran's destruction and seemingly unconstrained in their violence, leading some leaders to conclude that only nuclear weapons could stave off disaster from the outside. Saddam Hussein's Iraq emerged battered by this war, humiliated by this failure against Iran. He faced growing internal resistance from his people, which he suppressed with more and more violence. He also came out of this with war debts to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I guess. The worst part was Gaia Construct, actually. I think Gaia Construct is the worst one. Yeah, Gaia Construct is the worst one. But we already had it done from before. So we kinda didn't think about that.
In a swift 43-day victory, cutting him off from the world economy and turning him into a pariah, an enemy. A decade after Saddam had gassed his own people, the US...
Why was there a Sphinx with no chord synth? What was that?
And the centerpiece
What?
demand that he step down. A few years later, George
Yeah, obviously, because you maxed Gaia Construct before. But just look at Gaia Construct rates. I have less Gaias now than HARPY.
was filled with the same officials who had covered for Saddam and his war crimes in the first place, and making it so crystal clear that even though this war between Iran and Iraq ended decades ago, the Middle East we see today is built off of what happened during those 8 brutal years.
Before we go into the next video, I just want to remind you that this is all made possible because of Ground News.
I don't think so at all. It would be possible without it.
Deep dives by helping me compare lots of headlines and revealing the different biases and reliability of the facts in those headlines. You can go to ground.news/Johnny Harris to get 40% off their Vantage plan and start comparing headlines.
I don't know why I'm even there for literature. I should just do it. I have no idea why they nerfed Jerry fishing bestiaries though. That makes no sense at all. Like,
traveled to Washington,
what?
D.C. to meet with the director of the CIA, George Tenet. The topic of the meeting was Iraq and its leader, Saddam Hussein. In the meeting, the CIA director shared
and the update on Alpha is 37.5 double chance.
To 10 Downing Street, the home of the Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
Wait, what? They require more?
Everything about what was really happening behind the scenes in the United States. How the
I thought it was down to 1K, no?
Iraq, no matter what. It was
Like, they increased it?
meeting, but notes were taken and classified and put into a memo. That memo was later leaked to British author and journalist Michael Smith, who published it in 2005. And that's what we're looking at. A secret meeting, and the memo it produced, meant only for the eyes of top British officials. It was an explosive leak.
What we see is that Dearlove tells his prime minister everything he heard in
I
Washington.
mean, yeah, so basically this update on Alpha is gonna add 7.5 double hook chance to the game everywhere.
That Bush's people were fixated on
Which is definitely a massive boost, right? And might lower some fishing prices. But then when the looting or Magic Find rework comes out, fishing is completely dead. It's like it's dead. Like dead. You know what I'm saying? It's dead. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah. It's like dead. Every fishing money making method will be like 12 to 14 million an hour, I'd say, after Magic Find update.
On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of
Which is pretty dead. I'm not gonna lie. That's worse than old. No, that's worse than normal farming. And that's with max fishing gear.
From the fall of 2001, when
Yay,
Secretary
it's
of
caked.
Defense Paul Wolfowitz created this
It's
memo for his
caked.
boss, Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense. This was just 10 weeks after the attacks that changed the course of history. But this document wasn't about that. It was about Iraq.
Also, I think I'm losing money from this because Hank of Blue Eyes is not looking too good right now, bro.
With an army general.
And I have like
Giving us insight into
a
what
lot.
the Secretary of Defense of the United States was really thinking about after 9/11. How this group of military leaders were set on, quote, building momentum to topple Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein, to decapitate the government, a government that was no longer useful to them. Saddam Hussein had been a useful client to the United States, especially in the 80s when he was waging a war against Iran, an enemy of the United States. But those days were now over. Saddam had turned into just a troublemaker in the region, creating instability that would threaten the US's easy access to oil.
August 2nd, when the dictator of Iraq invaded a small and helpless neighbor.
And in many ways, Iraq was an old mess in need of cleaning up. A mess that Bush Sr. had failed to resolve during the first Gulf War. Iraq was supposed to disarm itself after that war, but had kicked out the UN weapons inspector teams. But that wasn't the main reason why right after 9/11 these guys were talking about invading Iraq. A bigger reason is that these leaders wanted to remind the world who the global superpower was. They needed to, after being brutally attacked on their own soil. A non-US friendly regime like Iraq couldn't be allowed to stand in a post-9/11 world. Or, in the words of Rumsfeld himself, hours after the towers fell, quote, we need to bomb something else to show that we're big and strong and not going to be pushed around. Iraq and its leader was that something else. And now Bush and his advisors were looking at a plan to make it a reality. But how to start the war? Could they tie Saddam Hussein to something that Americans feared, like 9/11 or anthrax? Or could they tell a story about weapons of mass destruction? What other countries could they bring in to support their invasion? And of course, the most important consideration, Rumsfeld jots it here at the end, they would need an influence campaign. They would need to sell the war. And when should they begin? How about right away?
Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror.
3 months later, the president was telling the world that Iraq was one of a group of evil
Sphinx.
countries that the U.S. must oppose in the global fight against good and evil.
States like these constitute an axis of evil. The price of indifference would be catastrophic.
By the summer of 2002, this idea that Bush's advisors had
Let's go,
scratched down
Sphinx.
after 9/11 was developing into an official policy. That handwritten influence campaign to sell the war was now in full swing.
There is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
The Iraqi regime has been free to pursue the development of weapons of mass destruction.
We know they have weapons of mass destruction. There isn't any debate about it.
And this is exactly what the head of MI6 told Prime Minister Tony Blair at his house in the summer of 2002 after meeting with the CIA in Washington. It's what we see in the Downing Street memo, that there was a perceptible shift in attitude in Washington, and that the U.S. invasion of Iraq was now seen as inevitable, and that they were now fixing intelligence around a decision that they had already made, and that the U.S. wasn't really planning to work with the UN. They didn't want weapons inspections or getting UN approval for military force. And crucially, the head of the MI6 tells the Prime Minister that these Bush people aren't really thinking much about the aftermath of such an invasion.
People do not want this.
What is inevitable is not regime change, it is disarmament of weapons of mass destruction.
This memo wasn't supposed to be seen by anyone but just a few, and that's why we can learn from it. It serves as one of the most potent pieces of evidence that the Bush administration was maneuvering two very different stories. Their private story about the need to remove a dictator.
Yeah, what was up with Bush? Did people like Bush?
In contrast to the public story that they had to tell to sell the invasion. Their influence campaign.
Any country
Was Bush worse than Trump?
Intelligence program knows that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction.
Because they knew that if they were really going to sell this war, they would need to convince not only the American public, but also Congress, and at least partially the international community. What we learn in the Downing Street memo is that they had settled on two main focus points for their story.
Wait, did they go through Congress?
Has weapons of mass destruction, and that they're also working with the masterminds of 9/11. Not long after this meeting between MI6 and the CIA, Bush and his allies ramp up their influence campaign to sell their war.
We've learned that Iraq has trained Al-Qaeda members in bomb-making, poisons, and deadly gases.
The sales pitches to the American people for an invasion of Iraq were made with absolute certainty. Certainty that Iraq had WMDs.
He had agreed in the UN agreement.
Wait, so
he did not have a WMD program. We know he does have one.
Certainty that they wanted to use.
At least George Bush went through Congress before invading a country. I mean, Trump didn't do this. He just started the war in Iran. It didn't even get approved in Congress. He just skipped that part, which is quite crazy.
From Afghanistan and are known to be in Iraq.
And certainty that Iraq was working on obtaining nuclear weapons.
And Iraq's state-controlled media has reported numerous meetings between Saddam Hussein and his nuclear scientists, leaving little doubt about his continued appetite for these weapons.
And these speeches were working. By the fall of 2002, Americans were in favor of an invasion of Iraq by just a narrow majority. But there was just one problem, that all of these statements were lies.
Of course they were.
Indeed, this was already known in the secret rooms of Downing Street, that the US was fixing their facts and their intel to match their already made decision. Iraq's supposed links to Al-Qaeda were based on one interrogation of a guy whose testimony lacked, quote, specific details.
That's why they invaded Iraq?
About it to mislead his interrogators. Bush and his allies knew this. It was clearly documented back in February of 2002.
Wait, what?
Publicly, the scary story about Al-Qaeda being in Iraq continued to be sold by Bush and his people.
What? Okay, never mind. This guy's a sick fuck.
The case for weapons of mass
Wasn't he also a Republican? What is up with the Republicans?
Senior officials knew it. Like in September 2002, when
The Republicans, they're basically just like cults. And Americans keep falling for it for some reason. Which makes no sense. How are Americans falling for this Republican BS? How does every Republican ever, that I've seen at least, just lie?
It was speculation and conjecture. The report goes on to say that they didn't have anything solid on nuclear weapons related facilities, and concludes that they don't know of any facilities where Saddam may be producing or testing biological weapons. And so we know now that they had almost no evidence for their story about why the US should invade Iraq. And yet even knowing this, they kept selling the same story.
Great.
The American people.
There's no doubt in my mind he wants to have a nuclear weapon, and he's got some capacity.
Wherever threats are forming against our country, we will respond.
But they couldn't go on like this forever. They knew that if they were really going to sell this war, they were going to need to show real, convincing evidence, not to
Oh
the
my
people,
god.
but to Congress. And this is where we get another instance of fixing the intelligence to fit the policy. It came in September 2002 when President Bush asked Congress to give him the authority to invade Iraq. In response, Senate leaders requested an immediate national intelligence estimate, which is a report from the entire intelligence community meant to help Congress make informed decisions. This could be really bad for Bush and his allies. So he and the CIA get hard at work pulling together a report that fits their story. Intelligence to back up
Is
all
my
the
shit in the
statements and speeches.
bottom of the auction
They come up
house?
with this highly redacted
I
report
might have
that they
people
deliver in
but see
October
it.
of 2002. The report makes some very strong claims. They claim that Iraq has been building more WMD, that they have chemical and biological weapons, and that they will have a nuclear weapon during this decade. And to congressional leaders, this appeared rock solid. Here was the entire intelligence community coming together, saying that Iraq had horrific weapons, and that they wanted to get more.
Saddam Hussein has composed a scarlet chapter of terror. Our only responsible option is to confront this threat before Americans die.
There is no such thing as a Democrat or Republican war.
So in that same month, based on this report and all of these public speeches, Congress gives the green light for war. But this national intelligence estimate was deeply flawed. It was a perfect example of the...
Yeah, why does my armor set not show up there? That's gonna be
It was put together in less than a month, totally rushed. The report had been plagued by groupthink and directed by political pressure, with the Bush administration pushing analysts to deliver a report that matched their conclusions that they had already come to months earlier. And they did this using very old intelligence. The CIA hadn't had any human assets on the ground for years, so their report wasn't even based off of anything after 1998. But it didn't matter. Bush and his allies had successfully sold the war to Congress and the American people. But there was one last hurdle. It was the international community, which would mean they would have to face the UN process that they apparently had no patience for.
Iraq has answered a decade of UN demands with a decade of defiance.
So it's November 2002, and
what's wrong with this Iraq shit, bro?
Tensions between Iraq and the US, the UN Security Council passes this resolution, 1441. It was a measure that was meant to give Iraq a final opportunity to comply with weapons inspections, to show the world that they had fully disarmed and had no weapons of mass destruction.
No way it's already out.
Bush and his allies saw this as an opportunity. If they could somehow show that Iraq wasn't complying...
No way that's already out. There's no way.
This resolution implied that...
It's been one day on Alpha. There's no way. It's humanly impossible.
War would be on.
There's no way they already rolled this shit out.
Which is that Iraq and Saddam Hussein were
Right?
complying with the weapons inspections. Over the course of 4 months, UN weapons inspectors
Just not
searched Iraq from top to bottom. They were led by Hans Blix, the former head of the International Atomic Energy Agency. They conducted over 900 inspections at over 5
Okay, it's not it. Okay.
And they didn't
Thank
find
God.
anything. No WMD, no biological weapons,
Thank God.
no nuclear weapons programs.
Iraq has on the whole cooperated rather well. Access has been provided to all sites we have wanted to inspect: universities, military bases, residential sites, and private residences.
Hans Blix did find 2 things that were important. First, they did find some ballistic missiles that the UN says have an effective range that makes them illegal, so they would need to be destroyed by Iraq. And second, there were some chemical weapons that the Iraqi regime said cannot be accounted for. But Blix insists that this does not mean that they have these weapons.
Oh
it
my
just means
days.
that they need more time to work out the accounting situation. But this error was exactly what the Bush circle needed to justify their invasion.
I call now on the distinguished Secretary of State of the United States of America.
They sent their most respected cabinet member to the UN, Secretary of State Colin Powell. He came equipped with photos of what he says are mobile weapons facilities.
Saddam Hussein and his regime are concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
He plays tapes that he says prove that the Iraqis are hiding their weapons.
We evacuated everything to make sure it was not around when the inspectors showed up.
And then he says that this is solid evidence that shows that Iraq is violating the UN resolution that told them to disarm. This whole thing contradicts what the UN weapons inspectors had found in their hundreds and hundreds of inspections. They bulldoze the process and say they have justification to invade.
My colleagues, we have an obligation to see that our resolutions are complied with.
They've got the American public on board, they've got Congress on board, and now the UK is in lockstep.
This is the time for this House to show that we will stand up for what we know to be right. To show that we will confront the tyrannies and dictatorships and terrorists who put our way of life at risk.
The Bush administration abandons the UN process, and that March, his people do what they set out to do 18 months earlier, when they were looking for something else.
So they fell for this lie.
To show who's really in charge on the world stage.
My fellow citizens, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
You're not freeing the people if you're just bombing everyone. How is that freeing the people? You're actually just stuck, making people stuck. They have nowhere to go now. They don't know where to live. Like, what?
Bush's war took the life of an estimated 500,000 Iraqis and thousands more who fled for their country. And over the course of a decade occupying Iraq, no weapons were found, no nuclear facilities, no mobile weapons labs. In fact, it seemed like Iraq had dismantled its nuclear program back in 1991, and the rest of its chemical and biological weapons just a few years later. After the invasion, the US never allowed the UN inspectors back into the country to help with their search. The US would never find a way to link the Iraqi regime to Al-Qaeda or to anthrax. Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, who played a major role in selling this war to the international community.
So how many people died over lies? Is this what's going to happen with Iran?
That some of the information I presented, which was multi-source, was wrong.
Hans Blix, the chief weapons inspector for the UN, would comment later that year that it is sort of fascinating that you can have 100% certainty about weapons of mass destruction and zero certainty about where they are. We may never know what was in the heart and minds of these senior leaders, whether they truly believed their own lives, whether they felt justified in the choices they made. But what we can learn from this story is how these leaders behaved when they thought no one was watching, when they thought they could tell a compelling story to the public while having a totally different set of motivations. And how with enough fear and enough deception, you can lead an entire society into an unprovoked war, changing the course of history in the process. Up in the Zagros Mountains have long lived a people called the Kurds. They're a people with a centuries-long history of fighting back against invaders who have crossed through their lands, resisting conquest,
someone give me a cheeky
their shared cultural identity. Some living as nomads, a people with no friends.
A cheeky 5 million.
Eventually, the Ottoman Empire did take over all of this territory.
A cheeky 5 mil. Or really just pulled that card. Cheeky.
Then came World War I, when the European powers defeated the Ottoman Empire and conquered all of this.
Yo, is this lagging? Or crazy? Oh my goodness.
If you look back at old European maps, you'll see that all of this area would be labeled Kurdistan, an area where the Kurdish people lived and had
guys, you cannot get a private lobby before it's day 2. Let's be honest, this is not possible.
Paving a way for an independent country for the Kurds. But the new leader of Turkey opposed this plan. He didn't want to give all of this land and resources to the Kurds. So he pushed the European forces out of Turkey. They gave up on this plan to give the Kurds their own land. And in the end, instead of drawing borders around the Kurds, the Europeans drew borders through them.
He's not gonna have it this.
What could have been Kurdistan was now 5 different territories. The Kurds split between them. But at first, these were just lines of land, and the Kurds continued to move through this region. Eventually, the Europeans left, and these became independent countries with leaders who wanted
Dude, I think exit lag is a scam. You know what I'm saying?
So these lines hardened, restricting the Kurds' movement and their livelihood in this region. But even still, across this region, the Kurds didn't give up on their idea of someday gaining independence, self-rule, or maybe even a country of their own. Throughout the 1900s, the Kurds in each of these new countries took different approaches to fight for an independent Kurdish state. Some Kurds would use politics.
I'm actually so tired.
Use violence. Uprisings were crushed by the leaders of these new countries, who saw the Kurds as a threat to their.
I also do need magic find from the enrichments.
Language and culture. Like in Iran, where the Kurds had some political rights, but they fought for more. They wanted autonomy and independence. The government of Iran wouldn't have any of this. They would crack down with violence on the Kurds, often supported by Western powers. By the 1970s, Iran was going through a revolution, and the Kurds tried again to rise up. But this new regime had no tolerance for a group that would challenge the leadership of the ruling religious leader. So once again, they were put down. Over in Iraq, Kurdish fighters fought hard against the government throughout the 20th century. Until the 1970s, when this new regime came in and made a deal with the Kurds, saying that they would be recognized as an ethnic
oh,
group,
yes.
guaranteed political representation. It seemed like a huge deal for the Kurds, but it turned out to be a false promise. The Iraqi regime, now led by Saddam Hussein, would continue to
Oh, you get
repress
kicked
Kurds,
inactive.
eventually dropping deadly chemical weapons on Kurdish towns in Iraq, systematically killing thousands of Kurdish civilians in a genocide supported by American-made supplies that were sold to Saddam.
It's King Minus. Oh.
Over in Syria, the Kurds were treated decently under the French-controlled government. They were citizens and had some rights. But after the French left in the 40s, the regimes that came after oppressed the Kurds, and by the 1970s, the Syrian government was arresting and deporting them, taking their land and giving it to Arabs. In total, the Syrian government would remove 140.
Oh, it works, man. We're doing that.
Decades later, Syria and the United States would both find the Kurds in Syria useful for their political goals. But first, let's talk about Turkey. There's more Kurdish people here than in any other country. The same government that fought against a Kurdish state early on continued to oppress the Kurds, denying them citizenship, outlawing their language, and keeping them out of politics, all with the goal of wiping out their culture from Turkey.
Oh man, why am I actually this here for
which tried to unify Turkey under one culture, targeting the Kurds and other ethnic minorities. Some Kurds fought back against this in the early years, but were quickly crushed by the Turkish state, leading to the creation of an armed insurgent group with communist ideology. They're called the Kurdish Workers' Party, or PKK, and it would become one of the biggest Turkish resistance movements. The PKK would use violence, like suicide bombings, and
bro, what? Yeah, who came up with the idea of suicide bombing? It's maybe the most pathetic shit in the world. Behind school shooters, bro. But that's basically the same. Just suicide killing. Like, you're killing just to end up doing the same to yourself.
So that's how the Kurds in these four countries became locked in a conflict with their government.
So basically, they should have just done the second part first, and then they wouldn't have hurt anybody. And their parents would be like, "Oh my God, he's the greatest guy of all time, man. He was such a good guy." Little do they know, he was trying to. He wanted to kill people.
When the Soviet Union sees an opportunity to gain land,
you got those guys out to, you got those guys out the game, and when they're out the game, life is just better, man.
And declare their own country, supported by the
we need to patch them.
But it didn't work. The US pressures the Soviets to leave, and now without support, the government of Iran, which is backed by the US and UK, go on to crush this movement of Kurds in their country. The Kurds are back to being repressed by the government. In the 1980s, Syria uses the Kurds as a weapon against its rival Turkey, when it allows the PKK to start operating within Syria, giving them money and weapons so that they can hurt Turkey. Syria is doing this in spite of having spent years removing hundreds of thousands
what am I looking at?
its own country. This escalates the conflict between these two, and Turkey threatens to invade Syria. So Syria backs down and kicks the PKK out to avoid being...
Did they get cocoon as well? Wait, is that a cocoon runic? Oh.
Become a pawn in the geopolitics of the region, discarded once they aren't useful anymore. In the 1980s, Iran and Iraq both used the Kurds at the same time as a weapon to hurt each other, even as both countries are cracking down on Kurds in their own country. Saddam Hussein funds and arms the
That's a lot of King Minus, though.
while Iran funds
good shit.
Kurds in northern Iraq, both sides hoping to spark a Kurdish uprising that will distract and weaken their enemy. In Iraq, Saddam Hussein retaliates against the Kurds in his country with that genocidal chemical attack we talked about earlier that killed at least 50,000 Kurdish people.
Yeah, that's disgusting, bro. Like, what is, like, I don't really understand, like, why would you ever go for civilians? Why would you ever go for civilians? Ever. There's literally zero reason, there's zero excuse, nothing.
The US rallies the Kurds, calling for them to overthrow Saddam, George Bush
The only
Sr.
time you're allowed to
called
take
for
someone else's life is in
television
self-defense.
That the
Come on,
Iraqi
bro.
people should put him aside, and that would facilitate the resolution of all these problems that exist, and certainly would facilitate the acceptance of Iraq back into the family of peace-loving nations.
And it seems to work. It sparks an uprising that looks successful at first. The US had instigated this uprising, and they have forces in the region that they could send to support the Kurds, but they do nothing. This allows Saddam to regather his forces and crush this coup, and to increase this oppression, ensuring that nothing like this ever happens again. Now, the US and UK do eventually step in to create this no-fly zone, meant to protect the Kurds in the north and the Shiites in the south. This gives the Kurds some autonomy over their region and protects them from further
Give me more
attacks
swings.
by the Iraqi army. Soon, the US is back in Iraq. It's 2003, and the Bush administration decides to invade and remove Saddam from power. The Kurds in Iraq hope that the US presence in this region will mean finally they will get their own state. They will be independent.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, you fucking idiots.
Against Saddam and his loyalists, battling insurgents, and later against ISIS. The Kurds would even go on to hold a vote, showing that 92% of the population was in favor of independence. But the US won't support this, worried that it might destabilize this new Iraqi state that the US just propped up.
Oh wait, so I don't really understand the new update. So this is like mineshaft you get from fishing?
They still look the other way as Turkey bombs
Do you open a corpse?
hunting for the PKK. This same pattern has continued in recent years in the country of Syria, a country that descended into civil war around 2011. This chaos looked like an opportunity for the Kurds in Syria, a chance to establish real control over what they see as a part of Kurdistan. The PKK in Turkey helps create a new Kurdish militia called the People's Protection Unit, or YPG. They seize large swaths of land in the north, and they declare self-governance. Around this same time, the terrorist group ISIS is taking huge swaths of territory in the north and east of
Bro,
Turkey,
fuck ISIS.
creating their so-called caliphate. And here comes the US once again, asking the Kurds for help, hoping that they will fight against ISIS on the ground for them. But because this group is allied with the PKK, which they consider a terrorist group, the US asks this militia to rebrand themselves to the Syrian Democratic Forces, which obscures their connection to the PKK. The US then trains, funds, and arms them to fight ISIS. The Kurds are once again the US's weapon. This plan works, and with help from US airstrikes, this Kurdish militia kicks ISIS out of more and more land. But Turkey hates
getting ISIS out of there is good, but I don't know if I would consider these guys the right guys to do this.
More attacks against the Turkish military. But Turkey can't attack this branch of the Kurds while they're being supported by the United States. Lucky for them, there's a new president in the White House, and he's promised to pull the US out of the war in Syria. And in 2019, to the dismay of the Kurds, he makes good on this promise. With the US out of the way, Turkey invades, launching airstrikes and artillery against the Kurds in this border region, saying that their plan is to create a 32
I did not have a key.
safe zone right here along the border, and that no Kurdish forces are allowed to be here. The plan was to then resettle Syrian refugees currently living in Turkey. It's a brutal campaign that looks a lot like what
It's
Syria
quick,
was
dude.
like
Just
in the
get it yourself.
The US completely abandons the Kurds, even after using them to fight their enemy ISIS. Turkey, a NATO and US ally, continues to bomb them, using weapons from the United States. They spend the next 4 years sending drone strikes and airstrikes into Syria and Iraq, anywhere they think the PKK has a presence. This map shows all of their attacks during this time. You can see that it's not just against the Kurds in Turkey,
SBO key, my guy.
but across this whole region.
SBO.
Today, the Kurdish groups in this region vary more widely than ever, each with different values and visions for the future, forged from each of their unique struggles and dreams. Kurdish groups still fight the government in Iran with the goal of creating their own state. The Kurds in Iraq did gain some autonomy from the US in the new Iraqi constitution, but it doesn't seem like this autonomy will last, as recently the Iraqi army is fighting with the Kurds to maintain control over the oil resources in this area, to keep the Kurds economically dependent on the central government so that they never break away. Once again, the US is not supporting the Kurds in this fight. Turkey continues its offensive against the PKK and other Kurdish groups in the region, and they continue to crack down on the Kurds politically, arresting Kurdish politicians and activists, censoring journalists, to intimidate the Kurdish people from participating in the election. The Kurds in Syria face a new and uncertain future. They do have some autonomy up here in the north, but are surrounded by enemies, no longer counting on
This is looking bad though.
The story of
that one is fine though.
Is the story of a people who are willing to fight like few others, all in the name
Hey,
of
so
culture
wouldn't
and identity. That
Marina make
has
a
presented
hunk of blue eyes go up in price, and their stars go down in price?
Within their borders. That willingness to fight has also been hijacked.
Which means then I could sell off the other ones. And I could sell, no, then I could maybe buy more nether stars. I don't know if I should double down.
And then abandon their cause.
I have 10 billion worth of nether star.
Do the Palestinians have a right to
Current price.
No, I don't think they do.
Waiting for it to go to 15 though.
In 2007,
Allah.
the head of military intelligence for the Israeli army had a meeting with the US ambassador in Tel Aviv. We're looking at the classified cable that summarizes what was talked about in this meeting. The topic of discussion was Iran, Syria, the Gaza Strip, and Hamas. Hamas had just won the Palestinian elections, which kicked off a fight with the other Palestinian group, which ended in Hamas taking over Gaza completely. They controlled it. And if you're an Israeli citizen or the US government, this is a terrible set of events. Hamas is a violent extremist group known to commit heinous violence against civilians in Israel, and they were now in power. They controlled the Gaza Strip an hour away from Tel Aviv. But look at this leaked document. In this leaked cable, you see that the Israeli official says that Israel would be happy if Hamas took over Gaza, because it would mean that Israel could now treat Gaza like a hostile country.
3 days post the ceasefire and there's unrelenting bombing in Gaza.
This document is a view into a strategy that right within the Israeli government have used for decades in an effort to win one of the most divisive conflicts in the world today, in which two groups are fighting over one piece of holy land. One side is winning by using a very specific tactic, one that the world says is that worked for a short time, but that recently has been shown to be a recipe for even worse violence and conflict and suffering. In this strategy looks like, and show you how it failed. I know this is a topic that is full of deep emotions that has
men jeg sparer jo iPhone i tillegg.
Please know that I am earnest in my efforts.
Jeg sparer iPhone i tillegg.
And also, please note that this is not a full account of the conflict between Israel and its neighbors. But I do hope that it sheds light on.
Jeg leser at man får 2700 hvert år. Ja.
For 2,000 years, Jewish people around the world have been persecuted and segregated and ostracized from society. That is a fact. By the time the 1800s came around, it became clear that wherever the Jews went, persecution would follow. This is when a movement emerged, calling for Jews to come together and to create a country
for themselves, where they could govern themselves and be free from all of this racist hatred. The creation of a Jewish country would have at the top of its priority list the security of the Jewish people. But the big question was where? Several places floated around in proposals: Argentina, even modern-day Kenya, which back then was Uganda. But most people in this movement wanted the Jews to return to their historic homeland, a place called Palestine, where Jews built their temple and their culture 3,000 years ago, but then were exiled. And now there was this call to return, so that Jews could feel safe after 18 centuries of Jewish suffering. So as the 1900s came around, tens of thousands of Jews, mostly from Europe, flocked to Palestine, which eventually came under control of the British. The British were getting ready to leave this region and were struggling to contain the growing conflict between native Arabs and all these Jewish immigrants. Then in the 1940s came a horrific genocide against the Jewish people in Europe, led out by Hitler and his Nazi regime. This created a wave of international support for this idea of giving the Jewish people a homeland where they could be safe. Before they left, the British asked the UN to determine what would replace them in Palestine, and the UN decided that Palestine would become two new countries, one for the Jews and one for the Palestinian Arabs that had already been living in this region.
The Jewish state colored light, the Arab state dark, Jaffa to go to the Arabs, Jerusalem international lines.
But as happens when outsiders draw lines on old land, there was a problem here. Within these borders that were meant for the new Jewish country, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs were living, who would soon have to leave their homes to move to their side of the line. Okay, wait, I'm gonna pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which focuses on what happens next. The conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors. You can go watch that, links in the description. Useful context. For now, just note that this led to a horrific conflict. Jewish militias forced over 700,000 Arabs out of their homes, turning them into refugees. The proposed borders shifted around, turned into ceasefire lines, and after all was said and done, the Jewish people did indeed get their own country, the State of Israel. And the two important points here are that, number one, the very foundation of the Israeli country is for security of the Jewish people after nearly 2,000 years of persecution. And number two, the location they chose to set it up was becoming, as a result of this conflict, not much safer than Europe. That's a tension that follows this whole story. Okay, so now let's fast forward to 1967. Israel has its country, and they fight a short war with their Arab neighbors, and they win that war, and they take over all of this land. It's a huge victory for them. I'm going to take away the Sinai Peninsula from here because they did give that back to Egypt as part of a peace deal a few years later. Israel now controls important pieces of land that enlarge their Jewish country. Many saw this victory as a sign from God that they were actually entitled to be here. But once again, Palestinians, nearly 1 million of whom had been kicked out of their homes, were living here in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel now controlled, but they weren't really sure what to do with it. And it's this territory that would become the stage for the strategy that is the topic of this video, where over time this land would be sliced up with roads and checkpoints, walls and other military infrastructure that would control the movement and lives of the Palestinians. Soon, even Israeli citizens would start to move out here in large numbers, building full-on towns and further dividing up this territory. Moving citizens into occupied territory like this is something that the world has deemed illegal. So this occupation starts in 1967, and it goes on for decades, till eventually the Palestinians living here can't handle it anymore, and they start fighting back. This is known as the First Uprising, or Intifada. It started with boycotts, but escalated into mass protests, where Palestinians of all ages would throw stones and sometimes Molotov cocktails at much better equipped Israeli soldiers. It was Palestinian rage exploding against Israeli occupation, and it went on for years. The Israeli government would respond by cracking down, killing many Palestinians. Another important thing that happens around the same time, down in the occupied Gaza Strip, is that a new movement forms, promising to fight back against this occupation, calling for the destruction of Israel. The group is called Hamas. The first Intifada showed that this wasn't going to work. Chopping up Palestinian land, oppressing them, keeping them in this occupation was only going to produce more violence. It wasn't going to fulfill Israel's promise to provide security and safety to Jewish people. They had to switch course.
The security of the Israeli people will be reconciled with the hopes of the Palestinian people, and there will be more security and more hope for all.
So in the 1990s, they start getting serious about peace talks with the Palestinians, and they come to this agreement called the Oslo Accords, which for the first time establishes a Palestinian government authority and giving it power to govern pockets of land in the West Bank. It also gave the Palestinians some authority over almost all of the Gaza Strip, though there were in all of these places.
Guten Tag.
This was a big deal for this conflict. Like, both sides were talking to each other and coming to agreements that was giving like authority to the Palestinians. But another theme of the story is that hardliners can use violence to derail peace. That's exactly what happened here. Right-wing Israelis start holding rallies, calling their prime minister a traitor and a Nazi for giving land to the Palestinians. Some of these rallies are led by a now familiar
I need to see.
Netanyahu.
The people of Israel want a real peace, and real peace means peace with security, peace they can trust, with a partner they can trust, and they don't feel they have it here. We want a real peace, not a fake one.
But the peace talks continue.
With all our neighbors, a comprehensive peace.
And shortly after signing the second part of this deal to give Palestinians some land, the Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated by a far-right Israeli. Hamas conducts bus bombings, and the next year, Benjamin Netanyahu is elected as the Prime Minister of Israel. Netanyahu is a key figure in this story because his worldview embodies a way of thinking that has taken root in Israel in recent years. The idea that the only way to give true security to the Jewish people is by doing whatever is necessary to stop the Palestinians from having a state anywhere in these borders.
Look, I'm 28 years old. I've had to defend my country in 2 wars and in many battles. Nobody wants peace more than Israel. But the stumbling block to the road for peace is this demand for a PLO state, which will mean more war, which will mean more violence in the Middle East. And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned, we can have real and genuine peace.
So that was Netanyahu. He was a 28-year-old. But when he becomes the prime minister a couple decades later, he spends his term sabotaging the peace accords that his predecessor had worked so hard to create, claiming that the occupation of all this land and its people
Netanyahu is no good, bro.
But rather the key for security of the Jewish people. They had to do this.
He just wants
the one and only justification for all of this. So under his watch, settlers continue to move into the West Bank.
Like, imagine going to war against your own country. Country has to be cooked.
The cameraman does turn off the camera for a moment, but then turns it back on moments later. He is admitting to sabotaging the peace accords that the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation. Netanyahu is a fantastic politician and statesman, and he's able to sort of cover up a lot of these policies in the name of security. But here we see what he really thinks as he's talking to these settlers thinking he's not being recorded. So, unsurprisingly, the appetite for peace breaks down on both sides. Palestinians come to the conclusion that the Israelis aren't
Well, yeah,
serious
obviously.
about giving them any kind of autonomy in the West Bank or Gaza, that their situation will never change. And once again, they rise up in a second intifada. This one much more violent, much more coordinated.
Well, every country combined still couldn't invade the US. I don't think that's true at all. What kind of clickbait ass title is that?
1,000 Israelis and 3,000
What?
Palestinians are killed. At this point, the Netanyahu way of seeing the world is starting to look a lot better. Peace talks didn't work. All they did was produce more violence. And so maybe the only way to ensure security is to go back to full-blown occupation of controlling every move of the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So at this point, the occupation gets more and more suffocating. More walls, more barriers, more checkpoints, more settlements. Then in 2005, Israel withdraws from the Gaza Strip, letting the Palestinian Authority have total control there. They turn their attention entirely to the historic homeland of Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. The next year, an election is held in the Palestinian authorities, and the winner surprised the world and would create a new chapter for this conflict. The winner of these elections was Hamas.
It is a very, very bad result for the Palestinians and for Israel.
The incumbent Palestinian party that had lost the election tried to forcibly hold on to power, and soon the two Palestinian parties were fighting with each other. And it results in this split between the two Palestinian governments. It turns into violence. And when the dust settles, there's suddenly a bitter divide between these two Palestinian groups, Hamas completely taking over the Gaza Strip. And this gets us back to our leaked document that we started this video with, where an Israeli official is saying that they would actually be happy if Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, because now they can treat Gaza like a hostile country. Now that they're not occupying it, they're not responsible for the 2 million civilians who are living there. They can impose a blockade to control anything coming in and out of the Gaza Strip. People, food, medicine, money, building supplies. But there was another reason why Israel was happy that Hamas now controlled the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian government was now deeply divided, Hamas ruling Gaza and the West Bank being run by a more moderate, secular Palestinian faction.
What is Fatah? I never heard of that in my life.
Which weakened their ability to negotiate for any kind of
There's cool people from Israel though, it's kind of lame. Like,
when Hamas still
just hate when leaders ruin countries and their name of countries. Like, what is this?
And this gets us back to Benjamin Netanyahu, that enemy of the earlier peace talks. He gets elected once again in 2009, declaring himself Mr. Security and promising to provide safety to Israeli citizens who are still shaken from the Second Intifada and are now
How is he elected? He got elected again, but isn't he now forced election?
He had said it point blank. It's what he had been doing for years, sabotaging peace talks that would give Palestinians any kind of authority over this land and continuing to build settlements, while continuing, in his words in that leaked tape, to hit the Palestinians hard, to make it unbearable for them.
Yeah, Krolo.
On the Palestinian government, dividing and slowly conquering the Palestinian people, making life hard and desperate for them.
What? Who is this?
And this is where we get to this paradoxical alliance between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas, the enemy of Israel. As long as Hamas held control over the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian cause would remain weak and divided. Netanyahu would feel justified in imposing this crippling blockade of the Gaza Strip, which in turn gave Hamas legitimacy among the people of the Gaza Strip, showing that their armed struggle against Israeli oppression was justified, provoking them to launch rockets into Israel to show that they were actually doing something, unlike the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which in turn bolstered Netanyahu's
What the fuck does that mean?
Palestinians actually don't want peace. They want violence and the destruction of Israel. And the only way for security
What?
is more occupation, more oppression. So, So instead of trying to take Hamas,
Aren't you the guy I did nucleus runs with?
overtly supported them by approving huge
I think so.
transfers of untraceable cash, literally delivered in suitcases into the Gaza Strip, cash that would inevitably end up in the hands of Hamas to be used against Israel. He legitimized Hamas by negotiating with them, releasing 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for 1 Israeli.
The Israeli soldier
I'm good, bro.
Palestinian militants for 5 years is expected to be freed within days.
The more Netanyahu could keep Hamas in power in Gaza, but keep them contained, the more he could ensure that Palestinians remain divided.
I did.
He could keep peace talks from ever happening, which in turn gave him time to continue to pursue his expansionalist project in the West Bank. And indeed, since
That doesn't say me that much, but alright. Hello, Crowlo Lucifer.
has only gone up. And if you look at this,
How you doing, man?
see how these settlements just weave through and carve up this land, making
You wanna join Diana?
even fathom what a Palestinian state could look like, which is precisely the point of the strategy. I actually reported out here visiting the settlements back when I was at Vox. I did a series talking to the settlers, trying to understand why they live out there, what it's like to live in these settlements that are strangely peaceful and banal and just mundane. People living their lives because they're protected by the armies. If you want a deeper dive on settlements, you can go watch that series.
I'm pretty sure that's another guy, but sure.
Like, you see all these settlements going up, the international community can't do anything about it, they keep supporting you. Every once in a while there's some
Are you sure that's you?
West Bank where Palestinians get into a fight with Israeli soldiers, but it gets contained. Every few years Hamas fires some rockets, which then gives
Alright, hello, man.
as they put it, cut the
Didn't you lose your account?
conducting a short, swift, violent military campaign to keep Hamas at bay. And every day that goes by, the notion of a Palestinian state becomes less and less feasible. This is one reason why a far-right Israeli lawmaker called Hamas an asset. So divide and conquer has been the name of the game in Israel for a long time, but especially in the last 16 years under Netanyahu. And again, to the people in charge, they think it's working. Maybe this violent status quo, this equilibrium can hold, and the far right can get exactly what they want. Security for the Jewish people and expansion into all of this land. And maybe the occupation will break the Palestinian spirit, and they would give up on their dream of having a state. But that's not what happened. On October 7th, 2023, we saw how wrong-headed this theory of security was.
In an unprecedented surprise attack,
There's a 7G, man. So I got a new phone today. Nice. You can grind the Hypixel, man.
Showed us that while Netanyahu's strategy of divide and conquer might be good for taking over more land, what it's not good for is making good on the original promise of Israel.
You can grind Hypixel.
Which is ensuring the security.
You should do some Diana with me, man.
His strategy has produced exactly the opposite. Now, the responsibility for what happened on October 7th lies with the people who committed those acts of terror, Hamas fighters and their leaders. There is no excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying to make with this video is that there's also others
Yeah.
those who used Hamas as a pawn.
Isn't it
divide and conquer policy.
what's it called? Pojav or something?
Bloodshed on civilians. They deserve to stand accountable as well to the Israeli people and to the countries that support Israel. I believe in the need for a Jewish state. I do. I think that's a very reasonable proposal that Jewish people should feel safe somewhere in this world. And yet, what we're looking at isn't it. The Israeli project, the way that it's been wielded in its current form, produces the exact opposite of security for the Jewish people.
Look at this map.
1.21.
The thousands of attacks.
Yeah, well, we are playing 1.21 though. What do you mean?
Just over the past year, in this fight between Israel
It is
and one of
1.21.
the biggest regional enemies, Hezbollah. Hezbollah is one of the biggest armed groups in the world that isn't a nation's military. They have tens of thousands of trained soldiers and hundreds of thousands of missiles and rockets capable of reaching targets all across Israel.
This threat led Israel to conduct a massive set of attacks against Hezbollah,
This large explosion was seen near Beirut's international airport.
in which they killed almost all of the group's top leaders, weakening Hezbollah immensely. Followed by a full-on invasion by Israeli troops to denigrate this group even further. This has been a massive escalation that is now spilling over into this entire region.
Oh, so you cannot
Now,
play
to understand
Hypixel
who
with
got
it?
here, you really have to understand where Hezbollah came from and what this group's fierce 40-year struggle tells us about how the modern Middle East came together and how it's now coming apart.
Isn't that kind of gay?
The story of Hezbollah really starts when the vast Ottoman Empire broke apart in the early 1900s. Europeans came in and sliced all of this up, France taking all of this territory. But then they drew a line here to carve out this little mountain.
Well, Minecraft launcher works, right? Minecraft launcher.
Christians. But the border didn't include just
Maybe.
Christians. The French made sure to include this area to the east and this area to the south. Areas that contained large populations of Shia Muslims, who were now forced into this new country where they were made a minority to the Christians, along with a few other religious groups. We're going to focus a lot down here, on this Shia heartland that would eventually become one of the most important regions in the whole Middle East. In 1943, Lebanon gains its independence from France. It creates a constitution meant to balance the power between all of these religious groups. But that balance wouldn't last, mostly thanks to what started happening down here, where another
Not
set of
info.
borders were being carved.
Well, maybe you should play on your computer, man.
British had controlled this, but in 1948 they left, and the UN helped draw these new lines, creating a new Israel and Palestinian state. Decades of war forced out millions of Palestinians, many of whom ended up here in Lebanon. These Palestinians are mostly Sunni Muslim, so this upsets the carefully
Sunni
laid power
Muslim.
balance in Lebanon and further marginalizes the Shia Muslims who were fighting for their place in the country. Then in 1971, an armed militia made up of Palestinians called the Palestinian Liberation Organization moves to Lebanon, and they turn this whole region, which again was made up of mostly Shias, into their own little mini-state. You start to see that Lebanon is descending into division between the different militias and powers controlling parts of the country. And in the mid-70s, it all breaks down into a full-fledged civil war between a dizzying number of religious factions. It's a war that will pull in much of the Middle East. And it's a war whose most important region is down here, in this border zone between Israel and Lebanon, the place that will soon give rise to Hezbollah. Now let's talk about Syria. They're here right next door and they're watching this civil war. And they decide to invade, to prop up the Maronite Christian ruling class, who've become Syria's allies. They want to do this to prevent the civil war from spilling over into their territory. At this point, Syria also considers annexing the entire country of Lebanon, making it a part of Syria. But eventually the relationship between Syria and Maronite Christians breaks down, and Syria continues to occupy this part of the country. Meanwhile, to the south, Israel fears that Syria is growing too powerful. It also wants to wipe out the PLO, who is attacking them across the border from Lebanon. So in 1978, Israel enters the fray, invading from the south and driving deep into the country. Israel succeeds in temporarily suppressing the PLO, but in the process, it displaces hundreds of thousands of locals, most of them Shia Muslims.
What is he talking about? 1 billion crown reversed for 1 billion coins? I don't think that's true at all.
Then in 1982,
But this guy's just cap. Come on, bro.
Israel invades again, this time pushing all the way to Beirut, fighting both the PLO and Syria. And this is where the conflict takes on a new dimension. It's 1979, and over in Iran, the people have risen up against the US-backed dictator in this Islamic revolution led by a Shia Muslim cleric who wants to spread this revolution throughout the region. He's looking for allies, and in 1982, they find their perfect match here in southern Lebanon. It's a militia that rose to defend against outsiders trampling their heartland. It's called Hezbollah, which means Party of God. Iran picked this group in particular because it shares its goals of Islamic revolution and a deep distrust and disdain for Israel. Iran starts providing Hezbollah with money, weapons, soldiers, training, and leadership. And in return, Hezbollah proclaims loyalty to the Iranian Revolution and its supreme leader. What started as Lebanon's civil war is now a regional war that is heating up. So the United States enters, leading an international peacekeeping mission to try to calm these tensions. But of course, Hezbollah and Iran hate this. They now have two prime targets in their backyard, Israel and these Western powers led by the US. So in 1983, they launch a series of terrorist attacks. A truck bomb detonated in front of a US and French barracks in Beirut that kills over 300 people.
Damn.
Most of the world blames not only Hezbollah, but also its backer, Iran. The fighting continues until 1989, when the many groups fighting this civil war come to a peace agreement, one that bans all militias and requires them to give their weapons back to the government. But there's a big catch here. Israel still occupies what they call this security buffer zone in southern Lebanon. So the peace agreement makes an exception specifically for efforts that resist the Israeli occupation, aka they allow Hezbollah to continue to exist, turning them into something more than just one of these militias fighting for their group. It gives them a kind of official status to continue acting as a defender of southern Lebanon, the country's bulwark against Israel. They also develop into more of a political party that gains seats in Lebanon's legislature, kind of serving as a parallel government, providing social services in the areas that it controls. So let's look at Hezbollah in this moment, because they find themselves in the middle of shifting power games in the Middle East, balancing their mandate to defend their Shia heartland, which was their founding motivation, but also trying to gain further influence in the region, while also appeasing the demands of their major supporter, Iran. In 2005, Lebanon's prime minister is assassinated, and most Lebanese blame Hezbollah, along with its other foreign supporter, Syria. Lebanese people rise up in mass protest, and Syria eventually withdraws its forces that have occupied Lebanon for 28 years. Hezbollah is disgraced. Its legitimacy is supposed to come from resisting foreign meddling, and it's becoming clear that they have become a pawn in the geopolitical game of regional powers, Syria and Iran. But the group is able to turn Syria's withdrawal into their advantage. The Syrian occupation had kept Lebanon somewhat stable, so as soon as they left, it creates this power vacuum and allows Hezbollah to take more territory, ramping up attacks across the border against Israel and leading to another brief war with the IDF. Hezbollah continues to be a useful proxy for Iran, and Iran continues to fund them and arm them. And by 2011, Iran and Syria pull Hezbollah into another unpopular conflict, Syria's civil war. But this hurts Hezbollah's reputation because now they're fighting on behalf of Syria's brutal Iran-backed regime. These once liberators have turned into foot soldiers of oppression, doing the bidding of outsiders. But its last source of legitimacy continues to be resistance to Israel, something that Lebanon's own government is too weak to do. This remains their source of legitimacy today. So, on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas and Israel descended into this most recent war, Hezbollah jumped in, launching more attacks against Lebanon's southern border. This is meant to support Hamas in the Gaza Strip and to threaten Israel with a war on two fronts. At first, it seemed to be working. Tens of thousands of Israelis have had to evacuate the towns and villages in northern Israel. So Israel started firing back across the border, forcing 90,000 people in southern Lebanon from their homes. This, in addition to Israeli strikes on Iranian proxies and military officials, led Iran to fire its first ever direct strike on Israel, trying to deter it from going any further. But it didn't work. In September of 2024, Israel escalated, surprising Hezbollah with a series of attacks that killed a large part of the group's top leadership, including their decades-long leader. A few days later, Israel sent troops across this border with the goal of further weakening Hezbollah trying to make the situation safe for Israelis to return home to the north of the country. And now, with Hezbollah in shambles, its sponsor Iran felt compelled to act.
What we are all seeing with our own eyes is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation.
So even if Hezbollah eventually begins to rebuild itself, it's unclear what role they will play in Iran's proxy network. But what is clear is that the clash between these two Middle East powers remains the central force animating this region towards more and more violence. And these recent events show us clearer than ever that Hezbollah was just one foot soldier in this growing conflict between these two powers.
Checking in one last time to remind you that this video is made possible by Ground News.
Bro, how many times are you gonna talk about Ground News, bitch? The fuck?
Is the service that I use to look deeper into the headlines that I'm consuming. Very, very deeply aligned with their mission to help reveal the narratives behind all of the many headlines that are covering the world's news. If you want to get 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the one I use, you can go to ground.news/Johnny Harris to get in on that discount and support this very useful service. Okay, on to the next video.
Along the banks of the most important waterway on Earth sits the country of Yemen, a place that was two countries for decades, until the year 1990, when it was unified into one. A fragile patchwork of groups, all with different tribal backgrounds, religious beliefs, and political aspirations. The story I want to tell starts in the 90s, when one group forms up in the northern mountains of Yemen. It started by a group of religious Yemenis who call themselves the Believing Youth, who were members of a Shiite Muslim sect called the Zaidi. Zaidi Muslims used to be the majority when the country was split in two, but in the new unified Yemen, they became a minority and felt neglected and discriminated against. At first, the group focuses on rebuilding the Zaidi religious identity.
Come on, man. Let me just...
hosting summer camps for young men and offering religious education. But in the late 1990s, the group starts to change in important ways. A member of Yemen's parliament resigns in protest and joins the Believing Youth. He felt that the government of Yemen was corrupt and far too influenced by Yemen's neighbor to the north, Saudi Arabia. Al-Houthi blamed outside influence for many of the country's problems. So as he leaves the government, Al-Houthi uses his wealth and family connections in the Zaidi community to become the leader of the Believing Youth. He wants an Islamic revolution, modeled after the one in Iran, one that kicks out any foreign influence and restores Islamic values. With Al-Houthi's influence, this group of young men in the mountainous region of Yemen starts to change. They begin protesting Yemen's president, Ali Abdullah Saleh. Soon they start taking up weapons.
What?
Taking over territory. And
Fuck is a Saint Louis?
Security checkpoints in their region. The Believing Youth are starting to look a lot less like a summer camp and a lot more like a militia, like a rebellion. President Saleh, who had previously supported the Believing Youth, is starting to get worried. And then in 2001, the entire Middle East would change forever. After 9/11, the US launches a war on terror. They ask President Saleh for help, and he cooperates, taking military aid and allowing American special forces to operate inside Yemen, where the terrorist group Al-Qaeda has a presence. 18 months later, the U.S.
18 months later.
Even more when the American military invades and occupies Iraq. For Al-Houthi and his group of young men,
Al-Houthi
crosses a red line and deeply radicalizes the movement.
Ooh-wee.
Al-Houthi criticizes the president publicly for pandering to what he sees as American imperialism in Muslim lands. And many in Yemen agree, joining the movement and bolstering their numbers. Al-Houthi adopts the violent slogan that sits on the flag of his movement to this day: God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. President Saleh feels threatened by the growth of this increasingly radical movement that is taking control of territory in the north. He issues an arrest warrant and a bounty for Al-Houthi and brutally cracks down on their protests. In response, the Believing Youth launch an armed rebellion in the north of Yemen, leading to counterattacks by the Yemeni military. Shortly after the fighting begins, Al-Houthi is killed in a the rebels he leaves behind fight on with new conviction, and the world would know them by the name of their martyr, a symbol of imperial resistance that would soon be firing rockets at Israel and hijacking cargo ships in the Red Sea. By 2004, the Houthis have morphed into a full-blown rebellion, fighting against Yemen's government from the northern stronghold. They know this land well, and they have local support, allowing them to fight a guerrilla campaign against the government forces, blending in with
The dressing code in these countries are just so different, though. Like,
the much better equipped Yemeni
they dress
army.
in
As the
so
conflict
different
turns more
clothes.
violent, more tribes in the region would feel that the military is being overly brutal, leading them to join the Houthis. And it's at this time that the conflict goes international. The Houthis say that Saudi Arabia is letting the government of Yemen position troops right across this border. So they invade into Saudi Arabia, killing Saudi soldiers and taking hostages. This pulls Saudi Arabia into the conflict as they respond with airstrikes and troops and push the Houthis out of their territory, punishing them for this invasion. Now over here, Iran is watching this war, and they see an opportunity. The Houthis are now fighting directly against their biggest rival, Saudi Arabia. So they start secretly sending weapons to the Houthis. At least that's what Saudi Arabia claims, saying that they intercepted an Iranian ship filled with weapons and military trainers on their way to the Houthis. It looks like Iran is directly supporting the Houthis now, though how much support they provide behind the scenes will always be intentionally unclear. As the conflict between the Houthis and the government continues in the north, Saudi Arabia has been fighting their own war on terror against a branch of Al-Qaeda operating in Saudi Arabia. Seeing that their days are numbered, this branch of Al-Qaeda flees south over the border into Yemen, where they merge their forces with the Yemen branch of Al-Qaeda. They create Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or AQAP, one of the most dangerous and well-funded versions of the group to ever exist. The group's goal is to create a strict Islamic state across the whole region, while violently waging holy war against foreigners in Muslim lands. This puts them at odds with both the Yemeni government and the Houthis. The conflict is getting more complicated. Around 2011, the region starts to change in big ways. In one country after another, there's an outpouring of public anger on the streets, demanding change from their government, removing old leaders. This is called the Arab Spring. It's upheaval that spirals the region into hope and chaos. Iran and Saudi Arabia see this as an opportunity to strategically.
Real friendship is just humanly impossible. That like nobody can ever do that. Like who's?
They will come out with a stronger hand of allies in the region, and one of their main focuses is Yemen, a country that is also rising up, calling for President Saleh to step down. The corrupt dictator of Yemen is running out of time, which is something the Houthis have been fighting for years. But Saleh refuses to step down, adding fuel to the uprising. Saudi Arabia sees this situation at their southern border and decides to step in with the help of the UN, convincing Saleh to transfer power to his vice president in exchange for immunity from prosecution. On his way out, Saleh takes the billions of dollars that he corruptly amassed during his time in office, and he also retains the loyalty of key parts of the military, fighters that are only loyal to him. But the people aren't satisfied with this new Saudi-backed president. The government remains weak and unorganized. Meanwhile, the Houthis are taking advantage of this infighting and only getting stronger, taking more and more territory from the government, adding to their forces and receiving more support from their backer Iran, who is supplying them with more training, missiles, drones, and other advanced weapons. They used these weapons in the fall of 2014 to march into southern Yemen, taking over large swaths of territory. Now that the Houthis have momentum, the former President Saleh joins them in an alliance of convenience. In fact, Saleh's forces are critical in helping the Houthis take the capital city of Sana'a. Saleh is now working with his former enemy against his own vice president, the man he had to give power to when he stepped down. President Hadi and his government flee south as the Houthis take over. but the Houthis are right behind them. So Hadi has to flee to Saudi Arabia, trying to govern...
Hadi? Is he from
The
Netherlands?
Houthis just keep gaining momentum. By the middle of 2015, they now control the capital city completely, where they create their own government and take control of the government's military weapons,
President
helping them
Saleh?
expand even further into the south. Now that the Houthis are in power, they run an oppressive regime that silences free speech, crushes dissent through arrest and torture, and recruits children as soldiers, all while imposing strict religious laws that undermine women's rights. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is getting nervous. Their southern neighbor is now controlled by a group that is funded by their biggest enemy. So, they recruit the support of countries around the region and invade Yemen with the goal of removing the Houthis from power. The war is led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia's up-and-coming leader and defense minister. He starts with a widespread bombing campaign and a naval blockade that prevents shipping in and out of the country, with the goal of trying to cut off support coming in from Iran. The Crown Prince turns to the United States in need of more weapons for this war. While the US leaders are reluctant to get involved in another Middle East conflict, they also want to maintain a good relationship with Saudi Arabia, who is their major security and energy partner in the region. They also have an interest in weakening Al-Qaeda's growing presence.
And Trump loves them because, well, he doesn't care about them, but he got some money from them, I guess.
Billions of dollars of weapons, planes, tanks, and even weapons banned by most of the world for how dangerous they are for civilians, like cluster munitions. This quickly turns Saudi Arabia into the largest importer of American weapons for the next 4 years. So it's 2015, and Yemen is in a full-blown war between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia and their coalition. This is when Al-Qaeda, who's not on either side, takes advantage of this chaos and makes a land grab in the middle of Yemen. They take major cities and clash with government forces. Also taking advantage of the instability is the terrorist group ISIS, who come to Yemen and fight the Houthis and Al-Qaeda at the same time, though their attacks are scattered and they don't control significant territory. The US then gets more involved by launching airstrikes at Al-Qaeda and ISIS targets to stop them from gaining any more territory.
Al-Qaeda.
They tried to kill
Bro, so many of these things, I mean, I haven't really been keeping up with, like, news for many years. I don't really know. All this craziness that's been happening, you know?
A city just across the border in Saudi Arabia, killing 2 and taking hostages, forcing an airport to shut down. The Crown Prince doesn't take being attacked on his own soil lightly, especially by Iran's proxies. So over the next 24 hours, the Saudis launch 130 airstrikes in Yemen, hitting homes, schools, and hospitals. Thousands are forced to flee from their home. Hundreds are reported dead, though we never know the real death toll. These strikes are almost immediately called war crimes, but the Crown Prince doesn't back down. His coalition then sends in ground troops from the south, pushing back the Houthis and taking back the city of Aden. He's behaving as if he's fighting his greatest enemy, Iran. It's a vicious cycle that is common in proxy wars like this, and it lands the people of Yemen in the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. The international community tries to intervene with diplomatic efforts to stop the fighting, but over the next 6 years, those efforts would fail, and Saudi Arabia would continue its brutal campaign, all using American weapons. The Houthis continue to fight to show that they are legitimate, that they are the government of Yemen. They aren't just doing Iran's bidding. The war continues to destroy cities and land, and the blockade continues to keep trade out. The Saudis continue to bomb indiscriminately, and with time, 2 million are displaced,
It's so stupid.
To flee this violence. But this doesn't stop the Houthis from escalating their offensive. They start attacking Saudi Arabia directly with missiles and drones in their capital city and their civilian airports, using weapons that most believe are coming from Iran. In December of 2017, the Saudis and the UAE convinced President Saleh to break his alliance with the Houthis and return to power as president of Yemen. They hoped that Saleh, the former dictator, might be able to hold on to power and rule more effectively. Saleh takes the deal and changes sides yet again, breaking with the Houthis and joining the Saudi-led coalition. Fighting breaks out between the Houthis and Saleh's militias, and Saleh is killed just 2 days later.
Mm.
Meanwhile, in the United States, there's a new president. President Trump orders increased drone strikes and raids against Al-Qaeda, helping government forces take back large amounts of territory. Despite the war crimes committed using American weapons, Trump approves more weapons sales to Saudi Arabia to wage this war. And then in 2018,
Oh my
the
God.
conflict takes on a new dimension. The UAE, who's a part of this Saudi-led coalition, is starting to lose faith in the direction this war is going. They don't like the current government of Yemen, and they're losing soldiers on the ground. It's damaging their reputation on the world stage. So the UAE leaves the coalition, but they still want to influence who will ultimately control Yemen. So they start backing a new group in the south called the Southern Transitional Council, or STC. This group isn't aligned with the government or the Houthis.
Okay.
They're calling for a separation of the southern part of Yemen. They want their own state. They want their own country. So the UAE starts to withdraw their troops from the south of the country, and the STC separatists start taking control of southern provinces. The Saudi coalition is fracturing, and yet another group is jumping into the fighting, showing just how
The amount of swing skills you need is absolutely disgusting, by the way. Like, you don't really think about it because you've been doing HARPY and shit, right? But now that HARPY isn't really the issue anymore, you start to realize, damn, bro, what the fuck?
The UAE is now backing this separatist movement in the south, who are fighting against the former government of Yemen. The Houthis, backed by Iran, still maintain majority control of the major cities in the north. Al-Qaeda and its militia allies are still fighting to control small slices of the country, and the US continues to conduct airstrikes against Al-Qaeda and ISIS, while supporting and selling more weapons to the Saudi coalition. Yemen is fracturing further, and if there's any hope for peace, power needs to be consolidated. So Saudi Arabia and the UAE make amends. And then, together, they convince the government of Yemen and the separatists in the south to form a new coalition to fight against the Houthis together as a united front. But it doesn't stop the Houthis, who are getting really good at fighting and are firing more Iranian missiles and drones into Saudi Arabia, hitting state-owned oil refineries and threatening to drive up oil prices globally.
Oh shit.
In January 2021, the Houthis, a group started to provide religious summer camps to young men, are now battle-hardened, and they control 70 to 80% of the population of Yemen. Later that year, the UN announces that approximately 20 million of those people are dependent on humanitarian aid for their daily needs. And at this point, the war starts to settle in to an uncomfortable stalemate. In April 2022, the UN brokers a ceasefire, and the fighting stops. Behind the scenes, Saudi Arabia and Iran have been in diplomatic talks, sponsored by China. Regional tensions are cooling, which means that their proxy war in Yemen is also cooling. Saudi Arabia has had enough of the fighting. President Hadi resigns and hands power over to a council meant to govern Yemen and manage the war, and both sides are tired of the fighting. So when that ceasefire is set to expire in October 2022, the conflict mostly stays quiet, even without a new agreement. By 2023, Saudi Arabia and Iran have officially restored their diplomatic relations. Saudi Arabia hoping that this means Iran will stop supporting Houthis to attack their southern border. But the Saudis keep their maritime blockade around the country, making life in Yemen unlivable for millions. But at this point, the heaviest of the fighting on all sides has stopped. Then, in the fall of 2023, the Houthis were back in the news. After the Palestinian group Hamas launches a brutal attack into Israel, the Israeli military invades the Gaza Strip, vowing to destroy Hamas and free the hostages that they took. The campaign leads to tens of thousands of Palestinian civilian deaths, and it provokes a response from Iranian-backed groups all throughout the region. The Houthis are one of those groups. They launch drones and cruise missiles into southern Israel, vowing that their attacks won't stop until the invasion of Gaza stops. And then they start firing their missiles and drones at cargo ships that are traveling through the Red Sea. 25% of container traffic.
Oh my god. What's happening here, guys? What's the point?
Traffic through this Red Sea route declines by 73%. In response, the US and UK shoot down Houthi missiles and drop bombs on Houthi military targets in Yemen. pulling the US and its allies deeper into this enduring conflict. The reason I wanted to tell you the story of this conflict in Yemen, because it represents the vicious cycle present in a lot of proxy wars, where geopolitical rivals use their neighbors as battlefields instead of fighting each other directly. They fund and add fuel to local conflicts, escalating them to the entire country and often to the entire region, leaving violence and power vacuums in their wake, which are then filled by bad actors, trying to take advantage of the instability. All of this changes borders, destroys cities, and ruins lives. It's the story of powerful countries and their cynical scramble for influence and power in vulnerable places, leaving behind them a wake of tremendous human suffering.
Exactly, they're just killing innocent people. To prove a point or something, like, the fuck?
Breaking news, because Yemen's Houthi rebels, they could attack a commercial ship and could bog the Strait up for weeks, if not months.
There is a part of the world that everyone is keeping an eye on right now.
The joint military strikes were in response to nearly 2 months of attacks by the Iran-backed Houthi movement on cargo ships in the Red Sea.
It is becoming more and more important for the global rivalries and tensions that are heating up on our globe right now. It is this choke point in the Red Sea. It's pretty small, it's a few dozen kilometers wide, but through this little choke point flows a lot of important things. The internet, millions of barrels of oil per day, 30% of all container ships that connect global markets. And this choke point is surrounded by unstable situations, countries that are in civil wars,
Yes, sir.
militias, proxy wars, unstable governments, failed states, and pirates. In recent decades, pirates have hijacked thousands of ships here, extracting hundreds of millions of dollars in ransoms, a topic we did a whole deep dive on in another video. And lately, as war has raged in the Gaza Strip, the fiercely anti-Western Houthi rebels in Yemen have been firing rockets at cargo ships traveling through this water, leading the US and UAE to strike back.
A ship attacked by Iran-backed Houthi rebels last month sank in the Red Sea.
The region is vital, yet volatile all at once. And yet, in the middle of all of this is this one beacon of stability. A little piece of land that is easy to miss, but that is more important than you might think. It is the country of Djibouti.
Djibouti?
Djibouti is this small, arid country right on the choke point, and it is home to the militaries of the United States, of several European powers, of Japan, Japan's only foreign military base, by the way, and right down the road from the American base, China's first military base outside of its country.
Djibouti?
Qatar has peacekeepers here. The United Arab Emirates ran the biggest port. Eritrea seized some of its territory recently.
Djibouti?
And Ethiopia,
I've never heard
one
of this in
the
my life.
largest countries in Africa, runs almost all of its trade through Djibouti. Ethiopia is landlocked, and this is their gateway to the world. It's a lot. Djibouti is a lot. There's a lot going on in Djibouti, which is why today we are talking about this place. I want to explore why so many powers want to be here, why everyone is converging on this little tiny patch of land the size of New Jersey. And I want
This is
to
the
ask
choke
if
point.
little Djibouti, one of the poorest countries in the world, can balance all these rival powers against each other without falling victim to them.
You know, 10 to 15% of global trade moves through the Red Sea.
We will not hesitate to defend lives and the free flow of commerce.
This little choke point is called the Bab al-Mandeb, or Gate of Tears. It used to be nothing but a recipe for shipwrecks. It was known mostly for strong winds, unpredictable cross currents, and shallow reefs that made navigating it dangerous. And it wasn't very valuable because if you go through it, you just end up in the Red Sea, which was a dead end for most of history. That is, until a French company miraculously cut a canal through this part of Egypt and changed the world forever, nearly halving the time that it would take for Europeans to get to Asia, where they were all racing each other to conquer, colonize, and bring back unfathomable wealth to their countries.
They made a canal?
The Suez Canal was a massive upgrade to this hunt for resources. Was this video kind of an excuse for me to buy these really old, beautiful books about the Suez Canal? Yes, it was. For France, this engineering miracle called the Suez Canal was their chance to beat out their big rival, the British Empire, who was clearly winning the race, dominating the routes to Asia before Suez opened. The canal was supposed to change that. So now you have a new front in this race.
So France made this?
This new route to Asia. This windy little choke point was no longer just the Gate of Tears. It was an important bit of water, one of the most important on Earth, at least for the empires. They had to keep an eye on it. So the British take this little island right at the choke point. They put a lighthouse on it.
Okay.
They also take control of a port just south of the choke point. The Italians then show up and purchase this bit of coastline from local sultans, eventually taking over this whole stretch of coast called Eritrea. And the French would start fixating on this strip of sparsely populated coast right on the banks of the choke point, the land that would become Djibouti. The sultans here told the French that yes, they could have a bit of this newly strategic land in exchange for protection. The locals here knew what was going on. The great empires were all scrambling and racing, and they were going to use their prime real estate to get what they wanted to leverage the situation. Smart, and totally a theme throughout this video. So the French set up their colony.
Wait, Djibouti has to make crazy money, no?
Or French Somaliland. This choke point would become a key base for projecting power and refueling on their way to carve up and plunder Asia. France would hold on to their little colonial invention for a long time. Even as the world would decolonize after World War II, France held on to this strategic colony along the choke point. Until
Djibouti.
The locals rose up, there were protests, they clashed with the local authorities, and it led to an independence vote. And in 1977, Djibouti became a new country. Djibouti was independent, but they had a problem. In the words of some New York Times reporting from 1977, the tiny new nation had no army, less than 1 square mile of arable land, and no resources except for sand, salt, and 20,000 camels. Yeah, not good. So, once again, they made
Djibouti.
Djibouti wouldn't be France's anymore, but they would be allowed to retain a military base in the country in exchange
Djibouti.
for security and protection, as well as economic aid. But this didn't change the fact that Djibouti had very little natural resources.
Djibouti.
Eventually, there was a civil war, and it wasn't looking good for Djibouti. Djibouti's salvation would eventually come when they realized that they should harken back to the old days and start exploiting the thing that had made them valuable all those years ago. Their location.
Let's go! No! Stop shooting! The plane has crashed into the World Trade Center.
Our very freedom came under attack. In a series of deliberate...
Oh, so it's server and it's not me.
3 months after 9/11, the United States was about to come crashing into the Middle East in a new way, and they asked Djibouti if they could set up a base there. And Djibouti says yes.
Suddenly, after the global war on terror, America realizes that it's one of the key locations. It matters to be there. You had, Al-Qaeda in Yemen, you had Al-Qaeda in even Horn of Africa. So they needed a base, and Djibouti was one
Djibouti?
Military base on the continent of Africa, and it would be a key jumping off point for George Bush's war on terror. And reminder that it's now the 21st century. Things have changed in the world, and this little choke point was becoming more valuable again, but for different reasons than the old days.
Oh.
Number 1, The world had become addicted to fossil fuels, oil and gas, which was the lifeblood of their economies. And most of that oil and gas was coming from over here, from the land and waters of the countries around this Persian Gulf, where it was then put on ships and sent around the world. A lot of it heading west, through this vital choke point, up the Red Sea, into the Suez Canal, and onto Europe. The world knew that their energy was vulnerable, because Egypt, in earlier decades, had weaponized the canal by closing it, by blocking it. One time for 8 years, inflicting immediate pain on the countries that rely on this constant flow of energy and goods. By the way, semi-side note, this flow of energy becomes even more important when Europe almost entirely cuts ties with Russian natural gas after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. So they have to get more natural gas from this region. Qatar was not sad about that, just put it that way. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Europe needs this route to stay stable. They need these little dots to keep flowing. So that's one reason that the choke point has become more vital than ever. The other reason is China. China rose to become a manufacturing superpower. They make a lot of stuff and they send it to the West. And a lot of that comes through this choke point. And all of this vital trade is happening in a region that is full of unstable governments, rising anti-Western militias, and Somali pirates, making this route precarious and dangerous and subject to problems. So Djibouti has become this vital place here at the choke point, an incredibly important strategic location in a sea of turmoil. Okay, but there's more. In addition to all of this global economy importance, there's also regional importance to Djibouti. Notice Djibouti's neighbor, Ethiopia, the second most populous country in Africa, and, as you can see, one that is totally landlocked. It is not good to be a big country that is landlocked, because the water is where we trade. So, Djibouti is the gateway to Ethiopia's millions of people to trade with the world. 95% of Ethiopia's trade passes through Djibouti. So Djibouti, this colonial creation from France in the 1880s, is now, once again, an incredibly important place on the map. It's become, once again, a highly strategic location. And when there are highly strategic locations, superpowers start moving in. In 2011, Djibouti approved Japan, a pacifist, sort of non-military country, on Djibouti, their one and only foreign military base. Then you have Italy, who set up a military base here in 2013. Spain and Germany also have a military presence here. They are not permanently hosted with a base, they're actually hosted by France. And the soldiers live in these hotels permanently. Okay, that's not weird at all. But yeah, as you can see, the great powers are back. They're back in Djibouti like the old days. Not to compete with one another, but to all band together to police this vital choke point so that the global economy that has brought prosperity to all of us can stay stable, everything keeps flowing, everyone is happy. And this solved a big problem for Djibouti, who again, didn't have a big industry or any kind of resource. They make a lot of money off of these leases to foreign countries, which has helped build their economy. And, like the old days, when one side shows up, the rival won't be far behind.
China has set up a support base in Djibouti.
So the Chinese base is right here, and they're going to be watching us as we're watching them.
In 2016, Djibouti announces that they've been talking to China, and that
What just happened?
to give them land to open their own military.
Where is the Manticore? Am I tripping, bro?
Right down the road from the American base in 2017. So China says they're there because of pirates. Pirates have been wreaking havoc in this area, so they're there to stabilize their economic interests because of pirates. But as we discovered in our deep dive on pirates, by 2017, the pirate issue was basically over. There was almost no hijacking. Look at this graph. Oh, and the Chinese base has this big, deep pier that is like large enough to handle an aircraft carrier and nuclear submarines. So this isn't about pirates. China also did the most China thing when they moved in here, which was instead of just building a base, they also...
Oh, I should disable this and fix exit lag. Let me see.
Gifts to win the favor of
PC boost.
We're talking railway, pipeline, port, all very expensive, all
Benefit
putting
time,
into a
yeah.
lot of debt to China.
That's what's doing this.
Over Africa, which we talk about in another deep dive video we did on the topic, mapping all of China's giant infrastructure projects in Africa and what that means.
What is wrong with this?
Today, huh? So Djibouti is now the only place on Earth where the United States and China, these two rivals, have military bases right next to each other. And so far, everyone's been playing nice. There's been no shenanigans, other than both sides accusing each other of spying on each other constantly. Oh, and there was the lasers. The US says that China was pointing lasers into the eyes of pilots while they were taking off. Which, like, if they really did that, that's just like, why would you do that? Like, why did you do that? Don't do that. Okay, but Djibouti doesn't let every country in. Russia wanted to have their own base in Djibouti, and Djibouti said no. It probably helped that the American National Security Advisor flew to Djibouti and told them that the US would double how much they're paying for their lease if Djibouti didn't let Russia in. Okay, but what about the people? Djibouti isn't just one big military base. There's almost 1 million people who live here. And their day-to-day probably consists of a lot of jet engine sounds. I got to talk to my old grad school professor, David Vine, who is an expert on U.S. military bases and how they affect the locals.
So what we were talking about is a foreign government, foreign military, occupying large swaths of land, fenced off, and hosting large amounts of weaponry, high-powered weaponry of many kinds.
Que tu ne peux rien faire, que tu n'as pas la force nécessaire pour le dégager de ton territoire. Là, c'est un risque pour la souveraineté et
Kill for me, please. Bro, how do people still not have a looting 500 guns?
There have been accidents, especially with drones. The US used to take off their drones and some would fall and actually crash onto like civilian infrastructure. So they had to open a separate airstrip.
Dont l'armée américaine, les voitures des armées américaines ont écrasé des cheptels ou des bétails ou des chameaux qui appartenaient à la population qui habite pas loin de leur base militaire.
Apart from occasionally running over cows, the soldiers mostly keep to themselves. US soldiers don't even go into the city to like buy stuff. All of it is flown in, creating a little slice of America right in Djibouti. Like, they don't even drink the water from Djibouti. It's all flown in.
C'est les jeudis soirs qu'on appelle nous les jeudis soirs. Parce que comme il y avait des nightclubs, le légionnaire, surtout les légionnaires des Français sortaient le jeudi, ils avaient journée libre et ils venaient dans les nightclubs. Et quand ils ont abusé l'alcool, après il y avait toujours à leur sortie du nightclub, il y avait toujours des problèmes. Le plus grand problème venait de là en fait.
And then there's the dictator.
What the fuck did he just say to me, bro? That doesn't even make any sense.
The US base in particular, but also the French and Chinese bases, which are the largest of the collection, are all helping to prop up undemocratic regime that has been accused of widespread human rights abuses.
Every time a foreign power makes a deal with Djibouti and pays them a lot of money in exchange for them being able to be there, they basically validate this terrible dictator who's been in power for 25 years. There's no real elections, free press, freedom of speech, plenty of human rights abuses. But on the other side, there's at least one way that regular people in Djibouti benefit from all of this. Fewer people go hungry today than at the conclusion of the Civil War. And even though the economy is still poor, all of this foreign aid still does support it. Is that worth it to them? I don't actually know. And another version of this video that I want to do someday is to go there and talk to the people and hear what their thoughts are about the bases in Djibouti and what that feels like to live so close to all of these foreign militaries. For now, we're talking about the geography, the history, the geopolitics. Okay, speaking of geopolitics, there's another angle to this story that is devilishly complicated to get into, and I'm not going to get into all the juicy details. You'll understand why when I start talking about it. It has to do with the region.
Why do I get so many cocks, whatever?
All of these countries that are right next to Djibouti, not just the outside powers.
Djibouti.
Sampling of what this looks like because it's pretty wild. So you have all these Gulf countries, and some of them are not totally on the same team, but almost all of them are thinking about the future, and they're realizing that oil is not going to be a big part of their future, because oil is not going to be a big part of any of our future, hopefully. And they're realizing that they're going to need to invest in the Horn of Africa, this region here, which they believe is probably going to be the future of their food, their future breadbasket. So hold that for a second, and then look at Ethiopia and Eritrea. Ethiopia, as we mentioned, uses Djibouti as their gateway to the world. They need it to feed their millions of people. All of this geopolitics is also playing out in Djibouti, this little country that has to navigate everyone's interests. So here's a quick episode of this drama to give you an idea of what it looks like. The United Arab Emirates, UAE, used to be like best friends with Djibouti. It was like one of their most important partners. The UAE built and owned this giant port that basically runs Djibouti's entire economy. But then the UAE got really close to Djibouti's neighbor and kind of enemy, Eritrea. This was very worrisome because Djibouti doesn't want Eritrea to become the new Djibouti. They're a mortal threat. They don't want the UAE to just shut down Djibouti's like strategic...
Djibouti.
Okay,
Just keep saying that one more time. Say that one more time.
UAE, with their close friend Saudi Arabia, are in a feud with Qatar, which also has a military presence in Djibouti.
Qatar.
Here on this
He said it again.
Qatar
Djibouti.
and the UAE are
Why does it say it like that?
They turn to
Qatar.
Djibouti and say, hey, you are too close with the UAE.
Qatar.
We're out of here. Qatar takes their soldiers
Qatar.
out of this border area, and right away Eritrea takes some of this
Qatar.
land from Djibouti. This may seem like some
Qatar.
petty border skirmishes, but remember where we are here. This is the vital choke point. Bab al-Mandeb. Every inch of land matters. Every little conflict could be the spark that stops the global economy. And what this little flare-up shows us is how Djibouti finds itself in the center of conflicts between other countries that it kind of doesn't want to be in the middle of, but like has found itself in the middle of because it hosts all of their militaries. But wait, there's more. Djibouti is actually really good at this. They know how to play the game and to play all these powers off of each other, and we'll see what happens next. So they're kind of beholden to the UAE. UAE has way too much leverage over them. So finally it all comes to a head, and they kick the UAE out from this really vital port.
Ooh.
And they give a massive chunk of it to, wait for it, China, the new arrival to Djibouti that no one wants to mess with. They now have Djibouti
W
is
China.
on their side, and the UAE can't do anything about it. Djibouti saved itself from one power by pleasing a bigger power. Do you see how this works? Do you see what game they're playing here? So, that is why this tiny country in East Africa is so important. It's kind of the definition of geopolitics.
It's a broke country with
To project legitimacy,
rich military bases.
become more important day by day. We're seeing it happen. I mean, like right now as I'm filming this, the Houthi rebels are like potentially cutting internet cables in this choke point.
3 crew members have been killed in a
They're the first deaths since Houthi rebels began attacking shipping in the Red Sea.
After months of bombing merchant ships to punish the West for supporting the IDF war in Gaza, I mean, it's this kind of threat that Djibouti was set up to handle. That is why all these foreign militaries are here. And yet, for me, there is a subtler threat that is emerging here, which you can see when
What is wrong with this server, bro? What the fuck is happening?
Djibouti hosts rival countries during a time when we are transitioning away from a rules-based order where all the great powers have an incentive
What's actually going on?
together under one system that is dominated by the United States, that deeply benefits the United States and its allies, but that works because the United States imposes and protects those rules. Those rules are being challenged. And what is emerging is a system that is messier, more disruptive to these reliable rules that have kept everything stable, kept the United States on top. And unfortunately, we know all too well what happens when great powers start competing with each other more and more over vital resources and vital geographies. In fact, most of the history of war is what happens when great powers are competing with each other. It's ugly, it's messy, it's violent. It provokes a zero-sum way of thinking. Competition, racing to secure and control and exploit vital geographies, like strategic choke points that lead into the most important waterway on the planet. As this rivalry heats up, Djibouti's role is going to be...
Why did he want to swap lobby?
Its government will continue to do what it's done, playing the big powers off each other, exploiting its great real estate.
Like, it wasn't even laggy, I think.
But I believe that there comes a point in every escalating conflict where you kind of have to choose sides. I want Djibouti to continue to embody the positive-sum thinking that has kept the world relatively stable these last 70 years. but it's definitely playing with a very delicate balancing act, and there's a chance that it could stumble. So, as you all know, I will be keeping an eye on the global order, as well as Djibouti, to try to see where this is going, to see if the great powers can continue to cooperate and compete, but cooperate, or if we're heading back into the old days, where competition threatens to rip the world apart. I don't think it's inevitable, but it's going to take effort to avoid it. I've been sleeping every night in the desert.
Why?
Up here in the northwest corner of Saudi Arabia. It's quiet up here. All you can hear is the wind and the sand that it whips off these endless dunes. But not far from where I sleep, there's a new sound.
What is it? What is the new sound, bro? The drone?
For years I've been hearing about this trillion-dollar futuristic city that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is building atop this sand.
Why?
They're calling it Neom. And they're investing a huge amount of their vast oil wealth into making it come to life. I've been hearing about all the reasons it can't work, how this is all just a mirage of royal ambitions. And yet, even from space, you can see that they're building it. They're building something.
Really?
Why would anyone try to build a futuristic city in a barren desert? That is a question I've had for a very long time, and one I intend to get to the bottom of. So I'm
Is this
going
real?
to Neom to see what it looks like, to get a sense of its scale.
We're looking at this fleet of dump trucks. The amount of construction activity is insane, and it hasn't stopped as we've been driving along the line. The magnitude, I've never seen anything close. They're building mountains out there.
The building mountains.
I'm joined by my friend Salim, who was born in a tent out here. He knows this desert better than anyone. Every dune, every valley. All the secret water spots deep in red rock slot canyons. I asked Salim to bring me out into the desert, not only to get up close on the construction of Neom, but also to show me how people live out here, to introduce me to members of his tribe, how they've survived for centuries.
They have a tribe, bro. I thought this was a rich country. What's happening?
The origin story of this desert kingdom. I wanted to put a human face to this collision of worlds, old and new.
Fair enough.
I believe this little shape on the map represents the story of Saudi Arabia, where it came from, how it got here, and why it is attempting to build these cities in the sand.
What do you mean attempting? Aren't they gonna succeed? You can see how they did with Dubai.
Tell you what I'm seeing so far. Trucks, dump trucks, cargo trucks, trucks carrying excavators, trucks carrying more trucks. I've never seen so many trucks in my entire life. These roads, a lot of them are brand new. A lot of them don't even show up on Google Maps. Like, I'm looking at my phone and I'm just sort of floating in no man's land because these are all brand new roads. This is new. Everything is popping up.
They're building a city?
There's so many trucks. All of a sudden, Salim turned off one of these pristinely new roads.
Why do you deflate the tires?
For the dune. We're now going to start driving just into the desert. Wow.
For the dune?
Go everywhere. Are we going up this dune? Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a thing in Saudi Arabia and shit. You're always gonna be able to deflate your tires.
Gorgeous. Okay, now we're really in the desert.
Holy shit.
We found a little canyon to camp in. And while I thought we'd be eating granola bars or canned soup, Salim had other plans.
Did you try camel's meat before?
Camel meat?
Really?
Hashi is the young camel.
Ah, rice with camel meat. The evening tradition here is to wind down with a cup of coffee. Saudi coffee is unroasted and green, infused with cardamom.
It's a different taste. I like it though.
But it's still very caffeinated. Oh, and then after the coffee comes
Thank you.
which again is very delicious, but how can they drink so much coffee before bed?
Yeah, I can't drink too much because the caffeine, I won't be able to sleep. In the morning, I'll drink a lot of it.
Okay.
Wow. That's good. So until what age did you live in the desert?
Maybe until 7.
Till 7.
Wait, camel meat? I really want that.
I like it.
Yeah.
So rare to find families, real families living in desert. The people that we are going to, they are real Bedouins. But when we moved to the city, I studied.
Like, why do they still stand there? Like, I don't understand. Are these people just retarded? Maybe.
Even for me, I like to have a job in the city, but I want the Bedouin life. I want them to stay.
Soon we'll meet the Bedouin nomads who sleep under these stars every night.
Look at this night full of incredible stars.
The Saudi desert is proving to be exceptionally peaceful, despite the army of trucks that, by the way, are still working here in the dead of night. They don't ever stop, and haven't for years.
It is so silent here. My brain doesn't know what to do about it. It's so silent and...
But as the sun rises and Salim feeds me dates and green coffee, oh, and of course, more tea, I'm thinking about my mission for today.
Yeah, you gotta find out what's happening.
Throughout Neom, to all the big construction sites, and show you what they're planning on building out here, with their initial budget of $500 billion, which has since ballooned to an estimated $1.5 trillion. And you're about to see why.
Holy shit.
So I made it to the coast, and I'm looking at the beautiful Red Sea, which is a very beautiful kind of blue, in fact.
This is Oxygen, the place where ideas can change the world.
Oxygen is planned to be their futuristic industrial city, half of it built on the water. It'll be a port where shipping can connect the world to a bunch of high-tech manufacturing, research, and logistics. And then there's Sindala, which is going to be right here on the Red Sea. It's going to be a luxury resort island with plenty of parking for yachts. We picked up a hitchhiker who has been working on Sindala for years.
How's it looking in Sindala?
Finished like 99%.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? What message is
And then there's Magna, which is actually the name of one of these coastal villages we've just been driving next to that is no longer a village. They've forcibly relocated thousands of people for this project.
What?
Atop the ruins of these villages, the kingdom is building 12 luxury coastal resorts and communities. Hey, just one quick clarification here. All of those visuals are 3D renders. They are visualizations done by Neom to see what they want this to look like. This stuff doesn't exist yet, and I think that maybe is obvious, but it looks so real that I just want to make crystal clear. I'm showing a lot of this stuff from the Hypixel promo visuals that have come out from Neom. So that's one thing. Also, check out some of this footage I got while I was on a dune. I was floating around on this dune. This is me shooting a drone. But suddenly, on the other side of this massive dune, there are these green circles. When I was planning my trip to Saudi Arabia, I got really interested in these things, but that has nothing to do with Neom. So I hopped on the phone with my new colleague, Christoph, and asked him to go down the deep dive rabbit hole of why there's a bunch of green circles in the Saudi desert. And he did so, and he made an entire video about what he learned. That video is live right now on our new channel, Tunnel Vision. I think you're gonna like it. Built on some pretty wild designs, ideas, and concepts, including
a vast subterranean digital community inside a mountain. Magna, the coast of Neom.
Yeah, right there's perfect. And then there's Trojena, up here in the mountains. Yes, there are big mountains here. It's going to be a luxury tourist destination for adventure and wellness retreats, complete with an artificial lake and outdoor activities like mountain biking and skiing. Yes, I just said skiing. Up here in the mountains, it gets kind of cold in the winter and snow falls. Definitely not enough for skiing, but enough for them to make fake snow and make ski slopes. They're building a man-made lake. In fact, they're doing it right now. I'm looking up at the mountain and seeing the plumes of smoke from the dynamite that they're using to do whatever they need to do to build an artificial lake. Oh, and by the way, that's the mountain where Moses talked to God and got the 10 Commandments like a few thousand years ago.
What? Really?
Welcome to Trojena, the mountains of Neom.
This is all so strange. And then, of course, the one you've maybe heard about. And yes, it's being built.
What?
I'm driving along it all morning, and I can't really fathom what I'm seeing. I continue to have my mind blown by the scale of this. They say the line is going to be a futuristic city that stretches 170 kilometers and run on renewable energy and artificial intelligence. They want 10 million people to come live here, like a whole New York City of people inside of this line in the desert. Just the digging alone, the amount of earth that they are moving is jaw-dropping. The magnitude is like they're building mountains out there and moving so much earth. Now, I've seen a lot of trucks before, but as I drove along the line, I started to get slightly dizzy, having a hard time processing the scale of all of this. All of these machines working non-stop, every hour of every day for years, moving sand, making mountains, and carving a straight line into the desert. All of this seems impossible. So much of the reporting on Neom has been focused on how implausible, expensive, and delusional this project is. And that's all well and good if that's what you want to focus on, but to me that's not that interesting. What I'm most interested in understanding is why.
We found a little cave last night and camped here.
I honestly believe it's possible. I mean, just look at Dubai, right? Look how they did Dubai.
We all sat around the fire.
You don't underestimate the UAE. Although, of course, it's done in pretty bad ways, in my opinion. Just the building process is probably gonna be a nightmare, but this will probably take like 20 years or still.
Milk with flatbread.
Wow, this is awesome. Yeah.
Wow. So good.
I'm admittedly a little groggy after sleeping a few nights on the desert floor.
We're just sledding down a massive dune in a car, and it's as smooth as butter. Where they're making Trojena, it's gonna be kind of crazy to have skiing in Saudi Arabia, right? Yeah. That's like a hiking. Yeah. Really? This is
Mm.
Today, Salim is introducing me to members of his tribe.
Is this them? Hello.
Show me.
Polar opposite of yesterday's tour through Neom's construction. He put on his traditional Saudi clothing so as not to surprise the members of his tribe that he has indeed become a modern city man. We arrived to a remote patch of desert where a few tents are set up.
Damn, and they live there?
The leader of this family warmly invites me in to sit for coffee.
This is right next to where they're building maybe the craziest shit I've seen in my life. Behind Aiken City, but Aiken City was a flop.
At this point, I'm just embracing the caffeine. They tell me that the only Westerners they've ever seen out here are the ones looking for oil, and that it's very strange to see me showing up to learn about their culture, and especially with a camera.
شغال تصوير. لا ما عليك. هو الطلب عليك انت.
So how long have you lived here?
This is 2 months here.
Wow.
In this location.
I got to meet their animals.
Holy
and
shit.
Members of this nomadic family.
So this family's been here on this site, and they'll move again when the season tells them to. They basically are here grazing their camels and their goats. And God, they've got a beautiful view. Oh my God, those mountains. So wait, he's the shepherd? You're the shepherd? Yeah. Wow, that's cool. Do you ever get lost in the desert? No. He's a pro. He's a pro on that donkey. People's lives depend on moving these animals through the desert in search for scarce food. A theme I hear from a lot of people who live out here is the just sense of peace and simplicity that they get, that they realize that the city could never bring. What do you like about out here that makes you stay?
حب البداوة أنا أحب البداوة والنفاق كويسة ما في مروحة عقاب من رب العالمين.
So when you go to the city, city no. This is a better life. Man, this sunset is gorgeous. Okay. Yeah, that's good. You can reel that.
Wow.
As the group faces east to perform their fourth of 5 prayers they do each day, I'm looking west. Just over those mountains, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is digging a giant line in the sand. Working day and night to reshape this desert, building their high-tech eco-city. For most of its history, this was the way of life out here on this peninsula. And it may have remained such to this day, but eventually the Bedouin on this peninsula united, and unbeknownst to anyone, was sitting atop a sea of black gold.
Oil in commercial quantities, averaging about 200,000 barrels a day. To handle this huge volume, the expanding program requires an increase of permanent personnel to a total of 15,000 Arabs.
Oil changed everything. The kingdom rapidly modernized.
The king sees the oil development as the greatest single means to modernize his country and improve the living standards of his people.
All while still maintaining a deep connection with Islamic law and the rules and norms of Bedouin life. And despite this rapid modernization, hundreds of thousands of people still maintain the nomadic lifestyle. It is a link to their past.
Oh my god, wait, how many perks is the marina? This could be big for me or small for me.
The conversation goes into the night, and I knew I had to ask them about Neo.
Can you ask them what their thoughts are on all the building that's happening?
I have to be sensitive here, because I'm reminded where I am. Saudi Arabia isn't a place where citizens, nomads or not, can speak critically about their kingdom. I got nervous looks and vague answers. But one thing is for certain, the Saudi government has been paying and compensating anyone who has been affected by these projects. Out of respect, I decide not to push it. It's not worth it.
لا لا وانتم فيكم خير وبركه والله ما احنا جايين نجربكم ولا
We're sitting around a huge platter of camel meat and fragrant rice.
So where I'm from, there's no camels. No camels. I've never seen a camel until yesterday.
The elder generously showing his hospitality by finding the juiciest chunks of camel meat and fat and passing them to me.
Thank you.
And I'm realizing that this moment is a glimpse into one of the oldest surviving cultures on Earth.
Thank you.
Wow. They really just be eating the same thing every day though.
Sleep near their tent.
Another night, another sky full of stars.
I'm really feeling it. Just how fast the change has come to this desert, where nomads whose movement and lifestyle hark back to the earliest civilizations, and who are now living a stone's throw away from the construction of a futuristic city that is attempting to define the next chapter of human civilization. It feels like too much to process. I couldn't help but feel worried for this link to the past.
والله عندنا فلوس نلعب
So oil transformed this desert, but soon a problem began to arise. Slowly, the world has started coming to terms with the reality that burning oil to run our world is turning the planet into a place that's not conducive for human life. The International Energy Agency predicts that the world will hit peak oil demand in 2030, at which time demand will start to fall. Other predictions say it'll take longer, but everyone agrees that the future of this world is not oil. This is bad news for Saudi Arabia, a country that has nothing but oil.
Aramco, the state-owned oil company, second quarter profits there tumbling by more than a third from last year's record highs.
Oil transformed this desert kingdom into a modern, powerful country. And in order for them to retain that status, they're going to need to use the money from that oil to transform themselves again.
Yeah.
Enter Neom. Saudi Arabia wants to replace its oil economy with new economies, new industries, some of which they want to invent. This kingdom that has been historically closed is now open, welcoming tourists for the first time.
Welcome to Arabia. Get your visa now.
Let's go to Sandawal. Are here.
Hoping to attract the world. This is something neighboring Dubai has done successfully.
The spirit of Dubai.
Is Dubai its own country?
On a whole new level.
I'll tell you one thing. The water here is beautiful.
On that note, I was surprised at how welcome I felt here. Every person I met greeted me with kindness, an eagerness to show me their culture. But it's not just about tourism. Neom is manufacturing, sustainability technology, sports, education, media, and even an attempt to reinvent cities themselves. They also want to use all this oil money to stay on top of global energy. All of this hot sun is great for solar energy. And while driving around, I saw endless fields of wind turbines.
Good.
And they can use this to make new forms of hydrogen energy that they can ship around the world. And the reason why all these promo videos look like a Hollywood movie is because they can't do this without investors from the outside world.
مشروع ذا لاين هو ثورة حضارية للإنسان تضع الإنسان أولاً.
They need people to come live here.
So my husband got offered a job for Neom in Saudi Arabia and we decided to make the move.
They need them to play here, raise children here, somehow have a life here. And most crucially, to invest in these projects.
And what are we calling it? The line. The line. The line.
So not unlike a startup, Neom is pitching the world on this impossible sounding vision with the hopes that people will buy it, invest in it, and make some version of it a reality.
I mean, shit, if they can make this somewhat true.
Did you feel excited about now? Like, yeah? Why?
I wouldn't do this business without Neom. Before Neom.
Wow.
Everyone wanna like check on internet what is Neom. Then they need a tour guide. They have more than 30 tour guides working with me.
Wow.
So it's a big business now, and it's all because of Neom.
So while Salim is seeing the benefits of this project, the effects for others in this region are less certain. We're driving by some of the towns that have been demolished.
Damn.
The people forced to move to make way for the construction of Neom.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that part.
Somewhere else.
I absolutely do not fuck with.
Signing a petition to protest this forced eviction. One even posted to social media voicing his outrage. A risky move in a place where freedom of speech isn't really a thing. Soon he was locked in a shootout with security forces that left him dead.
This is when Saudi officials reportedly handed over the body of Abdul Rahim al-Huwaiti to his tribe. His family denies the official narrative that Abdul Rahim was a terrorist.
At least 47 other villagers were detained on terror-related charges, and 5 of them are now on death row. The scale and riskiness of these projects speaks to this.
What?
His family denies the official narrative.
Wait, what?
At least 47 other villagers were detained on terror-related charges, and 5 of them are now on death row.
Death row? Over being against getting forcefully evicted?
The scale and riskiness of these projects speaks to the scale of Saudi Arabia's challenge. They need something to keep them afloat after oil goes away, so they're betting the family farm on a few massive projects. Many will likely fail, but even if a few of these work out as planned, it could be their next oil. Lifting this kingdom into the future. That's the calculus here.
Why did they have to make something so unrealistic though? I guess Dubai kind of was that. Look at Dubai road. Dubai is crazy. And it succeeded, man.
But what's clear is that this kingdom isn't stopping anytime soon.
Yeah. Wow, I just watched a 3-hour video of this guy.
Economy is in recession, and the civilized world
Oh.
And our big development for today is about the mother of all tacos. Trump always chickens out. And honestly, this one caught me a little bit by surprise. I can't lie. I honestly thought on Saturday, I said, there's no way he's walking away from this. Because my gut, and I'll explain it in just a moment, but my gut was...
No, he is.
Every time he does this. With Russia, with China, with North Korea, with Europe, with Canada, with Mexico. He always makes these big over-the-top threats and ultimatums. And then invariably, every time, he always chickens out. And so he'll tell Russia, you've got 60 days to make a deal, or else, I don't know, something's going to happen. And then we arrive at the deadline, and Trump says, you know, never mind. We're making great progress. There's really no need for that. He'll say with China, if China puts tariffs, if they retaliate with tariffs against our tariffs, well, then we're going to increase it to 100%, and then 200%, and then... And China retaliates with tariffs, and then Trump begs Beijing to back off. So this has been the pattern over the past year and a half. You had this in the first administration, but it's really a problem in the second term. So on Saturday, Trump issues this huge ultimatum against Iran. I didn't get a chance to cover it because I didn't do a show on Saturday. But over the weekend, Trump puts out on Truth Social this huge threat and says, if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours, then we are going to destroy their energy infrastructure. We're going to destroy their oil, their natural gas, all their critical infrastructure. As we have talked about up until this point, this is the nuclear option. Not the literal nuclear option, which might still be on the table, but this is a huge red line in the conflict to cross. If he did that, it would constitute a significant escalation, which Trump has been trying to avoid, actually. And we talked about this all last week. The reason that Trump and the United States don't want to make this an energy war is because, one, an energy war of any kind will
bad.
The global energy supply and cause inflation. Everything runs on energy. Transportation, industry, all of it. It all runs fundamentally on electricity and fossil fuels. And even the electricity runs on fossil fuels for the most part also. So if we attack Iran's energy, we constrain all the energy and prices go up. But then additionally, Iran can do the same thing to us and our energy providers. And so what we do to them, they will visit upon us.
Yeah.
And the effect is compounded. They will attack the energy in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, elsewhere, and that will further constrain the energy supply, further increase prices.
Yeah.
That's right, but I feel like they are doing this now already, and they have been doing this for the past 2 weeks, actually. Like, why do you think the oil prices went up in, like, one straight line? Why do you think people, they are freaking out now if they go to the gas station here and they see these crazy prices? This is probably one of the main reasons behind this, and this should also be the main reason for Donald Trump to stop this stupid, useless war, because he is not only destroying another country, he is also destroying our country with destroying our economy and the worldwide economy. So I wish Donald Trump was more busy with releasing the Epstein files, for example, instead of fighting a war on behalf of another country. But again, that's just me.
So that's why this is a really big deal. Trump says if they don't open up the strait, which they're surely not going to do, if they don't open up the strait, we're going to decimate their energy.
That's crazy.
Iran almost immediately comes out and threatens exactly that. Iran's foreign minister comes out within hours of Trump's statement and says, well, if the United States bombs our energy, we'll bomb Saudi Arabia, we'll bomb Qatar, we'll bomb the United Arab Emirates.
What is Qatar?
What's more, Iran said that energy infrastructure is civilian infrastructure. So Trump is talking about the electrical grid. He's actually talking about power plants. He's talking about the electrical grid.
What the fuck?
He's actually talking about the supply of energy in Iran. Just like in Ukraine, this is a very big factor in their war. So the foreign minister of Iran comes out and says, this is civilian infrastructure. It's also energy infrastructure. So if we get hit in that way, which technically is a war crime, then we will not only retaliate against the Gulf energy infrastructure, Saudi Aramco, Qatari LNG, and other energy infrastructure, but Iran says also we will attack other civilian infrastructure like desalination. Now, if you know anything about the Arabian Peninsula, it's a desert. They don't have drinking water. They don't have fresh water supply there. They don't have lakes and rivers like we do. And so the way that they provide water for their huge population on these coastal cities is they desalinate the water. They take water from the Gulf and they remove the salt, the salinity, and that makes it available to drink. And these desalination plants in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, they supply the drinking water for the entire population.
Yeah.
And if those desalination plants go offline, they only have a supply of drinking water for about a month. That's a big problem for the millions upon millions of people that live in these cities that rely on that for water. Otherwise, they die. Very quickly, you have forget about energy prices, forget about inflation. Now you've got a real problem on your hands with the tens of millions of people that live in all these major cities. So, this is all predictable. And we talked about this last week. It cannot become an energy war because Iran actually, in this narrow context, maintains escalation dominance.
Yeah.
And that means that they hold the ultimate checkmate. They have the ace up their sleeve. They have the better hand in this. They can always take it further. Whatever we do to them, they maintain the ability to launch drones and ballistic missiles because of the mobility, the abundance, how cheap and economical these weapon systems are. And so we can literally drop nukes on them. We can drop the biggest conventional ordnance on them. We can hit them as hard as possible with our whole arsenal. We could invade, for that matter. We could even invade. And they would still maintain the ability to launch missiles from the shoulder or from the back of a pickup truck going 100 miles an hour on the coast. They could still launch drones that can and will hit the desalination plant, Saudi Aramco, Qatari's LNG facilities, and inflict severe detrimental problems on the Gulf countries and then the global economy. So this is why we didn't want to take it there, because whatever we do to Iran, they could always do something worse to us, something that we actually cannot tolerate. And so this is why I say Trump makes this threat on Saturday, and he's really putting his credibility on the line, because it wasn't exactly ambiguous. There wasn't a lot of wiggle room here. Trump said in all capital letters, you have 48 hours. Open up the strait or else. If you don't open the strait in 48 hours, we're attacking Bushehr, we're attacking your electrical grid, we're attacking your power plants, and that's it. And that's your last chance for peace. These are his words. Now, the reason that this is a bit conflicting is because you say, on the one hand, Trump always chickens out.
Yeah.
So if this is like all the other threats that Trump has given over the past 2 years or year and a half, well, he'll probably back down. Because as I said, there's a quick survey of examples. There was the trade war with China almost exactly a year ago today, where Trump chickened out. There was his ultimatum, or actually series of threats against Russia over the entire course of last year, where Trump always backed down and chickened out.
Yeah, okay, but come on, guys. Like, this little cute clown president is always acting like a tough guy, but in reality, he isn't that tough, right? This is just another example. Like, how are we surprised by this? And believe me, it's always the same with Donald Trump. He is always talking a lot, but there are zero actions. And if you do this, he lost already his credibility with the majority of the Americans, and now he will also lose his credibility with, like, almost everyone else in the world, because they can see, all right, dude, you threaten us, but you never do something what you actually say. So I think we have almost reached the point now already that almost everyone else in the world also knows that our cute little president is just a grifter. He's just acting like a little kid. He's yelling a lot, making a lot of noises, but at the end, he never does what he actually says. And even in Iran, they know this now already. So this is going to be used against him, of course. Like, you can make all these threats, but if you never ever do the things what you say, people, they will not take you seriously anymore. And this happened already with the American people, like I said before, and now this is happening worldwide as well. So this is actually good. I hope this can be another factor why we can stop this stupid war ASAP, because if they don't even take our president seriously, then we can better stop this stupid, useless war, right?
And so you see this threat over the weekend and say, surely, this is not serious. Because if Trump follows through, and almost certainly he's going to have to, Iran maintains this capability. They're not going to open up the strait. They know how that will play out. They know that they're able to hit the Gulf, and Trump knows that, and they know Trump knows that, and so on and so forth. I said, so surely Monday will come. The Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. Trump will be forced to make good on the threat. But he knows what will happen, which is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for all the Gulf countries. It's unacceptable for Washington. So, if history is our guide, then Trump will have to, in that case, back down. Monday will come. They will not open up the strait, and Trump is going to have to say, forget it, never mind. At the same time, as we've talked about in this conflict so far, we are in a stalemate. And the stalemate consists in the fact, as we've just discussed, that Iran maintains escalation dominance. There's nothing we can do to Iran to either A, topple their regime and destroy the personnel that are carrying out and prosecuting the war, or two, suppress their ability to inflict damage on infrastructure in the Gulf and against the United States and Israel, and close the Strait of Hormuz. So if there's nothing that we can do to escalate and win, then the only available option is either we got to stick it out and fight a war of attrition. We have to fight literally until Iran runs out of ammunition or personnel, or until their society collapses after a prolonged siege, which is devastating for us. Or, and this is the most likely outcome, we have to retreat.
Yeah.
We will have to retreat without achieving all of our objectives. We'll have to leave the Iranian regime intact. They effectively exercised a veto over our war in the Strait of Hormuz, which means that now we've ceded control of the strait and therefore the global energy market to Iran. And even though we've inflicted a lot of damage on Iran's military, they will be able to say, for those reasons, it's a strategic victory for them. They will say the U.S. and Israel threw everything at us, and we survived. And that's our mandate to govern. That is why the Islamic regime isn't going anywhere. And what's more, the United States better not try that again. And there's a word for this. It's called deterrence. Iran has reestablished deterrence over the U.S. and Israel. Whereas in the past, the U.S. and Israel provoked Iran repeatedly and confronted Iran and seemed fearless in provoking and confronting Iran because they made assumptions that they could defeat Iran. Now, Iran is able to say, well, you tried it and you failed. You lost. You didn't get what you wanted. We denied you. And so now in the future, you will be less likely to confront us again because you saw what we're made of and you saw what you're up against. You saw that in the end, there's nothing you can do. We're too big, too many people, our bench is too deep, we have too many drones and missiles. So in the future, you're not going to try it. We have effectively deterred you from intervening again. Now this is a very critical concept. The reason that Trump wants to escalate to de-escalate, the reason that Trump wants to find a way to exert leverage against Iran through escalation without boots on the ground, without nukes, to break the stalemate, is because he knows, and the military planners know, and Israel knows, that if we just walk away without any grand finale, without a climax, without actually achieving anything tangible or persuasive that we can tell people that we won, then that is what it looks like. It looks like we went whole hog, we didn't get what we wanted, we shrugged, and we walked away. And the whole world has taken notice, Iran and their people, that Iran won the war.
Yeah, okay, but at this point, I don't really care anymore. Like, seriously, let them think that they have won this stupid war. Like, we should have never started this stupid war in the first place. So, yeah, if we can save billions of dollars and life of our fellow Americans who will probably die there if they're gonna put boots on the ground, alright, just take the L, say that we lost, let them feel like they won. We should have never even started this stupid war. So, I don't know, like, can someone, by the way, explain me, why are we still in Iran even after 2 weeks? Meanwhile,
I don't know.
We promises that he would not start any new wars and that he was done with all these wars in the Middle East. How is it possible that we elected a guy who literally betrayed us, who said that he would do everything completely the opposite as what he is doing now? Am I the only one who's freaking out about this? We're almost 2 weeks into this stupid war now. Everyone is acting like this is normal. This should not be normal. This is not normal. Our country is dropping bombs in another country. Our country is destroying another country. Meanwhile, the majority of the people in the United States of America, they don't even support this. So why are we still doing this? I really feel like Donald Trump could be impeached because of this. He betrayed our country. He betrayed our people. He is wasting billions of dollars what we could have invested in our own country, in our own people. No, we're not doing that.
He should be impeached. He should have been ages ago. He shouldn't even became into office, bro. He's a felon.
Why are we still over there?
Bro, we got a convicted felon as a president. What is happening there? Y'all is cooked.
Freak out, and I don't want to like make a whole scene about it, but I'm just getting so tired of the fact that everyone is already talking now about the fact that this war is gonna benefit our country. How is this war gonna benefit our country if we are destroying another country? We are wasting our money over there. It's just useless. It's just useless. And again, like, excuse me for my little rant, but I'm getting so tired. I'm so like so done with our own president that we're not even like 1 or not even 2 years in. Can you imagine? Stop this stupid war. Release the Epstein files. Listen to the people who voted for you. Like, is that too much to ask for from our president to listen to the people who elected him? Like, it almost looks like we have to beg our own president to put America first. This should be normal. You should have put America first always.
So what Trump is trying to do to break the stalemate is he is going to have to, in a way, bluff his way out of this. In order to avert a situation where he loses face and gives Iran that strategic victory, he's going to have to find a way to land a blow against Iran in a way that doesn't escalate out of control, where we're invading or bringing boots on the ground, or there's serious casualties, or there's some humiliating American tactical defeat. He's going to need to inflict some kind of blow to increase leverage, to extract some concession, and that is your escalate to de-escalate. Increasing the firepower in a creative way to achieve a tactical victory so that we can retreat with honor, withdraw with some dignity. And that way, we break the stalemate, we exit the conflict without losing face, without losing deterrence, without handing Iran that strategic victory. So what is very important about all of this is credibility.
There is none.
If Trump is telling Iran, hey, we don't care, we'll destroy your energy, and even if you retaliate, hey, see if we care. We can take it. We're strong. We're fortified. Trump has to effectively convince Iran that he is suicidal. He has to convince Iran that he is willing to do things to them that might be detrimental for us, but we don't care. It's a confidence game. It's a game of chicken. He's got to bluff his way out of this. He needs to convince them he's serious, that he might invade, that he might send a ground force in, that he's willing to drag this on for 100 days. I think that's what a lot of these leaks and planted stories and even logistical moves are about. When they say we're preparing for a 100-day conflict or going into September or the fall, what they are signaling to Iran is, don't think you're going to stick it out. Don't think you're going to wait us out and you're going to feed us with oil. They're almost communicating an irrationality. It's a madman strategy. They're telling Iran, if you think that you've got us by the balls, if you think that you're going to use the oil market to hurt us economically and you're going to force our hand and you're going to somehow get out of this,
well, they're doing that right now.
Mistaken, because we're settling in for the long haul. And I think that's why they make those moves. Because every time you see a statement like that, every time you see a story like that that says we're moving intelligence and logistics personnel down to Florida until September, when they say we need $200 billion to fight a 6-month war, when they say these things, we're going to hear that and groan and say, oh, another forever war. When Trump says, we're considering boots on the ground, I don't care about the poll numbers, I don't care if it's popular. We groan, but Iran says maybe they're serious. And then the planners in Iran have to wonder, are we overplaying our hand? Because if there's a chance that the U.S. and Israel are crazy enough to stick it out, if they think, again, and they might not be certain, but that's all they need is a seed of doubt. If they have any doubt that the Strait of Hormuz strategy is working or not, and they think maybe the U.S. can tolerate the hit to energy, the hit to the economy, that they have an appetite for a protracted attritional conflict at a low level, well, they're going to start to ponder their mortality. And they're going to wonder, how much of this can we take? Sure, we can close the strait, and it will cause inflation, and there will be some difficult correction in the U.S. economy, but we're literally going to get assassinated. In a long enough timeline, if the war does go on until the summer or the fall, the leadership might actually get killed. And with all these airstrikes at this pace, thousands of airstrikes every day, maybe we won't have a military by the end of this, and maybe Iranian society will collapse. But in order for Trump to achieve that effect, he needs them to be confident in his threats. He needs credibility to reestablish deterrence in the other direction. And so this is why on Saturday, when Trump made the threat, I said, although he always chickens out, he's gonna have to follow through. Because although Iran's retaliation against our energy would be devastating if Trump followed through, if he chickens out, it might be worse. Because chickening out causes us to lose credibility, lose face, and then we lose our ability, we lose our credibility to bluff and convince Iran that they don't have us by the balls. And yet, Trump chickened out. Even though this is like the all-important ultimatum, you can't do this. It's so reckless in a conflict of this nature, in the situation that we're in. Trump chickened out. And so this morning, it did surprise me, actually. Trump came out this morning and said, actually, we're going to postpone the deadline. We're going to give Iran 5 days. If Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz within the new timeline, which is by the end of this week, then we will carry out the strikes. He said, but we're postponing it because we're actually making progress on a deal.
Yeah, right, and believe me, this is also complete nonsense. Like, Donald Trump was talking about, like, this deal. 5 minutes later, Iran literally made a statement. We are not even talking with you guys, so what deal are you talking about? And believe me, even after these 5 days, Donald Trump will probably postpone it again. Like this is just how he is. Like, how many more examples do we need? Like, I talked about this before, and Nick even explained this way better. Donald Trump always does this. I really hope Donald Trump is watching these videos, but he's probably not even allowed to watch these videos from his daddy, Bibi. But I really want to say, if you literally can do the things what you say, just don't say it. It's that easy. Like, why are you threatening people if you never can do what you actually say? Like, you're gonna lose your credibility. You're literally like losing our country's credibility. Stop doing this, Donald. It's not that hard. If you can do the things what you say, just don't say it.
Exactly.
Says that his administration has spoken to the Iranian regime, and they have made progress on a framework for a deal, one where the U.S. and Iran might actually work together. And Trump also implied that the deal is almost finalized. He said that every point of agreement, or rather every point of contention, has been resolved. And they agree on all the fundamentals, and Iran has agreed to share the strait and give up nuclear enrichment and give up their highly enriched material and all these things. And this is just, in the first place, who even believes this? At 7:30 a.m., Trump comes out in the press pool and on Truth Social, and first of all says, never mind, forget the 48-hour deadline, we're postponing it by 5 days. And you think, this is just not serious. There's nothing serious about any of this. Trump is not serious. This is not a serious government. This is a joke. They're lying. I don't believe them. They're flying by the seat of their pants. Everything they do is ad hoc. Everything they do.
Flying by the seat of their
There was
pants.
no plan going into this. There was no plan B. And so they're literally making it up as they go along. And this is just ridiculous. And so Trump says, we're calling off the deadline. Okay, so every day it's something different. You have no credibility. Nobody believes even what you're saying. It's all a lie. But then he goes into the press pool and says, we've talked to Iran. We agree on everything. They've agreed on every point. And you say, that's a lie. Who believes that? I don't even believe they're talking to the Iranian government. Who would they be talking to? I don't even think that's the case. You're not talking to Iran. And then he says, well, we're reaching a deal. We have a very strong deal, and we have all this agreement. No, we don't. Trump said that Iran has agreed to share the Strait of Hormuz with America. Why would they do that? If anything, it's the opposite. Iran has said, even when the conflict ends, there will be a new dynamic in the Strait of Hormuz, meaning they want control over the strait the way that Egypt has control over the Suez. And if you don't know what that means, it means they want sovereignty over it. They want the Strait of Hormuz to be effectively Iranian territory. And that means they want to charge a toll. So all the shipping that goes through, just like the shipping that goes through Panama, and just like the shipping that goes through Suez, they want to extract a fee, a toll, on all the shipping that goes through.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying, and that makes sense. They've earned it. They've fought for it, and they've won that. They have that right now. It was reported today that a few tankers paid a $2 million toll to cross the strait this morning. So they have that. They fought for it, they have it, and we have no ability to suppress that. So why then would they agree to share this newly capability with the United States, their mortal enemy? It doesn't make any sense. Their demands, we read them last week, are opposites. Iran demands that the U.S. leave all its military bases in the Middle East and pay reparations and give them control of the strait and never attack Iran again. Those are Iran's demands. And the U.S. demands are that Iran cannot have any ballistic missiles and they cannot have nuclear enrichment and they have to give over their highly enriched uranium. And these two positions are completely the opposite. Yet Trump in the press pool says it's basically a done deal.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is probably just lying about it. It's like he almost lies about everything. So what else is new? Like, how are people also surprised by this? Like, what I just said before, like, Donald Trump made all these statements that the negotiations were following plan and everything was going great. They were talking with Iran. Meanwhile, Iran, like 5 minutes later, denied the fact that they were even talking with each other and they didn't even know about this deal. So they are literally... Do you really expect that Iran is talking now with our government? Meanwhile, they are getting bombs on their head? Of course not. They hate us even more now than before this stupid war. That's also why this war is so useless. They hate us more now. We have a bigger problem now, as well as what Nick just said, as what like the Strait of Hormuz. This is gonna be closed now after this war anyway, and Iran, they will ask a toll. Of course, they fought for us, exactly what Nick just said. So we are now even like further away from them than we were before this war. So it's all so useless. It's so useless. We are destroying another country. Meanwhile, we're also destroying the worldwide economy. We're destroying our own country.
It's so retarded. It is crazy and it's real.
Like a couple days.
It's real.
I wouldn't be surprised, and again, I hope I'm wrong on this, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if this war is gonna last like maybe a year, maybe longer. And then did we not learn anything from the past wars? It's so stupid, so stupid. But again, I don't want to freak out about it, but it's such a shame if you actually think about it, that the president who we elected, who said no more wars, dragged us into like one of the biggest wars in the past century, maybe like I don't know. It could be the case that like in 5 years we're still fighting Iran. Could be the case, because don't get this wrong. They can suffer. They can suffer. They have been suffering in Iran for the past 60 years, 70 years. We can't. So seriously, don't expect that this will be solved in just a couple of days. But again, this is just my opinion. I'm very curious about your opinion. Do you agree with Nick? Do you think we should like send our troops back home and just stop this useless war? I'm very, very curious. Please share your opinion in the comments. It's very important to say I read all comments. I even try to reply to some of your comments, so please let me know. As well, if you like this video, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. If you really like these kind of videos, consider subscribing. I would appreciate it even more. And then you make sure you don't miss anything. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the next one. Ciao!
All hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump's catastrophic disastrous war in Iran is suddenly escalating even more after Donald Trump claimed that there would be 5 days of relative peace after having what he described as productive conversations with Iranian leaders to potentially create a joint venture deal where Donald Trump and the Ayatollah would control the Strait of Hormuz together. Iran mocked that, said we're not having any conversations with you. And then last night, Donald Trump and Netanyahu started bombing energy infrastructure within Iran. Iran responded, retaliating against Kuwait. I'll talk about that in a moment. And now we have United States 4-star general, former defense secretary, an individual who has massive experience in the Middle East. General Mattis says Iran right now, if we declared victory and just left, they would say, we own the Strait of Hormuz. You'd see a tax for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. I can't identify a lot of options. And when General Mattis is saying he can't identify a lot of options, that is a big, big problem, especially when we're seeing headlines like this flood in. Hormuz fertilizer block by Iran will upend the world's food supply. We're, of course, talking about crude and oil shipments that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, and that's why we're seeing the price of crude skyrocket right now, even as Donald Trump tried to manipulate the markets yesterday. We should also be talking about LNG, liquefied natural gas, and LNG is about to run out in the Middle East. Let me repeat that. Liquefied natural gas is like 8 days from running out in the Middle East. That will be catastrophic. Also, in the Middle East, it's one of the main sources of fertilizer. Thus, American farmers, frankly, farmers across the world are suffering, and our farmers need a bailout right now after the Trump regime bailed them out before as well, based on Donald Trump's trade war against the world. We also don't talk
It's a
enough
full-on
about
disaster, all this shit.
and other types of things that go into devices like MRIs. Good luck trying to get an MRI when you don't have some of the underlying components. And folks, even if the war were to end tomorrow, and as I mentioned, things are escalating, so it ain't gonna end tomorrow, okay? It's going to get worse and worse, especially as we know that the Trump regime is sending in thousands of forces, Marine Expeditionary Units, USS Tripoli from Japan, the 82nd Airborne.
They're all gonna die, you know?
Bragg, including the elite paratrooper division there, the USS Boxer, Marine Expeditionary Units, thousands of troops flooding in for a potential ground invasion. But even if the war ended tomorrow, the shock to the oil supply, the shock to the food supply would be very, very severe when everything's settled. And it ain't ending tomorrow. So things are just going to get worse and worse. It's what I've been warning about. Worst case scenario. So in the meantime, China is kind of standing back and standing by as China's leaders hunt for strategic gains from the U.S. quagmire in Iran. China has cut some deals with Iran where Chinese ships can enter the Strait of Hormuz. They can pay the toll fee to Iran, bring their oil to China, and who knows? Are they bringing component parts for Shahed drones, for ballistic missiles? You can guess. You can decide. I'll raise the question. Meanwhile, Qatar Airways has now sent 20 of its largest aircraft. By the way, Financial Times headlines I'm reading. Qatar Airways has sent 20 of its largest aircraft to a site used for long-term storage, in a sign that the airline is preparing for months of disruption across the Gulf. Just think about the decades and decades it took to build up a lot of these Middle East nations, whether it's Qatar, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, turning areas into tourist centers. Ain't nobody visiting. Dubai is dead. Abu Dhabi is dead. Say goodbye to your tourism. Say goodbye to businesses moving. Who the hell is going to go there right now when we know that at any point in time it could be engulfed in this type of war? All the work they've done, all the quid pro quos, all the pay for plays, getting Donald Trump the airplanes and the Trump businesses and the Trump hotels. What just happened to you is what happened to Donald Trump's lenders, Donald Trump's contractors, when Donald Trump bankrupted company after company after company with his daddy's money, and now he's doing it with the United States. But if you want to know where Donald Trump's priorities are right now, while he is destroying the United States alliances and power abroad, well, Donald Trump is putting videos of himself out there in Hungary, CPAC, to try to help Viktor Orban there, where the pro-democracy coalition is set to beat Orban, which would be a massive blow to Putin in Hungary coming up. You have Donald Trump inviting Belarus's leader, Lukashenko, to the White House to discuss a, quote, big deal as the Trump regime removes massive sanctions against banks and major companies in Belarus. But Donald Trump is threatening the European Union with removing favorable access provisions to the United States liquefied natural gas. Europe gets a lot of their LNG from the Middle East. The Middle East LNG is now, as I said earlier, being destroyed. So America LNG will become in higher demand. It will also be more costly. So Trump, like the mafia boss he is, wannabe mafia boss that he is now threatening Europe. If you don't agree to my trade deal terms, my 15% tariffs on you, you will lose favorable access to the United States LNG. So when the United States needs Europe right now to help without Donald Trump giving any notice to our allies, Donald Trump continues to attack Europe. Continues to attack our allies. Continues to attack Zelensky. Continues to prop up Putin and Iran. Iran had these sanctions lifted against its oil. Iran's made billions of dollars as a result of this war so far. And Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz with an iron fist right now, which it didn't do before. Take a look at what Trita Parsi writes. Energy Insider in Iran is telling him the following, and it's stunning. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel minus an $18 discount. Today, it produces 1.5 million barrels a day and sells it at $110 with only a $2 to $4 discount. And this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased but are now being sold to a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through which new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. This means that Iran is all the less incentivized to end the war unless the agreement provides it with formal sanctions relief. And Iran is now dictating the terms of an American surrender. And Iran is saying, we want full reparations. We want to be able to produce the weapons that we want to be able to produce. We want security guarantees that the United States and Israel can't attack us again like this. And we want an acknowledgement and an apology by the United States and Israel. And we want your bases out of the Middle East. That's where Iran is right now in these negotiations. Whereas, before, as the foreign minister of Oman, who the U.S. picked to be the mediator, stated that Iran was willing to enter into a deal to get rid of all of its enriched uranium.
Bro, this is not gonna
It was a
happen.
stronger deal than Obama's deal, even. Trump blew it, then literally blew it up, and then blew up the United States. It again is so utterly despicable. Meanwhile, President Zelensky of Ukraine put out the following report yesterday. Report by Chief of Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, Ola Evashenko. First, we have irrefutable evidence that the Russians continue to provide intelligence to the Iranian regime. Russia is using its own signals intelligence and electronic intelligence capabilities, as well as part of the data obtained through cooperation with partners in the Middle East. Second, the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine regularly provides assessments of the situation on the front lines, as well as internal Russian information regarding activity on the battlefield. The Russian command constantly seeks to exaggerate the achievements of Russian forces on the front lines and subsequently use such inflated data from the headquarters of the Russian occupation contingent grouping in the negotiation process. Third, we have clear information that Russia is planning further deployment of ground-based control stations for long-range UAVs in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, as well as 4 stations in Belarus. We will respond accordingly. I have instructed Ola Ivashenko to inform partners and media representatives about the data that we can make public. Just think about this. As Zelensky is helping the United States with drone interceptors and the know-how of how to strike down these Shaheeds, these Iranian drones and ballistic missiles, since Ukraine has developed this incredible wealth of knowledge of how to do it. As Zelensky's also been helping Netanyahu, you have Trump and Netanyahu endorsing Viktor Orban.
Bro, why is that even happening? The way he's just setting this up just makes me realize how much of a disaster shit is.
And Netanyahu and Trump endorsing Orban at Hungary CPAC over the past 48 hours. Then Donald Trump inviting the authoritarian leader of Belarus, Lukashenko, to do a big deal with the United States in Mar-a-Lago. And this again follows the Russians speaking with Witkoff and Kushner about doing deals together while Russia is out there providing the intelligence to Iran to kill Americans and to target American assets. Zelensky also posts the following message. There is growing evidence that the Russians continue to provide the Iranian regime with intelligence support. This is clearly destructive activity and it must be stopped as it only leads to further destabilization. All decent states are interested in guaranteeing security and preventing a larger crisis. Markets are already reacting negatively, and this is significantly complicating the fuel situations in many countries. By helping the Iranian regime stay afloat and strike more accurately, Russia is effectively prolonging the war. There must be a response. Like, what the hell are you doing? And we shouldn't forget what's happening in Ukraine, right? Kharkiv, explosions. Zaporizhia, explosions. As Kate from Kharkiv writes, Russian bastards are fighting apartment buildings and sleeping families. They're just attacking innocent families, sleeping in their apartment buildings, just trying to kill civilians. Ukraine.
Yeah, that's I just hate that.
Take a look at this.
I hate war, but if you go for civilians, you're sick in the head. You're disgusting. I hope you die. Like now, die now.
The Primorsk port is Russia's largest oil loading terminal on the Baltic Sea, located in the Leningrad region. It specializes in the export of crude oil and petroleum products right there. So Zelensky striking back. Finally, let's talk about what the Trump regime's saying behind the scenes. U.S. officials are telling the Washington Post they no longer believe it is possible to achieve the war's original goals of overthrowing the Iranian regime and putting its nuclear program permanently out of reach. Instead, it is the goal right now to just simply secure the Strait of Hormuz, a problem created by the unlawful, disastrous invasion in the first place. A senior Iranian official, Mohsen Reza, says if you strike our infrastructure, it will no longer be an eye for an eye. It will be to cripple you. It will be a head for your eye. You will be crippled. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un posting photographs of himself by massive ballistic missiles that look like they could contain nuclear weapons and saying North Korea's status as a nuclear power is irreversible. Turkish sources are telling Al Monitor that the U.S. is asking for talks between Vance and Iran's parliamentary leader Ghalibaf, where Turkey could be an intermediary, but Iran is yet to respond and has no interest in responding. And as I said at the outset, things are escalating very, very quickly. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thank you for watching. We appreciate you as always.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts for new updates.
State regime media, which calls itself Fox News, and Donald Trump's communications director, Stephen Chung, have been attacking the Midas Touch Network after it was announced that we at the Midas Touch Network brought on board Scott McFarlane, legendary reporter, as our chief Washington correspondent. Let me show you what Fox was saying about us and what some of their reporters were saying. I'll show you what Stephen Chung was saying. I'll show you what some other far right-wing people were saying to attack the Midas Touch Network. Then we'll put up our reporting versus state regime media, which calls itself Fox. And I guess you can say, we'll report, you'll decide, okay? So this was the headline from state regime media, which called itself Fox from yesterday. Veteran CBS reporter joins far-left media company Midas Touch as anchor. Says they share the same North Star. Scott McFarlane joins media group Midas Touch that is openly hostile to Trump. Ooh, openly hostile to Trump. Why? Because we report the truth. We report his deranged and demented behavior, his barrage of lies that have made the United States the weakest it's ever been, probably, in our history. Let's go on and we'll read more of the article. Former CBS News reporter Scott McFarlane announced on Monday he's joining the far-left media company Midas Touch. Wow, we're so far left because, again, why? We report on the truth. We care about democracy and empathy and treating people with respect and with dignity and supporting our allies and supporting NATO and supporting Ukraine and, most importantly, supporting the people here in the United States of America, the people who are suffering under this Trump regime, who can't afford rent, who can't afford homes, who can't afford groceries, who now can't afford gas, who are psychologically tortured, living paycheck to paycheck, lie after lie from this Trump regime, which said that they would make things affordable on day one, that prices would decrease.
Yes, sir.
There would be peace in Ukraine in 24 hours.
24 hours, yes, sir.
Because we call that out, that makes us radical, that makes us far left. I think that makes us truthful.
Reasonable.
And I think that's what the people want right now. The truth, the facts, not the BS lies of state regime media. It goes on to say, many conservatives took to social media to offer their thoughts on McFarlane's move. Journalist Mike Cody wrote, "This is why nobody on the political right buys the legacy media is unbiased. Claptrap." Claptrap, strange word. When a longtime CBS reporter gets a new job
with a resistance slop clickbait farm in less than 2 weeks, the truth is pretty damn obvious. Well, what I think is pretty damn obvious is if you take a look at our reporting on a day-to-day basis, where we go through the very specific nuances of the war, of Donald Trump's cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring, the Epstein files, as we go through the court cases that Trump is involved in and that this country is embroiled in on nuanced footnote levels, as we go through all of that, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but there's a reason why in the past 2 years we've got over 9 billion views, because the people crave truth, and people like you, Mike Cody, reason why in the past 2 years we've got over 9 billion views, because the people crave truth, and people like you, Mike Cody, whatever your name is, are being exposed, and people don't want to hear the lies and the gaslighting. They want the truth. They just want the facts. And that's what they come to the Midas Touch Network for.
Thank you.
The Fox State Regime article then cites Stephen Chung, who attacks us. I'll show that in a moment. And then Fox goes, titles of recent videos posted to the Midas Touch YouTube page include Trump panics and lies he made deal to end war. Well, that's what happened. He panicked. He did a 48-hour ultimatum. He said he would commit a dastardly war crime, blow up the civilian energy facilities in Iran, which, by the way, Israel did last night as things further escalated. And then he said, ooh, I spoke with Iran and they told me that they're really cool with everything and we are making a peace deal. Manipulates the markets. By the way, within a 1-minute time period, about $1.5 billion were moved from clear insider trading that took place. Someone got the tip of what was going to take place. And then Iran started mocking the United States when Donald Trump said that he and the Ayatollah would control the Strait of Hormuz together. Yeah, he's panicking and lying that he made a deal.
Yeah.
You prefer the Donald Trump social media posts in all caps? Thank you for your attention to this matter. The sloppy Democrats, blah, blah, blah. I mean, really, that's what you prefer? Because, yeah, there may be caps in my posts, but they're truthful. Stephen Chung, Donald Trump's communications director, weird dude, writes the following. Every reporter who leaves, more like fired from their outlet, always comes out as a deranged liberal every single damn time. Just goes to show how biased news media has become. You want to talk about bias there, Chung? Maybe you talk about how the right-wing oligarchs have consolidated and acquired all of media, and now they basically just do your bidding. As state regime media, a healthy democracy is critical of the corruption that's taking place. Like, I think we should criticize when Donald Trump's little kids, right? They're kitty kids, huh? Eric and Don Jr., when they make massive amounts of money, whether it's on drone businesses or what was Don Jr.'s thing club? The Executive Branch Club in Washington, D.C. $500,000 to access the executive branch. Yeah. The quid pro quo pay-for-play schemes in the Middle East, the emolument clause violations, in my opinion, we call that out. We call that out. You want to call that a liberal bias? I call it fearless reporting, and that, again, is what's needed right now. Joe Concha over at Fox goes, in which Scott will also reveal himself to be much a partisan as Lemon, Acosta, Chuck Todd, Terry Morin, Katie Couric, to name a few. He's joining Midas Touch, the most far-left, quote, news organization in the country that literally ran a protest during the Trump State of Union. We didn't run a protest. We distributed a People's State of the Union where rather than hear a maniacal authoritarian bloviate for what, 3 hours long? How long was that speech that Donald Trump gave that total and utter nonsense. People who tuned in to the Midas Touch Network's People State of the Union, by the way, over 2 million people watched it. So you want to talk about ratings. We were the most watched YouTube channel of pretty much all of the streams at that time for the People's State of the Union. What was talked about on our State of the Union, the People's State of the Union, were the kitchen table issues. Rent, ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo torturing people, killing people on the streets. How to make things more affordable, better education, better health care. How we can make sure the Epstein files get released and be made public and stop the cover-up. How do we help Americans who are psychologically tortured living paycheck to paycheck? That's what we talked about. I think those issues are not far left. I think those are the issues that Americans care about right now because it impacts them. This is what is impacting the American people.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. Now, building on what we started together on Legal AF, I've launched a new law firm, the
Let's
Popak
go.
Firm, dedicated to obtaining justice through compassionate and zealous legal representation. At the Popak Firm, we are focused on obtaining justice for those who have been injured or damaged by a life-altering event, by securing the highest dollar recoveries. I've been tirelessly fighting for justice for the last 35 years, so my own law firm organically building on my Legal AF work just feels right. And I've handpicked a team of top-tier trial fighters and settlement experts throughout all 50 states known as big auto injury attorneys who have the know-how to beat heartless insurance companies, corporations, government entities, and their attorneys. Big Auto's attorneys working with my firm are rock stars in their respective states and collectively responsible for billions of dollars in recoveries. So if you or a loved one have been on the wrong side of a catastrophic auto, motor vehicle, rideshare, or truck accident, suffered a personal injury, or been the victim of medical malpractice, employment harassment or discrimination, or suffered a violation of your civil and constitutional rights, then contact the Popak Firm today at 1-877-POPAK-AF or by visiting my website at www.thepopakfirm.com and fill out a free case evaluation form. And if we determine that you have a case and you sign with us, we don't get paid unless you do. The Popak Firm, fighting for your justice every step of the way.
Now you have this far right-wing site, Mr. C Newsbusters or Merc Newsbusters, not sure how you say it. Least surprising thing ever. January 6th, obsessed former CBS journo joins far left outlet. He's January 6th obsessed. That's the beginning of it. In not so shocking turn of events, former CBS correspondent Scott McFarlane, a man with seemingly zero hobbies in life outside of January 6th, announced Monday morning he was joining far left Midas Touch Network as a host and correspondent, cartoonishly insisting without a shred of irony he's not an opinionist or editorialist, but would nonetheless refuse to platform conspiracy theories or allow whitewashing of history in such a critical moment. The pedantic partisan boast, big words there, the pedantic partisan boasted to followers that less than 10 days after leaving CBS, he would become effective immediately the chief Washington correspondent for the Midas Touch Network. An eponymous daily show will launch in 2 or 3 weeks, bringing together those who share the same North Star of communicating. When you have news to break or something important to explain, just get to it, straight to the point. Like how they say January 6th obsessed, because he was a Justice Department reporter for CBS, and he reported on the January 6th insurrection and the cases where every one of these insurrectionists who was prosecuted, who went to jury trials, were convicted, including the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for seditious conspiracy. Seems like a pretty big deal when our country is subject to an insurrection to overthrow the government. They take it pretty seriously in other countries, like Brazil, where Bolsonaro is now in prison essentially for the rest of his life, in South Korea, where their insurrectionist president is serving a life sentence. So maybe here in the United States, we should care about that and focus on insurrections and the fact that there's
not a bad
seditious
idea.
conspiracy. Like, I think it's a pretty big deal, and maybe call me a far left pundit for saying this, that the Proud Boys, those convicted of seditious conspiracy who were pardoned by Donald Trump and his regime, were partying in Mar-a-Lago this past weekend, taking selfies of themselves,
Disgusting.
celebrating at Mar-a-Lago, while 2,500 Marine Expeditionary Unit troops are headed on the USS Tripoli to Iran to arrive on Friday as Donald Trump manipulates the markets, as I mentioned before.
They're arriving on Friday. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Funneled through the S&P and oil markets right before
Wow,
Donald
rest in
Trump
peace,
makes the
Friday.
announcement that the United States made a fake peace deal with Iran, which we know is not true. So you heard a little bit here, my reporting, right? My take on issues. I think it's factual. I think I explain it with details and charts and data, just as I did when I was a litigator, when I did trials, when I took depositions, when I was in arbitrations and I had to make my case. Disagree or agree with me, but let me make my case with the evidence and with the facts. All right, let's contrast that to you guys. Your reporting yesterday. Okay, Jesse Waters, who I view as one of your propagandists. By the way, Jesse Waters' mommy, Jesse Waters' mother, big fan of the Midas Touch Network, who warned Jesse Waters not to delve into conspiracy theories. Jesse Waters says, I don't think Kamala was hot. She was okay, but not that hot.
What?
AOC, says Greg Gutfeld. I'm not going to go there. This is what they were talking about on state regime media yesterday. Here, play this clip.
I have to disagree with Dana. I didn't think Kamala was hot.
Oh, she was
I
attractive.
said she was beautiful. I'd say hot.
I don't know. I mean, she was okay. But I mean, if we're talking hot, she's not hot.
Well, I didn't say hot. I said.
Well, it's about hot people, okay?
AOC.
I'm not going to go
Gretchen
there.
Whitmer. Being generous.
More from Jesse Waters, intrepid reporting yesterday.
What?
Saying
Hot.
green energy won't save the world. They aren't bombing windmills. And what are you even talking about? Play this clip.
Just like NATO had to boost defense spending, other countries need to become more self-reliant. Green energy isn't going to save the world. The mullahs aren't bombing windmills.
Or when they bring on individuals like this guy, Robert Greenway, on the Laura Ingraham show. Just let the president cook. He's cooking, everybody. If he engages in those war crimes, he's cooking. Don't question him. Don't exercise.
Is he said this? Please show this. Show this. Show this. Show this.
Authorization of war powers. Let him cook. Let him cook, man. G.I. Joes, let him cook. Really? Because our soldiers right now, I think, have some of the lowest morale. They feel they're being sent to die for foreign powers in Iran, not knowing what the hell the objectives are. As Donald Trump says he wants to do a joint venture with the Ayatollah in the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran mocks Donald Trump for saying that. But anyway, let him cook, man. Let him cook.
I should probably know how to kill that. My bad.
100% of our strikes are successful. There's nothing the Iranians can do about it. You're 100% right. It is just a matter of time. We need to let the president cook.
More from Jesse Waters right here. Jesse Waters says, the Democrats are saying ICE is going to make the airports more violent. Nah, man. That's the women drinking margaritas. Yo, yeah. Like, what the hell even is this? Like, you all think that you're normal? Like you're attacking us? Oh, let's play this clip of Jesse Waters.
I've been missing you dearly. Let me finish. The Democrats are saying that ICE is going to make the airports more violent. No, it's the women drinking margaritas before takeoff. You've seen the Southwest flights. It's like World Star Hip Hop, Jessica.
And then Jesse Waters is like,
what?
Trump says that he's negotiating with Iran, and even though they deny it, let's just like, why are we saying that they're the ones telling the truth? I don't know, Jesse Waters. Maybe because the Strait of Hormuz is still controlled by them. Maybe it's because there hasn't been a single change in the status of the war other than it escalating further? How about we can observe what's literally taking place there? How about what Donald Trump said, that he wants to partner with the Ayatollah, and Donald Trump claims that Witkoff and Kushner were talking to GB Galibaf over at Iran, and they're like, we're not having any conversations. What are you talking about? Why would they want to speak with Witkoff and Kushner after last time there were discussions and the foreign minister of Oman said there was basically a deal in principle? The United States and Israel bombed and launched this unlawful war in the first place. But anyway, play this clip.
This blackout because I was on assignment. And I get back and I see that Trump's announced he's negotiating with the Iranians, and the Iranians said, no, we're not. And the U.S. media believe the Iranians. So it's like, all right. The Iranians do lie, guys. They said they had no intentions of building a nuclear weapon. They just last week said they sunk an aircraft carrier of ours. So obviously they're lying to look tough. And how would they know who's negotiating? The Israelis just killed one of the IRGC leaders who was living in a tent in the woods. I don't think the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, okay?
But there was a moment on state regime media yesterday I do want to point out that I thought was noteworthy. And this is when Republican Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana blamed Donald Trump for the government shutdown. And he said on state regime media, the Democrats offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted Cruz and I said, okay, let's accept their offer. Senator Thune agreed, let's do it. And Donald Trump said, no, we have to deal with genitals or something. Genital mutilation and SAVE Act.
What?
Genitals is what Donald Trump wanted to focus on. Here, play this clip.
Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's accept their offer. And then at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation where we don't need any Democratic votes to do whatever we wanted to do with ICE. And that way we're out of the shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that, Senator Thune submitted that to President Trump, as is his right. He said no. No deals with the Democrats. It would have worked. We could have had TSA paid by the end of the week, but the president said no deal.
Which that clip reminds me as well of a clip from 2024, June 30th, 2024, to be exact, where MAGA Republican Senator Langford, James Langford of Oklahoma, very, very right-wing guy from Oklahoma. Remember when he and Biden worked on a bipartisan, you may forget this, but I'll leave you with this clip, a bipartisan immigration bill that would have created strong borders, but also made sure that individuals who were here, not the criminals, get the criminals out, right? But people who were here paying taxes and contributing could have a pathway to citizenship, help the American economy.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump said, kill it. Kill this bipartisan bill. We
Why?
need immigration to be a mess so that
Why?
we can be the ones who impose our authoritarian agenda. Listen to Langford say it himself on state regime media. Play this clip.
I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election, it's the single biggest issue during the election, don't resolve this, we'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it. My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
That's on Donald Trump, Senator.
That again, he's got an office that he's running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in office. I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this.
And then I think he alludes to one of the Fox hosts, late night host. You can guess which one it is. Threatening him personally do not bring a bipartisan immigration bill in 2024, or else we will destroy you. Listen to what he said.
What?
If you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you. In fact, I had a popular commentator 4 weeks ago that I talked to that told me flat out, before they knew any of the contents of the bill, any of the content, nothing was out at that point, that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you, because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election.
What?
By the way, they have been faithful to their promise and have done everything they can to destroy me.
Well, there you have it. So I suppose it's an honor when Trump and Fox and all these right-wingers attack us. But it's just an honor to have Scott McFarlane here on the Midas Touch Network. So will you all do me this favor, please? After you watch this video, can you go to @ScottMcFarlane News on YouTube? Subscribe to McFarlane's YouTube channel. Let's get that YouTube channel over 100,000 subscribers today. Let's get Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel over 100,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate you. We're grateful for you. And you can subscribe here as well. But definitely subscribe to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel right now, @ScottMcFarlane News. Check it out.
New Midas merch. Head to store.MidasTouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.MidasTouch.com.
So much happening. I want to do a more thoughtful video on J. Cole, but I see that Jay-Z is now making headlines. And I've been watching some of Jay-Z's interview and thinking about his words from an OG in hip-hop. And I've also been reading the comments. And naturally, when anybody has an opinion on the beef, on this situation, they're going to get hate. It's going to be polarizing. And I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways from Jay-Z, legitimately stepping back and wondering, is this starting to hurt hip-hop? It's a question that's been at the back of my mind, but obviously understanding and appreciating my place and how people view me, I'm always hesitant to share words on the current state of hip-hop culture, of what I think is good or bad for it. But, you know, this has been going on for so long now. It's something I feel really strongly about that I want to talk about it. You know, with the Kendrick and Drake beef, I thought it was a huge, monumental moment in hip-hop history. And it's something that we're going to be discussing for years. And as someone who came up, you know, debating, arguing the Jay-Z and Nas beef and those disses and Takeover versus, you know, Ether, and just talking about those back and forths and the great lines from that. You know, I've always come up on appreciating the battles, appreciating the discussions that come with them. Tupac or Biggie, you know, hit them up. What side do you support? And going into the Kendrick and Drake beef, that's how I approached it from my lens of years of having these great debates and great discussions. That for me just ignites that fire. It ignites that excitement and appreciation of one MC's pen tested against another MC's pen. You know, and as a ex-pro athlete myself, I love competition, and I love the spirit of that competition and pushing oneself. But I feel like we're in a new world now. We're in a new world in terms of how beefs are viewed and how narratives are shaped. And that world is affected by social media. And I think Jay-Z very wisely pointed that out. And, you know, I can only use my personal experiences to relate to this here. But anytime that, let's say, I go on X, I get trolled all the time. I get attacked all the time on X. I've been called an F word. I've been called this. I've been told to get a job. I've been called all kinds of things. Like, if you want to get psychologically demoralized and just like torn down for your mental health, go make some posts on X just weighing in on opinions. But you know, I'm from that age and era where we could have those opinions and it was okay to debate and to discuss. And nowadays I feel like I can't even make a post wanting to have a legitimate discussion without getting attacked, without people throwing in ad hominem attacks, attacking my character.
Channel, watch this video. Yenny is Chat. The craziest bank robbery of all time.
Please save me.
Yenny is working the night shift at a cash depot in Sweden. She's counting banknotes, tons of money. But by now, it's just pieces of paper to her. Routine, really. Just like these headphones she and the others are wearing to block out the noise. But suddenly, a new sound starts to creep in.
What?
Wait, is that a helicopter? This is the beginning of one of the most spectacular bank heists in history. Robbers will strike several locations across Sweden at the exact same time.
No way!
The police will be outmatched, the authorities humiliated, and millions in cash will be stolen. The chase will lead investigators to Eastern Europe. And of all
Okay, I'm looking for the shot. I need to remove the AC.
things, the security camera at a local McDonald's will provide a crucial clue. We dug through countless court
Chat.
documents to piece together how the
Chat.
Westberga heist
How is it always McDonald's? It's always McDonald's. Like, McDonald's isn't just a restaurant. It's
Mhm.
something else. Like, I can't prove it though.
and who was really behind it.
Holy, enjoy music. Holy movie.
September 23, 2009. Spectacular robberies in Sweden have been making headlines for several years now. But this heist
Damn.
tops everything. And as the international press turns its attention to the small town of Vestberga, the authorities are clueless. How much money was stolen? How many robbers were involved? And why couldn't the police stop them? According to a Swedish daily newspaper, police didn't reach the cash depot until 30 minutes after the alarm was triggered. Meanwhile, the nearest police station is only a 15-minute walk away. What happened? Official statements are vague. The security company that runs the cash depot stays quiet too. G4S is one of the largest security firms in the world. They install security systems and protect sites such as nuclear power plants in the US and even the Pentagon.
Well, the what?
Right before the
Wait, the what?
G4S is one of the largest security firms in the world. They install security systems and protect sites such as nuclear power plants in the US and even the Pentagon. Right before the end of the month, depots like this one are packed with cash, so people across Sweden can withdraw their salaries the moment the money arrives. A pretty good time to strike. So far, only one thing is clear. This is the first robbery in Sweden to use a helicopter.
That much cash,
A
huh?
Bell 206. It's a relatively small light chopper, one of the best-selling models ever. It can carry 5 people, including the pilot, but it isn't built for heavy loads. A well-known Swedish criminologist speculates that the robbers could have stolen up to 1 billion kroner from the depot. Back then, about $130 million.
Yeah, that's so heavy.
Experts, on the other hand, say that carrying that much cash, it should have crashed. So how the hell did they pull this off?
They modified it.
September 23.
Nah, they wouldn't do that.
The early morning hours. Mittingen, a small town known for its sea views and peaceful atmosphere, is asleep. Inside holiday homes,
How would I know?
also has a hangar housing these 2 helicopters. They belong to the Stockholm police. And this man sneaking through the bushes has his eye on them. Under each arm, he's carrying a plastic box. The man places the first box in front of the hangar. Then he moves to the back and places the second one.
So he stole it.
Hangar's entrance and pulls out a hatchet.
Alarms?
Smashes the numbered entry pad several times.
Oh,
Finally,
it buzzed the
he
system.
disappears back into the darkness. And then, nothing happens. The man walks to the nearest bus stop and gets rid of his gear. His part of the job is done. Now it's up to the others. Back at the depot. Down here, Jenny and her colleagues are counting cash. Up here, a Bell 206 barrels toward the building. With remarkable precision, it lands on the roof.
Dude.
Perfectly positioned between the glass pyramid and the edge. 3 people jump out. One is carrying a submachine gun. Another runs straight toward the pyramid and swings a huge sledgehammer at the glass. Again and again. Meanwhile, his accomplice calmly unloads his gear. Explosives, climbing ropes, and mailbags. 2 ladders are attached to the helicopter's skids. The robbers detach one of them and set it down beside the chopper. After a few more swings, the glass gives way. The helicopter lifts off.
Chad,
The robbers
this is literally
enter the
Rainbow
building.
Six.
Yenny's boss spots them. He knows they're coming for the counting room, so he rushes back and yells, "Secure the money!" Then he triggers the alarm and calls building security. Yenny still doesn't fully clock what's going on, but her boss's instructions are clear. The cash has to be locked away in these cages, made of reinforced steel, secured with padlocks.
Oh, galvanized steel?
It's still quiet at the police station.
I feel like Jenny is guilty here.
Inspector Guran Palm is about to finish his shift. He's waiting for his colleague to take over. When suddenly, the alarm sounds. Immediately, Inspector Palm rushes to his car. A colleague jumps in after.
I mean, Chad, what are they gonna do against a helicopter?
They're told that the alarm came from the G4S cash depot. Helicopter, armed men, on the roof. Palm speeds toward the scene. He feels like he's starring in a Hollywood movie.
They're going to the wrong place.
They're closing in on the depot when Palm spots something on the road. The officers jump out of the car to find out what just happened. Chains stretched across the entire road and studded with spikes. The robbers are inside the building now.
Really?
They set up a
Bro,
ladder
this is
to
actually
climb up to
impressive.
the 6th floor. The main vault where the money is usually stored is on the 2nd floor, but the counting room is up here. To get there, this glass pane needs to go. Hitting it with a sledgehammer doesn't work, so the robber uses explosives. He presses a bomb made of dynamite against the glass, connects a wire, and detonates it. They enter the office and smash through this simple door. Now, just a single steel door separates the robbers from the cash depot's staff. In the counting room, the staff is still frantically securing the money. When they hear the explosion, they panic. The team leader has been trained for a lot of things, but not for this.
Why not?
Then there's another explosion. The robbers are trying to get through the door. The explosion mangles the metal around the handle, but it stays intact. But after a third explosion, smoke enters the room. The staff needs to get out of here.
Chat.
Fast. The team leader orders,
Why not cage doors?
everyone into the main vault on the 2nd floor. They leave the room
Like
through
a prison.
secondary exit, take the stairs down several floors, and enter an airlock just outside the main vault. The airlock is designed for one person. Now 14 people have to squeeze inside, including a pregnant woman. In this hermetically sealed room, there's no cell reception. The group leader can't call building security or anyone else. And the door to the vault won't open. They're stuck. Their colleagues in the vault room are also panicking. Building security has instructed them to keep the airlock door closed. They have no visual on the robbers. Maybe they're even hiding among the employees in the airlock. It's so cramped in here that no one can move. The air is stuffy, the heat almost unbearable. Yenny's colleague struggles to pull out a photo of her daughter. If the robbers want to get into the vault by blowing their way through the airlock, no one here will survive. Meanwhile, the robbers have entered the counting room. They carved into the cage's padlocks with a buzzsaw. The locks are gone with
What?
They carved into the cage's
What? That drill is massive.
padlocks with a buzzsaw. The locks are gone within seconds. While they're packing, they seem oddly calm, as if they know that no one will catch them anytime soon. Robbing a place is a pretty unethical way to make money. But let's look at this list real quick. Rural and barely making it. Or this one, ethnic second city strugglers. Or our personal... Despite off, click the link in the description or scan the QR code.
Will do.
The spiked chains Palm drove into aren't the only ones. All around the depot, every access road is blocked by metal chains about 10 meters long. If a police car drove over one of these chains, its tires would instantly be sliced open. The robbery has been in progress for more than 15 minutes now. The helicopter is still circling above, meaning the
Only
robbers
15
are
minutes?
still inside. Police request aerial support from the military, but the armed forces can't provide any aircraft. Instead, police helicopters are ordered in.
What?
We don't know exactly how, but Inspector Palm eventually gets close to the depot. He sets up a roadblock a few hundred meters away from the building. When Palm and his colleagues ask whether they're allowed to fire at the helicopter, the answer is a strict no. It's too dangerous. They're ordered to wait for the National Task Force. Palm is frustrated. All he can do is stand there and wait. Luckily, a police helicopter.
Okay, Chad, you're the chief of police. Okay? You told your boys to fly at the helicopter. The helicopter gets a shot out of the air, flies down, lands on fucking 2 apartment complexes, and kills 4 families. What he said at the press conference. Oh, we're trying to save paper from being withdrawn from this vault. Save the paper. That's crazy.
Or is it? At 5:30 in the morning, police officers in Mittinga receive an alert. Robbery ongoing, a helicopter is involved. Air support required. 2 officers race toward the hangar. Their helicopter was returned just hours earlier. They'll have it ready in 10 minutes and be over Vestberga 15 minutes after the alarm. But at the entrance, they stop. Is that a bomb? There's no way they can reach the helicopter. And even if they could they really risk taking off in a fuel-filled helicopter next to explosives? The 2 officers have only one option: call in the bomb squad and wait at a safe distance. So the White Bell 206 keeps circling above the cash depot, unbothered. The security team watches as the intruders reappear in the courtyard and make their way toward the roof, carrying at least 7 bags. They hoist them up. The 3 men climb the ladders.
Holy shit, bro.
For a moment, as if he wants to go back in to get more of the money. Then they jump into the helicopter, bags in hand.
I mean...
And just 30 minutes after hitting the cash depot, they
30?
disappear into the morning sky. When the SWAT team enters the building, the robbers are long gone. Finally, the airlock door in the cash depot opens. The team leader, Jenny, and her colleagues are safe. At the police hangar in Mittinga, the bomb squad is in full swing. They use to neutralize the bombs. But there are no explosions and no smoke.
There's nothing in there.
As the special unit approaches, they find 2 very wet plastic boxes with lights attached. They fell for dummies. About a kilometer away, firefighters are putting out a small roadside fire at a building. In the ashes, they find remains of a mask, gloves, a hatchet, a canister, and a lighter. Around 6 a.m., people in nearby towns spot an object in the sky. A small white helicopter flying unusually low and slow over the forests. Not a single light is on.
I mean, it's loaded.
The robbers land in a forested park. They take everything with them, leaving only a GPS device and a few cable ties behind. Investigators find the helicopter about 2 hours later. They learn it was stolen from a flight school about 70 kilometers northeast of Stockholm.
Damn.
After 4 a.m. As the country wakes up, the heist dominates the news. A reward of about $900,000 is offered for information on the robbers. The next day, the Swedish police still have no suspects, despite the fact that they knew about the planned helicopter heist long before it happened.
What?
A month before the heist, Swedish police receive a warning from Serbia's intelligence service. A crew of international thieves is planning to strike. Serbian police even share specifics. A helicopter is to be used. 3 robbers will carry out the job, backed by a group of around 20 people. The chopper will land on the roof of a multi-story building. The crew will blast their way inside and in under 5 minutes grab the equivalent of roughly $13 million. The whole thing will go down by September 16 at the latest. If not, the plan will be called off. The Swedish police put security measures in place. The public prosecutor authorizes phone surveillance of 2 suspects. As a precaution, police helicopters are moved from Mittinga to a safe location.
Damn. This is cinema.
They're protecting millions on millions of dollars, billions of dollars. Why wouldn't they just have some temporary security buffer or whatever?
Identify the most
Spend
likely
like $1 million.
the Panaxia cash
Across
depot
multiple
in
locations.
Bromma in western Stockholm.
If they get
The
how much?
second most likely target, the G4S depot in Vestberga. For 4 weeks, authorities remain on high alert, reinforcing their task forces during the nights around September 16. But then, nothing happens. In Bromma or in Vestberga.
If I'm an insurance company and somebody was given a tip that some robbers are coming and they don't invest money into their security, then I'm not paying out. I don't give a shit. If you say, oh guys, the taxpayers will bail you out because of your stupidity, you're on your own. We don't insure against stupidity.
So the police end the special operation, and the police helicopters move back to Mittinga. The only vulnerability the robbers exploit.
Mm.
Early 2000s,
Oh, they did.
Sweden
Okay,
sees
sorry.
a string of robberies. The companies hit hardest are the ones that run cash depots. They're looking for help, including from the government. As early as 2005,
Give
a
them guns.
security company urged the government to place all cash depots and similar
Damn.
facilities under state protection. A formal review followed and ran for 3 years, but the Ministry of Defense took no action. Because the authorities never classified these facilities as protected sites, virtually anyone can access the building's blueprints.
What?
Floor plans of the roofs and facades, staircases and windows, everything neatly documented level by level. A Swedish news outlet later asked G4S whether the company had attempted to make the Vesperga building plans confidential. G4S didn't respond. But by then, it didn't matter. The money was gone, and so were the thieves. But they didn't vanish without a trace. In fact, they left quite a bit behind. The burned remains at the bus stop in Mittinge, for example. The cable ties used to secure the ladders to the helicopter. The sledgehammer
Yeah,
that
they get a lot of
smashed
tips. I
the
get it. It
glass
makes sense,
roof,
but still, though.
including bloodstains.
That one seems to be very specific.
Because the heist was so meticulously planned, police believe the masterminds must have had military training. In all of Sweden, only a small circle of people could be capable of pulling off a coup like this.
That makes sense, yeah.
Thanks to the warning from Serbia, the Swedish police started surveilling this circle in time. Now they're sitting on a mountain of data, calls, texts, pages upon pages of logs. One of the people under surveillance is a man called Goran Bojevic, a 38-year-old Swede with parents from Montenegro. Until recently, he worked as a construction contractor. According to Serbian wiretaps, he was recently in contact with a childhood friend, Milan Zevo, who made a career in a completely different field, the Stockholm Mafia. Zevo has since relocated to Serbia's capital, Belgrade.
Oh.
In 2009, Bojevic traveled to Belgrade multiple times to meet Zevo. According to the wiretap, Bojevic handed over large sums of money during these visits. Swedish police realized that Bojevic is asking Zevo for help. At the end of August, the two speak on the phone.
And nobody does anything.
You know what? I called the school here and asked how much it costs to learn it. 15,000 euros.
That's it?
Bojevic wants to learn to fly a helicopter. Zevo shuts the idea down. Pilot training would take way too long. So Bojevic starts looking into another solution. September
you don't need just a pilot, though.
3 weeks before
This
the
is
heist,
different.
Bojevic is in his car, driving toward Hypixel, a small island in Stockholm.
He
It has a
needs somebody who
museum
knows what to do
right
with
on
it,
the
actually.
waterfront. Bojevic is here to meet these two men. They've been waiting for him. He walks up to them and sits down between them.
Who?
2 meters away, a woman walks her dog. Her real job is to observe Goran Bojevic. She can't hear exactly what the men are saying. She can only keep an eye on them. The three chat for about 5 minutes, with Bojevic doing most of the talking. Then, handshakes. One man walks with Bojevic to his car while the other gets into a Peugeot and drives off. On September 28th, 5 days after the heist, the police and a Swedish court announced that 6 suspects have been arrested. One of the suspects is Goran Bojevic.
Oh, GG then.
Searching his apartment, investigators found a bag containing about 118,500 kroner, roughly $15,000 at the time. He's believed to have put the team together. Another man is arrested at Arlanda Airport just before he can escape to the Canary Islands. The press nicknames him Flykt, which means escape in Swedish.
Oh, okay.
His real name is Alexander Eriksson.
Is it the
He's
pilot?
a TV producer who runs in high society circles with Swedish celebrities. He's even rumored to be in contact with the Prime Minister. Between
he's
October
flying.
and December, police arrest 7 more men accused of helping plan or taking part in the
You
heist.
get it?
One of them is believed to have planted the fake bombs. His DNA is found in the remains of the gloves and the lighter. In January, investigators identified the man who carried the submachine gun. The police already know him. His name is Zara Kadun.
Well, that's an AK,
and this
though.
was his second armed robbery. Back in 2000,
Is AK a sub?
he and a gang stole invaluable art from the Swedish
That looks like a
National
rifle to
Museum.
me.
He was caught and served 2 years in prison.
Mm.
Caught again.
2 years?
2010,
Oh.
the public prosecutor.
In the video, he had MP5. It's a submachine gun. But the guy who made the graphics, they were like, "Yo, give this guy a gun," and he probably forgot what the task was and put it. Oh, I know, no, that's security footage. What am I talking about?
His charges. While the 10 arrests are seen as a major success for the investigation, authorities believe there must have been more people involved behind the scenes.
They had both, but
For
they
over
couldn't
10
find the
months,
MP5 footage.
The
probably.
police gather evidence and interview witnesses. 50 investigators work the case full time. By now, they have a clear picture of how much the robbers managed to steal.
Mm.
40 million kroner, about $5 million at the time.
That's not too crazy.
That's how they managed to get away by helicopter, not taking too much. Just under a year after the robbery, the 10 men stand trial. 5 of them were accused of being directly involved in the heist. The other 5 face charges of aiding and abetting.
It's just not worth it, I agree.
The public prosecutor is confident there's enough evidence to convict all of them. But the men deny the charges. Take Alexander Eriksson, the TV producer. He's accused of flying the helicopter on the night of the heist.
Mm.
No way, he insists. His DNA in the stolen
No way.
That's easily explained, he says. After all, the chopper was stolen from the flight school he's been a member of for 15 years.
Oh, yeah, true.
The undercover officer at the museum clearly identifies him as the man in the suit at the meeting with Boyevich. Eriksson admits he was at the meeting. And yes, he talked to Boyevich, but about wind power, since Boyevich works in construction. He claims to have an alibi, too. On the night of the heist, he was involved in a car accident. But there's a problem. An hour after the supposed accident, he's spotted at a local McDonald's, about a 30-minute walk from where the helicopter was later found.
What?
Surveillance footage shows Eriksson calmly ordering breakfast just before 7 a.m. How did he get from a car crash in central Stockholm to a McDonald's in the suburbs? The prosecution is convinced that 2 of the other defendants staged the crash to give him an alibi. Surprisingly, one of them, Zadok Athum, admits his involvement. Investigators found his blood on multiple pieces of evidence. The other defendants continued to deny any involvement in the heist. But after just 18 days of trial, 7 of the 10 defendants are convicted. Alexander Eriksson and Zadok
What about the rest, though?
are sentenced to 7 years in prison for armed robbery.
Is it?
The other 5 defendants are found guilty of aiding, abetting, and protecting criminals, including Goran Boyevich, who also goes to prison. Before the trial, they were seen as daring, clever crooks. None of them were elite soldiers in the Balkan Wars, as was speculated.
So yours.
Stripped them of their mystique.
Why?
They turned out to be nothing more than a ragtag group of violent criminals.
Okay.
After the heist, he did
True, but the mystique isn't who they are. It's mostly based on what they did, right? And you cannot really strip that away, though. I mean, I think crime is lame and criminals are lame and fuck all this. But the size and the grandeur of the crime is impressive. Like,
debate broke out in Sweden over how such attacks could be prevented in the future. Trade unions spoke out. Handling cash creates a dangerous work environment for employees.
No, I mean.
So, for their protection, maybe they should just get rid of it. According to a report from the banking union, 1 in 4 retail workers had already been a victim of a robbery, some multiple times. And according to an anti-cash lobby group, 2 out of every 3 Swedish kroner in circulation was actually unreported money. The helicopter heist in Vesberga contributed to a shift in thinking. Over time, cash gradually disappeared from daily life. Sweden was the first country in Europe to print paper money back in 1661. About 350 years later, it was one of the first to start abandoning it. The number of robberies in Sweden dropped dramatically. In 2008, there were over 100. By 2016, it was down to just 2. Today, many shops only accept cash.
I like those stats. Right? Because it's like piracy in the fucking Somalian regions, or whatever. Like,
by
seeing a stat go from like maxed out to nothing is impressive.
Today, many shops only accept cashless payment. Theft happens online now. In 2025, the Swedish Central Bank reported that Sweden and Norway had the least cash in circulation relative to their economies of any countries in the world. But some cash is still around, and someone somewhere has quite a lot of it, because the money from the Vesberga heist was never recovered.
That was good.
Wait, that's worth it then.
I mean, how much money could that be? Chat, with all the accomplices and people behind the scenes, over 7 people, we're talking maybe what, 20 people totally involved, whatever, right? I mean, 5 mil plus the cost and all that.
Can we get new
Each
sub badges or
not much.
Did you play the new version of this game yet, Link?
I did not. Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Burn! The craziest bank robberies of all time.
Jenny is working the night shift at a cash depot in Sweden. She's counting banknotes, tons of money. But by now it's just pieces of paper to her. Routine, really. Just like these headphones she and the others are wearing to block out the noise. But But suddenly, a new sound starts to creep in. Wait, is that a helicopter?
What?
This is the beginning of one of the most spectacular bank heists in history. Robbers will strike several locations across Sweden at the exact same time. The police will be outmatched.
Hey, you know what? Sweden.
The authorities
Sweden does sound sweet. I feel like we could all rob a bank in Sweden successfully.
And millions in cash will be stolen. The chase will lead investigators to Eastern Europe. And, of all things, the security camera at a local McDonald's will provide a crucial clue.
Is that right?
We dug through countless court documents to piece together how the Vestberga heist actually went down.
The Vestberga heist!
Really behind it.
Woo! Let's rock and roll, baby!
September 23, 2000.
Yo, Canadian? So?
Spectacular robberies in Sweden have been making headlines for centuries. But this heist.
Ja, sure. Ja, sure. Jeg må jo spille med Diana. Jeg må jo spille hele den her Dianaen. Og så blir jeg sikkert ikke ferdig igjen, så da må jeg sikkert gjøre neste Diana litt grann. Og så må jeg gjøre Iron Man Diana igjen. Fordi jeg har ennå ikke fått die. Let's go.
The nearest police station is only a 15-minute walk away. What happened? Official statements are vague. The security company that owns the cash depot stays quiet too. G4S is one of the largest security firms in the world. They install security systems and protect sites such as nuclear power
plants
and even the Pentagon. Right before the end of the month,
Oh God.
depots like this one are packed with cash. So people across Sweden can withdraw their salaries the moment the
The
money
agent
arrives.
not sweet? Come on, chat. Realistically, bro, 80% of